Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you love to relax with these videos, so I recommend lowering the volume until my voice is barely audible. This will make everything even more calming. Before closing your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss more relaxing stories. Story 1. Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to leave behind the chaos of my old life and embrace something quieter, something simpler. The building was charming in a way only old places can be. Sturdy brick walls, tall windows that let in the morning light, and warm wooden floors that creaked just enough to feel lived in without being unsettling. My unit was on the second floor, tucked into a quiet corner of the building. The apartment next door was vacant when I moved in, adding to the sense of peaceful isolation I'd been craving. For the first few weeks, life was perfect. The stillness felt comforting. My days were filled with quiet productivity, and my evenings passed with books and cups of tea under soft lamplight. But then, the noises began. At first, they were so faint that I could almost pretend I hadn't heard them. Footsteps, soft but deliberate, echoing faintly from the apartment next door. Occasionally there were murmurs, distant and indistinct, like someone speaking just out of earshot. I brushed it off as the building's settling or sound traveling strangely through the old walls. These things happen in old apartments, I told myself. Creaking pipes, shifting floorboards, nothing unusual. But as the days stretched into weeks, the noises grew, sharper, more defined. Late at night, as I lay in bed, I could hear the soft cadence of whispered voices drifting through the wall. Sometimes the footsteps would pace back and forth, slow and measured, as though someone were waiting. The worst came at midnight. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. The pacing turned into something more deliberate, furniture scraping across the floor as though heavy objects were being moved. There was an edge of urgency to the sounds, as though some unseen task had to be completed before dawn. I told myself it was my imagination, or maybe an overactive mind fueled by sleepless nights. But that reasoning crumbled each time the noises returned, louder and more persistent than before. One night, desperate for answers, I pressed my ear to the cold plaster wall separating my apartment from the vacant unit. I held my breath, straining to make sense of the muffled sounds. A whisper, close, too close, slithered through the wall. I pulled back, heart pounding, my skin prickling with goosebumps. The next morning I approached my landlord, a grizzled man with tired eyes and a permanent furrow in his brow. The apartment next door, I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone living there?" He frowned, shaking his head. "That unit's been empty for months. No one's been in or out." His words only deepened my unease. I described the noises, the whispers, the footsteps, but he waved it off with practiced indifference. "Old buildings make strange sounds," he said. "Probably just pipes or something shifting with the weather." He promised to check it out, though his tone suggested he had no real intention of doing so. That night, the noises came back, more persistent, more desperate. I decided I needed proof, something I could show the landlord to make him take me seriously. I set up a voice recorder in my bedroom and let it run overnight, hoping to capture whatever was making the sounds. The next morning, I played back the recording. At first, there was only the usual white noise, the faint hum of the refrigerator, the soft rustling of the wind outside. But then, footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth. Whispers, indistinct at first, then rising, urgent, almost pleading. Though the words were impossible to make out, the tone was unmistakable. Fear. Finally, the unmistakable scrape of heavy furniture being dragged across the floor echoed through the recording, sharp and jarring. My hands shook as I stopped the playback. Armed with the recording, I went back to the landlord, demanding he inspect the apartment immediately. His expression shifted from annoyance to unease as he listened to the eerie sounds captured on the device. Reluctantly, He agreed to send a maintenance worker to check the unit. I waited anxiously in the hallway as the worker unlocked the door and disappeared inside, flashlight in hand. An hour later he returned, his face pale and drawn. "There's nothing in there," he said quietly. "The apartment's empty." I stared at him, refusing to believe what he was saying. "But the sounds, you must have heard something." He shook his head. "It's just empty." I wanted to argue, but the look in his eyes silenced me. He wasn't lying, but something about the way he avoided meeting my gaze told me he'd felt something. The noises didn't stop. Night after night, they persisted. The pacing, the whispers, the dragging furniture, it all continued, relentless and unyielding. Unable to endure the growing sense of dread, I started staying at friends' places whenever I could. But even during the day, even far away from the building, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Desperate for answers, I began researching the building's history. I discovered that decades ago, a fire had consumed part of the complex, including the wing where my apartment was located. Several tenants had perished, trapped in the flames. The descriptions of the affected units included the one next door. The realization hit like ice in my veins. The apartment next door had been empty for far longer than I thought. I left the building soon after, breaking my lease despite the cost. I packed my things in a daze, feeling as though I were fleeing something far worse than just strange noises. As I closed the door to my old apartment for the last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't leaving. I was escaping. My new apartment was quiet, blissfully, impossibly quiet. No pacing footsteps, no whispers in the dark, just silence. But even now, in the stillness of my new home, sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, I wake up, ears straining against the dark, and for the briefest moment I think I hear it, the faint creak of footsteps and a soft, desperate whisper. Story 2. The office had become my second home, a place where time seemed to stretch endlessly under the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. I took pride in my work, often staying late to finish important projects or tie up loose ends. The quiet stillness after hours, when most of my coworkers had long gone, offered a strange kind of peace. But peace has a way of twisting into something darker when you're alone. Most evenings, the only other person in the building was Gary, the janitor. He was in his mid-50s, with graying hair and a tired, weathered face. He kept to himself, moving through the office with quiet efficiency, his cart of cleaning supplies trailing behind him like a loyal companion. At first, I appreciated his professionalism. The office was always spotless, and he was polite in our brief, passing conversations. But over time, Gary's behavior shifted in ways I couldn't ignore. It started with small comments, offhand remarks that seemed harmless on the surface but felt too familiar. "Big project tonight," he'd say as he emptied the trash near my desk. "You've been burning the midnight oil a lot lately." His words felt just a little too knowing, like he'd been keeping track of how late I stayed. Still, I brushed it off. After all, it was just small talk, wasn't it? Then the questions became more specific. "Working late again? Don't you ever go home?" he asked one night, his tone light but his gaze lingering a moment too long. I forced a polite smile, brushing off the growing unease that prickled at the back of my neck. Maybe he was just being friendly, I reasoned. Maybe I was overreacting. But then came the night I couldn't ignore. I was working late again, putting the finishing touches on a critical presentation. The office was nearly silent, the only sounds the hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic clicking of my keyboard. It was well past midnight when I realized I needed a break. My head was pounding from staring at the screen for hours. I decided to grab a coffee from the break room down the hall. As I walked down the dim, lit corridor, I glanced back toward my office and froze. Through the glass window, I saw Gary standing by my door. His back was to me, and he was fiddling with the lock, trying to open it. He wasn't cleaning, He wasn't tidying up. He was trying to get in. My breath hitched, and I took a step back, pressing myself into the shadows of the hallway. My heart pounded so hard I thought he might hear it through the walls. My shaking fingers fumbled for my phone, and I called building security in a hushed, urgent voice. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, every creak of the floor amplifying the suffocating silence. When security finally arrived, Gary was gone. The door to my office was closed, the lock appearing untouched. Security reviewed the camera footage and confronted Gary, who insisted it was all a misunderstanding. "I thought the door was unlocked," he claimed. "I was just making sure everything was secure." His explanation felt wrong, a feeble excuse delivered with practiced ease. The next morning, I reported the incident to Human Resources. They took it seriously, launching a formal investigation. Within a week, Gary was fired, and new security protocols were put in place. Extra surveillance, restricted after-hours access, and tighter monitoring of employee areas. But even after he was gone, the damage had already been done. The sense of security I'd once felt in the office had been shattered. The space that had been a refuge for late-night productivity now felt tainted, its shadows longer, its corners darker. I tried to move on. The company was supportive, offering counseling sessions and ensuring I felt safe. But the memories lingered. Each time I stayed late, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, listening for the faint squeak of a cleaning cart or the distant click of a lock turning. I began double-checking the locks on my office door, sometimes triple-checking, until my fingers felt numb. I avoided leaving personal items out on my desk. Even the security cameras, installed to protect me, became haunting reminders of that night, their unblinking lenses capturing secrets in the dark. I started having dreams, nightmares really, where I was trapped in the office after hours, the hallways stretching endlessly, the lights flickering as unseen footsteps echoed behind me. Eventually, I learned to manage my anxiety, focusing on the practical steps I could take to reclaim a sense of control. But no amount of locks, cameras, or procedures could erase the memory of seeing Gary at my door. That moment when he crossed an invisible line between professional courtesy and something far more sinister. The weeks turned into months. I adjusted, slowly rebuilding my confidence. The routines of daily life returned, though shadows of the past still clung stubbornly to the edges of my mind. But the memory never really left. Even now, long after leaving that job, I sometimes find myself glancing at closed office doors, half expecting to see a familiar figure standing just out of sight. It's a reminder of how quickly safety can be stripped away, how fragile our sense of security truly is. You never expect your space to be violated until it is. And once that line is crossed, you never forget. Story 3. It was a crisp autumn morning when I found the first letter. As usual, I poured myself a cup of coffee and walked outside to check the mailbox. Most days, it held the usual: bills, advertisements, maybe a stray catalog. But that morning, something felt different. Amid the usual stack of envelopes was one that stood out, a single yellowed envelope, worn and creased at the edges. There was no stamp, no return address. Just my name, written in bold, precise letters across the front. I hesitated, glancing up and down the quiet street. No one was there. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, leaves scattering across the pavement. Curiosity tugged at me. I brought the envelope inside, closed the door, and carefully opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its edges slightly brittle. The message was typed in neat, sharp lines. "I hope you enjoyed your day. Morning jog through the park, coffee at the corner cafe, nice chat with the barista. You looked happy." My breath caught in my throat. Every detail was correct. I had gone for a jog in the park that morning. I had stopped at the cafe, and I had chatted briefly with the barista. A polite, forgettable conversation. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't posted about it. The letter ended with one chilling line: "I'll be seeing you." I read the letter again, searching for something, anything that might explain it. Was it a prank? A strange coincidence? The work of someone with too much time on their hands? I folded the letter and tucked it into a drawer, convincing myself it was nothing. An isolated incident. Something weird, but harmless. 3 days later, another letter appeared. It described how I'd spent the previous evening, sitting on the front porch, wrapped in a blanket, reading my favorite book with a cup of tea by my side. You looked cozy out there. My hands shook as I read the words. This wasn't a passing observation. Someone had watched me, seen me in one of my most private, quiet moments. I felt exposed, as though the walls of my home had turned to glass. I checked the front yard, the street, the surrounding woods. Nothing. Just the empty quiet of my neighborhood. When the third letter arrived, I couldn't deny it any longer. Someone was tracking me. This one described a brief conversation I'd had with a delivery driver, word for word. Every detail, from the package I'd received to the exact phrases exchanged, was captured perfectly. I went straight to the police, clutching the letters like damning evidence. They listened carefully, their faces shifting from polite concern to something darker as I described the situation. But there was little they could do. The letters weren't threatening, not explicitly. Without postage, return addresses, or fingerprints, there was nothing to trace. We'll increase patrols in the area, they promised. But their words felt hollow, meant more to comfort than to solve. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the darkened living room, every creak of the house amplified in the suffocating silence. I stared out the window, waiting for what I didn't know. Days passed. The letters didn't stop. One morning I found an envelope heavier than the others. My stomach twisted as I ripped it open. Inside was a detailed sketch of my house. Every window, every door, perfectly rendered. The perspective was unmistakable. It was drawn from across the street. I installed security cameras around the house that same day. Extra locks, motion-activated lights. My home became a fortress, but it didn't feel any safer. Then came the final letter. It arrived on a rainy afternoon. The envelope was damp, its edges curling from the moisture. Inside was a short, typed note. I know what you said to your friend last night. She believed you, but you still have doubts, don't you? My blood ran cold. The conversation it referenced had taken place inside my house, late at night, on the phone, with the windows shut and the blinds drawn. There was no way anyone could have overheard us, unless there was something inside. I tore through the house, searching desperately for hidden cameras, microphones, anything out of place. Every blinking light, every unfamiliar object became a potential threat. But I found nothing. The police returned, examined my home, reviewed the security footage, but the cameras showed no one. No one approaching the house, no one near the mailbox, no one ever there. The letters stopped after that. Their sudden silence was almost worse than their arrival. Why had they stopped? Had the person moved on, or were they waiting for something? Months passed, and though the fear faded, it never disappeared. My home, once my sanctuary, still felt tainted, its walls holding memories of unseen eyes. Even now, long after the letters ceased, I still catch myself glancing at the mailbox each morning, half expecting to see another envelope. I still lock the doors twice before bed. I still check the cameras, replaying the footage just in case. The police called the case unsolved. I call it unfinished, because sometimes the most terrifying things never really end. Story 4. It was a peaceful morning, calm and familiar. The gentle warmth of the sun filtered through the leaves, casting soft patterns of light on the quiet neighborhood streets. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, their songs blending with the rustling of tree branches swaying in the breeze. The air smelled fresh, tinged with the scent of cut grass and blooming flowers, as I strolled along my usual walking route. These morning walks had become a cherished ritual, my way of centering myself before the day's responsibilities took over. There was something soothing about the rhythm of my steps, the steady beat of my heart, and the reassuring familiarity of the streets I'd walked so many times before. After my walk, I stopped by the cozy little cafe on the corner. The barista greeted me with a warm smile, just like she did every morning. Within moments, I held a steaming cup of coffee in my hands, its rich, comforting aroma rising in soft spirals. I lingered for a moment, savoring the first sip, letting its warmth spread through me like a comforting embrace. Feeling refreshed, I turned toward home, eager to return to my safe haven, a place where time seemed to slow down, where the outside world faded into the background. The thought of relaxing in my favorite armchair with a book or simply enjoying the stillness of the house filled me with quiet contentment. But as I approached my front door, something felt off. At first, I couldn't quite place it. The wind stirred the leaves gently, but the air carried an unfamiliar chill, a subtle warning I couldn't ignore. Then I saw it. The door, usually closed and locked securely, was slightly ajar. The lock, once sturdy and dependable, hung askew, its metal frame scratched and bent. My heart skipped a beat, my breath catching in my throat. The sight of the broken lock shattered the serene mood of the morning, replacing it with a creeping sense of unease. For a moment I stood frozen, trying to process what I was seeing. Was someone still inside? Had they left? 1,000 questions swirled through my mind, each one more unsettling than the last. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. The operator's calm, steady voice guided me through the call, assuring me that help was on the way. "Stay outside," she advised gently. "Officers will be there shortly." I moved back toward the street, my eyes never leaving the house. It was still, almost too still, as though holding its breath. The minutes stretched endlessly as I waited, every small sound amplified by my heightened senses, the distant hum of a car engine, the soft rustling of leaves, even the faint creak of a porch step in the wind. At last, the flashing blue lights of a police cruiser illuminated the quiet street. 2 officers approached with calm professionalism, their presence steadying my nerves. They examined the damaged lock with practiced eyes, exchanging a few quiet words before stepping inside. I waited anxiously, straining to hear anything from within the house. Footsteps, voices, anything. Time seemed to stretch impossibly, each passing second weighed down by uncertainty. After what felt like hours, the officers emerged, their faces serious but composed. "There's no one inside," one of them confirmed. "The house is empty, but the lock was definitely forced. We'll collect evidence and investigate further." Relieved, but still uneasy, I nodded, thanking them quietly. As they continued their work, I hesitated at the threshold before finally stepping inside. The familiar warmth of home felt different. The air inside seemed colder, heavier, as though the house itself remembered the intrusion. Slowly, I walked through each room, taking in the quiet disarray left behind. Small personal items, trinkets on the shelves, framed photos on the walls, were out of place. Some of the pictures were crooked, others missing entire. In the bedroom, my jewelry box lay open, its contents scattered haphazardly across the dresser. Pieces I treasured were gone, stolen without a trace. The kitchen, usually a space of comfort and warmth, was left in disarray. Utensils were out of place, drawers half open, pantry shelves rifled through. Even the cozy living room, my favorite retreat, had been disturbed. Books pulled from shelves, blankets tossed aside, small electronics missing. It felt as though someone had examined every part of my life, touching things that were deeply personal, leaving behind an invisible residue of violation. The officers returned with instructions. Make a list of what was missing, check for any security footage, and call if I noticed anything unusual. I nodded numbly, their words distant, drowned out by the dull ache of realization. Alone once more, I moved through the house slowly, cataloging the losses with quiet determination. Each missing item felt like a piece of my world stolen, a memory taken without permission. In the days that followed, I did everything I could to restore a sense of safety. I repaired the broken lock, installed a new security system, and double-checked every door and window, sometimes more than once. But no matter how many precautions I took, the feeling of vulnerability remained. At night, the house felt larger, emptier, as though its walls no longer provided the comfort they once did. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind outside seemed amplified, feeding my restless thoughts. The investigation yielded no clear answers, leaving the mystery unsolved. Life gradually resumed its usual rhythm, but something fundamental had shifted. My home, once a sanctuary, now held the memory of a silent invasion, a reminder that even the safest places can be touched by the unexpected. Time softened the sharp edges of the experience, but its imprint remained, a quiet echo in the corners of a place I had always called home. Story 5. Late one evening, as the last rays of sunlight faded behind the horizon, Sarah felt unusually restless in her quiet suburban home. The walls that had always provided comfort and safety now seemed to close in, thick with a tension she couldn't explain. Brushing off the feeling as a passing unease, she went about her nightly routine, until a discovery shattered her sense of security. While tidying the kitchen, Sarah noticed something out of place. Perched inconspicuously on top of the microwave was a small black device, a tiny, sleek camera. Its lens stared back at her, cold and unblinking. She froze, her mind spinning with confusion and a creeping sense of fear. It wasn't there before, she thought. Her trembling hands reached out, quickly switching off the camera. Breathing heavily, she tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was left by a previous tenant, she reasoned, though deep down, she knew better. Seeking refuge in her bedroom, she hoped a good night's sleep would ease her nerves, but safety was an illusion. As she entered her room, she saw it, a second camera fixed high in the corner of the ceiling, its dark lens blending almost seamlessly with the neutral paint. The realization hit her like a blow. Someone had deliberately placed cameras throughout her home. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she grasped the horrifying truth. She'd been watched. For how long? By whom? Why? The questions clawed at her mind, leaving her breathless. Desperate for answers, Sarah grabbed her phone and searched frantically for ways to detect hidden cameras. The thought of being spied on in her most private moments was unbearable. As the night deepened, she decided to face her fear head-on. Connecting her phone to the cameras, she accessed their stored footage. Her fingers hovered over the screen, dread coursing through her veins. Maybe it would be nothing, just empty recordings from long ago. But it wasn't. The first video showed her in the kitchen, preparing a late-night snack, blissfully unaware of the hidden lens capturing her every move. Another clip showed her curled up on the living room couch, engrossed in a book. Then came the footage from her bedroom. Sarah watched, horror-stricken, as the recordings exposed her most vulnerable moments. Changing clothes, preparing for bed, moments meant for no one's eyes but her own. She felt sick, violated, her sanctuary turned into a stage for someone else's twisted gaze. Fighting back tears, she dialed 911. Within minutes, an officer arrived. They examined the cameras, gathered the devices, and promised to launch a full investigation. Sarah struggled to explain her mounting fear, her voice trembling with every word. The officer's assurances offered little comfort. The damage was already done. Days stretched into weeks with no answers. Her once cozy home felt sinister and foreign. Every creak of the floorboards made her jump. Every unfamiliar sound sent her heart racing. The walls she had trusted to keep her safe now seemed to harbor unseen threats. Then, one evening, she found something new, something far worse. Among the usual stack of mail was a plain white envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper bearing a chilling message. "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." Sarah's blood ran cold. The message confirmed her darkest fear. The person responsible was still watching, still out there, taunting her. Whoever it was knew her vulnerability and thrived on her terror. Her survival instincts kicked in. She installed more security cameras, reinforced the locks, and altered her daily routines to be less predictable. She even considered moving, but felt trapped by financial constraints and the uncertainty of what lay beyond her current nightmare. Months dragged by with no updates from the police. The investigation hit a dead end. The identity of the voyeur remained a mystery, a phantom lurking beyond her reach. The cameras were gone, but their impact remained, embedded deep in her psyche. Her home was no longer a place of rest, but a battlefield of constant vigilance. She lived on edge, locked in a state of hyper-awareness. Even the smallest, most mundane tasks felt like acts of defiance against an unseen enemy. Slowly, Sarah tried to reclaim her life. She leaned on friends, sought therapy, and worked tirelessly to rebuild a sense of normalcy. Small victories, like laughing with a friend or enjoying a quiet cup of tea, offered glimmers of hope. But some scars run too deep. The memory of those cold, staring lenses haunted her. She could never fully escape the violation she had endured, or the knowledge that someone had reduced her life to a twisted form of entertainment. Though time dulled the immediate fear, the shadow of that night lingered, a permanent reminder of how easily privacy can be stolen, how safety can be shattered in an instant. The cameras were gone, but Sarah would always feel watched. Story 6. It was one of those quiet, still nights when the world seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the steady hum of my car's engine and the occasional rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. I was driving home after visiting friends, the clock edging past midnight, the road ahead stretching empty under the dim glow of scattered streetlights. I enjoyed late-night drives. There was something peaceful about the solitude, the stillness of the world asleep while I navigated familiar country roads. The winding lanes leading to my house were comforting in their isolation, until they weren't. It began with a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought nothing of it. Just another car sharing the road, probably headed toward one of the rural homes scattered through the countryside. But as the miles rolled by, the headlights remained fixed behind me. Neither gaining nor falling behind, they mirrored my pace with an unsettling precision. I brushed off my unease, reasoning that the driver must be headed in the same direction. Still, I couldn't ignore the knot tightening in my stomach. I pressed the accelerator slightly, hoping to create some distance. The car matched my speed. I slowed down. The car slowed too. A cold realization crept over me. Whoever was behind the wheel, they were following me. The steady hum of the tires against the pavement now seemed deafening. I forced myself to stay calm, glancing at the mirror again. The headlights followed like twin, unblinking eyes in the darkness. I made a sharp turn onto a less traveled side road, one filled with winding bends and steep hills, difficult terrain for anyone unfamiliar with the area. I hoped the unpredictable route would shake them off. But when I checked the mirror again, the headlights were still there. Steady, relentless. My pulse quickened. I had heard stories, urban legends of late-night stalkers, tales whispered around campfires, but I had never imagined finding myself in one. This was real. I tightened my grip on the steering wheel, my knuckles turning white as I tried to think clearly. I couldn't drive home. I couldn't lead them there. Taking a deep breath, I decided to test them. I took another sharp turn onto an even narrower dirt road, a path only locals would know, barely wide enough for two cars. I varied my speed, alternating between fast bursts and sudden slow crawls. But no matter what I did, the headlights followed, never falling too far behind. They know where I'm going. The trees loomed taller, their twisted branches reaching overhead like skeletal fingers. The isolation that had once comforted me now felt suffocating, the dark pressing in from all sides. Desperation set in as I spotted a small gravel pull-off. almost invisible in the shadows. With a sharp turn, I pulled into the lot, cutting my engine and switching off the headlights. Darkness swallowed me whole. My chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid breaths as I sat in the silence, gripping the steering wheel with trembling hands. Moments passed. Then, I saw them, the other car's headlights appearing at the top of the hill. They moved slowly, scanning the road like a predator searching for prey. I sank lower in my seat, heart pounding so loudly I feared it might give me away. The car crept closer, its beams cutting through the night, sweeping the edge of the gravel lot. I held my breath. Time stretched unbearably, every second drawn out into an eternity. Finally, the car continued down the road, its taillights vanishing into the darkness. I stayed motionless, frozen by the intensity of what had just happened. Only when the silence returned, cold and suffocating, did I dare move. I started the engine, wincing at the noise, and cautiously pulled back onto the road. My eyes darted between the rearview mirror and the empty horizon ahead. Every shadow seemed deeper now. Every flicker of light made my stomach twist with fear. When I finally reached my driveway and hit the remote for the garage door, relief washed over me as the heavy metal door closed behind me, sealing me inside. But even in the safety of my home, the anxiety lingered like a stain that couldn't be washed away. I reported the incident to the local police the next morning. They listened attentively, but offered little comfort. Without a description of the vehicle or a license plate number, there was nothing they could do. Stay alert, they advised, a cold reminder of how vulnerable I had been. Days passed, but the memory refused to fade. Every late-night drive felt like a risk, every pair of headlights in my rearview mirror a potential threat. I avoided empty roads, sticking to well-lit streets and busier routes, but even then, the feeling never completely left me. Those headlights became a symbol of something darker, a reminder that even the most familiar roads can become dangerous in an instant. The car was never found, the driver was never identified. But some nights, when I'm driving alone and the road stretches empty ahead, I catch myself glancing in the mirror, half expecting to see those same unblinking headlights following once again. Story 7. The first sign that something was wrong came when I noticed the silence. My cat Whiskers always greeted me at the door when I came home. Her soft purring, playful jumps, and the gentle brew shesh of her fur against my legs were as much a part of my daily routine as unlocking the front door. But that day, the house felt still, too still. Whiskers? I called out, my voice echoing through the quiet rooms. No familiar meow answered me, no soft thud of paws hitting the floor. The silence pressed in like a heavy fog. I searched her usual spots first, under the bed, curled on the windowsill, tucked into the back of the closet where she loved to nap. Nothing. Anxiety bloomed in my chest as I checked behind every piece of furniture, under tables, and even in cupboards, though I knew she couldn't possibly be there. Still nothing. Desperate, I stepped outside, shaking her favorite treat bag, its familiar rattle usually enough to send her sprinting toward me. The yard was empty, the quiet street beyond eerily still. I called her name again and again, but only the wind answered, whispering softly through the trees. Hours of searching stretched into a long, sleepless night. The next morning I printed missing cat flyers, choosing the best photo I had of Whiskers, her soft gray fur shining in the sun, her bright green eyes practically glowing. I posted them on every lamppost and community board within a mile. I knocked on neighbors' doors, handed out flyers, and explained through a strained voice what had happened. Some promised to keep an eye out, their faces warm with sympathy. Others politely nodded but seemed distracted, as though already filing my plea away as hopeless. Days passed. Every call I received sent a jolt of hope through me, only for it to crumble when the tips led nowhere. "I think I saw a gray cat near the park," one neighbor said. "Could have sworn I saw one by the alley yesterday," said another. Each false lead tightened the knot of dread in my chest. A week slipped by, and the house felt colder without her. Her empty food bowl sat untouched, a quiet reminder of her absence. I began to lose hope, haunted by the thought that she might be lost, or worse. Then one quiet evening, as the first stars appeared in the darkening sky, I heard a sound, a faint, familiar meow coming from the front porch. My heart leaped as I rushed to the door, throwing it open with trembling hands. There, sitting on the top step, was Whiskers. Relief surged through me, and I dropped to my knees, ready to scoop her into my arms, but I froze. Whiskers wasn't the same. Her sleek fur was matted and dirty, her normally bright eyes dull and clouded with fear. She walked with a noticeable limp, her paws raw and battered. My voice cracked as I whispered her name, and she flinched as though expecting to be struck. Carefully, I gathered her into my arms, cradling her trembling body against my chest. Tears blurred my vision as I brought her inside, murmuring words of comfort while she trembled uncontrollably. In the soft light of the living room, I examined her injuries, small cuts, bruises, and raw patches on her delicate paws, as though she'd walked miles on rough ground. I gently cleaned her wounds, offering food and water. She barely touched either, too exhausted and frightened to eat. Then, as I removed her collar to wash it, something slipped free, a small folded piece of paper tucked beneath the fabric. My breath hitched as I unfolded it, my hands shaking. The message, written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting, chilled me to the core. She was ours for a while. The words burned into my mind, sharp and menacing. Someone had taken her, kept her, and then, for reasons I couldn't fathom, decided to return her. The implications swirled like a dark storm. Who had taken her? What had they done to her? And why had they brought her back in such a broken state? The thought made my stomach turn. I contacted the local authorities the next morning, showing them the note and describing Whiskers' condition. Though they listened carefully, they seemed uncertain how to proceed. With no witnesses and no concrete evidence, their investigation stalled before it could even begin. At the vet's office, I learned the full extent of her injuries: deep bruises, cuts, and deep, painfully raw paw pads. The vet couldn't determine what exactly had happened, but assured me that with care, Whiskers would heal. "She's resilient," they said gently, "but emotionally, she might need time." Over the following weeks, Whiskers slowly began to recover. She still flinched at sudden movements and avoided dark corners, but bit by bit, her curiosity returned. One day she cautiously climbed onto the windowsill, basking in the sunlight like she used to. Another day, she batted at her favorite toy with tentative swipes. But the note continued to haunt me. Its meaning, its source, everything about it lingered like a shadow at the edge of my thoughts. I asked around the neighborhood, hoping someone had seen something, but no one had any answers. The trail went cold. Determined to protect her, I installed new locks, security cameras, and motion lights. Even then, I couldn't fully shake the sense of being watched, as though unseen eyes were still out there, waiting. Whiskers, however, grew stronger every day. Her purrs returned, soft at first, then louder, like they'd never left. She curled up next to me at night, her small, warm body pressed against mine as if grounding both of us in the present. Though the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, her return became a symbol of resilience. Whatever she had endured, she had survived. And as I watched her sleep peacefully in her favorite spot one quiet evening, I felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. The house, once cold and empty, felt warm again, filled with quiet breaths and gentle purring. The note, though still tucked away in a drawer, had lost its power over me. It was no longer a symbol of fear, but of endurance, of a bond that couldn't be broken, no matter what darkness tried to take her away. Some mysteries are never fully solved, but sometimes just having the ones you love close again is answer enough. Story 8. When I woke up, the world was a muffled blur. A nauseating haze of confusion clouded my senses. My wrists throbbed, tightly bound behind my back, and rough fabric pressed over my eyes, plunging me into darkness. Panic threatened to consume me, but instinct forced me to breathe, slow and steady. I had to assess my situation if I wanted to survive. The air was stale, tinged with something metallic and industrial. Beneath me was a rough wooden surface, splintered and cold. As I shifted, the floor groaned faintly, as though the room itself resented my presence. Then I heard it, a soft rustling sound from somewhere close. Someone or something had been here recently. I strained against my bindings, twisting my wrists until I could feel the coarse rope scrape against my skin. My fingers brushed against something cool and solid, a book. The cover was textured, old leather worn smooth with time. I fumbled to pull it closer and awkwardly flipped it open. Through the tight edges of the blindfold, a faint sliver of light allowed me to see the first page. If you are reading this, you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions carefully. Your time starts now. My pulse surged. The words were written in hurried, jagged strokes, as though etched in desperation or malice. Beneath the message was a crude, hand-drawn map of the room. Several points were marked with symbols I couldn't decipher. Find the key, solve the puzzles, escape, or perish. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just captivity, it was a test. Using the map as a guide, I shifted across the splintered floor, straining against my bonds. My hands scraped against something uneven, the edge of a loose floorboard, just as the map indicated. Desperation fueled me as I wedged my fingers underneath and yanked it free. My fingers closed around something cold and metallic, a key. The next note in the journal was terse. Unlock the drawer. With the key clenched between my fingers, I scooted toward the nearby table. My blind fumbling found a small lock beneath the surface. A turn of the key brought a satisfying click. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Solve this riddle to proceed. I am not alive, but I can die. Without me, you won't survive. What am I? My mind raced through possibilities. Every second that passed felt like a countdown. Air, light, water, water. I scanned the room as best I could, still blindfolded, searching for anything related to water. My fingers grazed a rusted metal bucket near the far wall. Taped to its side was a small combination lockbox. I strained to remember the numbers scrawled next to the water symbol on the map and dialed them in with trembling fingers. The lock clicked open. Inside was a vial of clear liquid and another note, spray to reveal. I uncapped the vial and sprayed it across the walls and floor, hoping for a miracle. Slowly, faint symbols emerged, glowing lines drawn in an invisible ink only the liquid could reveal. They formed a path. I followed the trail on my hands and knees until I reached a hollow-sounding section of the wall. Pressing against it triggered a mechanical click, and a hidden compartment popped open. Inside was another key, larger this time. The next journal entry read, "This key opens the door. Use it, if you dare." I fought to keep my breathing steady as I crawled toward where the map indicated the door would be. My fingers brushed cool metal, a heavy lock. With the last of my strength, I inserted the key and twisted. The lock released with a sharp snap. The door groaned open, flooding the room with a pale, ghostly light. Fresh air rushed in, sharp and cold. I yanked off the blindfold, blinking furiously as the harsh light stabbed at my eyes. I was in a long, decaying corridor, lined with peeling wallpaper and broken fixtures. The air smelled of damp stone and rust. It was still confined, but it was freedom compared to the suffocating room I had escaped. The journal trembled in my grasp, its cracked leather cover now stained with sweat and dust. I had survived the first trial. But as I stood there, heart pounding, I realized this was only the beginning. The hallway stretched into darkness, silent and waiting. The test wasn't over. It had just begun. Story 9. It started quietly, so quietly that I almost didn't notice. At first, the messages in my social media inbox felt like typical internet noise. Anonymous comments from a blank profile. Simple, forgettable things. How's your day? Nice post. Harmless, or so I thought. I ignored them, assuming it was some random account, maybe even an automated bot. But then, the messages became personal. The first one that truly unsettled me arrived late one evening. "I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to have a good time." My breath caught. I had gone to dinner with Alex the night before, but I hadn't posted about it. I hadn't mentioned it online, or to anyone. It was just the two of us at a quiet, out-of-the-way restaurant. How could someone know? Trying to stay rational, I told myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe someone had seen us at the restaurant. Maybe it was a strange prank. But unease settled in, prickling at the edges of my mind. Just to be safe, I changed all my passwords, email, social media, even my banking apps. A tedious but necessary precaution. That should be enough, I thought. It wasn't. The messages didn't stop. A few days later, another one appeared. "I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love." I felt cold all over. I had been at the coffee shop. I had been reading the book. But I hadn't told anyone. Not online, not even casually in conversation. Someone had seen me. The messages came from a blank account. No profile picture, no name, no identifying details. Just a cold, empty presence lurking behind a screen. I reported the account to the platform, hoping they'd shut it down. But then, it got worse. The messages became intimate, referencing things only I could know. Private conversations I'd had with close friends, personal routines I hadn't shared with anyone, not even online. One message still haunts me. "I'm glad you and Lisa resolved that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk." Lisa was my closest friend, and the conversat I referenced was something we'd discussed in private, in the safety of my own home. I hadn't told anyone else. By this point, I was spiraling. I reached out to friends and family, asking if anyone had shared details of my life, maybe by accident, but they were just as confused and concerned as I was. No one knew anything. I turned to a cybersecurity expert, hoping for answers. They scanned my devices, checked for spyware, looked for signs of hacking, but found nothing. My phone, my computer, my accounts, they were clean. The expert's verdict should have brought comfort, but it only deepened my terror. It meant they weren't using technology. They were closer. Desperate and paranoid, I changed everything about my routine. I stopped going to familiar places. I avoided social media entirely. I stopped checking in anywhere and kept my phone's location services off. I thought that by disappearing, I could escape the anonymous gaze that followed me everywhere. But then came the next message. "I noticed you haven't been going to the gym lately. Taking a break?" My stomach twisted. I had stopped going to the gym, quietly, without mentioning it to anyone. No texts, no posts, no conversations. They weren't guessing. They were watching. Panic became my constant companion. I jumped at shadows, avoided walking alone, and kept the blinds shut tight. Every unfamiliar face on the street felt like a potential threat. Every passing glance lingered just a little too long. Then, the messages turned darker. One night, as I lay in bed, my phone buzzed. A new message. "I know where you live. I'll be watching." My breath stopped. My hands trembled as I read the words over and over, heart pounding in my chest. I called the police immediately. I handed over every screenshot, every message, every piece of evidence. They promised to investigate, but warned me that anonymous accounts are notoriously difficult to trace. Weeks passed. The police kept in touch but had no leads. And then, the messages stopped. The account disappeared, vanished without a trace. The silence should have felt like relief, but it didn't. It felt unfinished, like something left hanging in the air, waiting. I never found out who was behind the messages, or why they had chosen me. The case went cold, buried under countless unsolved reports. But the experience left scars far deeper than I expected. It taught me how fragile privacy truly is, how easily the walls of your life can be peeled away by unseen hands. Even now, long after the messages stopped, I still catch myself looking over my shoulder, still checking the locks one last time before I sleep, still wondering if they ever truly went away, because some shadows never really leave. Story 10. It started innocently enough. One morning my phone buzzed with a notification. I expected the usual social media updates, a calendar reminder. Instead, there was a text from an unknown number. Watch your step today. I dismissed it as a prank. Some random spammer, I thought, trying to be clever. Still, the words stuck with me as I went about my day. By lunchtime, I had slipped on a wet sidewalk, spilled coffee on my shirt, and got caught in a sudden downpour without an umbrella. None of these incidents were particularly disastrous, but together they felt orchestrated, like the universe was conspiring against me. The next morning, my phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. Someone will take something you value today. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. When I got to work, my stomach dropped. My favorite pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was missing from my desk. I searched everywhere, even crawling under my coworkers' desks, but it was gone. By the end of the week, the messages were undeniable. Every day brought a new cryptic text and a matching misfortune. You'll be interrupted during an important call. Be wary of unexpected advice. The predictions were vague but disturbingly accurate. These weren't lucky guesses, they were tailored to my life. I tried blocking the number, but the guess kept coming from slightly altered versions of the same string. No matter what I did, they found their way to me. One night, sitting alone at my kitchen table, I stared at my phone, waiting. Anxiety gnawed at me, an invisible hand tightening its grip around my chest. The air in the room felt heavy, suffocating. At exactly midnight, my phone buzzed again. It's time for a real test. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move. By morning, I was a wreck, dragging myself through the day in a fog of exhaustion and paranoia. Then came the next message. A close friend will betray your trust. My stomach twisted. Amy. We'd been inseparable since college, laughing over midnight study sessions, sharing our dreams, and supporting each other through heartbreaks. The idea of betrayal from her felt impossible. But later that day, Amy called, her voice shaky and hesitant. At the cafe where we met, she couldn't meet my eyes. Her hands trembled as she slid an envelope across the table. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I never wanted you to find out like this." My heart pounded as I opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, Amy with my former boss, Richard. The images told a story I didn't want to believe. Secret meetings, late-night discussions in dimly lit offices, whispered conversations in hidden corners. "He asked me to spy on you," Amy confessed, her eyes glistening with tears. "He thought you were hiding something, and I didn't know how to say no." I left the cafe without a word, the envelope clutched tightly in my trembling hands. But that was only the beginning. The messages kept coming, darker and more personal. They escalated from petty misfortunes to looming threats that haunted my every waking moment. The final message arrived on a gray Friday morning. "Everything you've built will crumble today." By then, I was barely holding it together. The relentless texts, Amy's betrayal, and the constant dread had hollowed me out. Still, I tried to brace myself, hoping to endure whatever came next. But it didn't matter. One by one, the pieces of my life shattered. A major project I'd spent months perfecting fell apart in hours. A key client pulled their contract. By the end of the day, I was handed a termination notice. I sat at my empty desk, staring at the final message on my phone. "Your misery is complete." That night, something inside me snapped. I had lost my job, my trust in others, and my sense of safety. It was time to fight back. Desperate for answers, I traced the number to a prepaid phone, a dead end offering no clues. The authorities dismissed my concerns as the work of a skilled prankster or a twisted coincidence. They didn't understand. The texts weren't just predictions, they were instructions. manipulating my life like pieces on a chessboard. Then, as suddenly as they started, the messages stopped. But the damage was done. Amy tried to reach out, begging for forgiveness, but I couldn't face her. The betrayal was still too raw. Weeks turned into months as I tried to rebuild my life. Yet the memory of the messages lingered like a shadow in the corner of my mind. The cryptic warnings, the precise predictions, they had unraveled my reality, leaving me to question everything. Who had sent them? How had they known so much? I never found the answers. What I did find was a chilling truth. Even in the most ordinary moments, the unknown can reach out and tear apart the fabric of our lives. The messages became a haunting reminder of how fragile trust can be, and how deeply the unseen forces of the world can shape us. Even now, every buzz of my phone sends a chill down my spine. Story 11. The first night in my new house was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Nestled on the outskirts of town, the old house stood proudly at the end of a winding, tree-lined road. Its wooden floors groaned underfoot, and its tall ceilings seemed to gather the quiet into deep, resonant stillness. It was exactly the retreat I'd been searching for after months of relentless work stress. A place far from the bustling city where life could slow down and breathe. The move had been exhausting but satisfying. As the last box was unpacked, I stood in the living room, letting the serenity of the house settle over me. It felt timeless, its age lending it a kind of protective warmth. With a contented sigh, I climbed the creaking staircase to the cozy bedroom I had carefully arranged. The soft glow of a single lamp cast gentle shadows across the walls. Snuggled under the thick blankets, I let the deep silence of the house embrace me. The only sounds were the occasional creak of settling wood, the natural breathing of an old home. It was comforting at first, a reminder that the house was alive, holding stories from long ago. But just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic sound, soft, almost tentative. It was so quiet that at first I thought it was just my imagination. Probably old pipes or wind slipping through an unseen crack in a window. Smiling at my own paranoia, I rolled over and let sleep take me. The following nights were much the same. As I lay in bed, I would hear it, gentle, muffled taps, almost like distant footsteps. They were hesitant at first, fading in and out like a forgotten memory. Each time I rose from bed, flashlight in hand, determined to trace the sound. I searched every room, every shadowy corner, but the house was empty, still and undisturbed. The windows were secure, the doors locked. It's nothing, I told myself, just the house settling. But the sound persisted. Night after night it returned, soft, deliberate footsteps moving slowly through the house. They would start in the hallway near the front door, pass through the kitchen, and then approach the bedrooms. There was a rhythm to them, a measured pace that felt deliberate, almost thoughtful. Sleep became a distant memory. I lay awake, tense and listening, waiting for the inevitable steps. The comforting quiet of the house now felt charged with something unseen, something aware. One particularly still autumn evening, I sat alone in the living room, a cup of tea cooling in my hands. The wind outside had stilled, leaving the night unusually hushed. As I stared at the flickering television, I heard the steps again, faint at first, then growing louder. I muted the TV, straining to hear. The sound moved steadily through the house, each step precise and measured. My heart thudded in my chest as I gripped my flashlight and moved through the darkened rooms. The footsteps seemed to shift as I searched, always staying just out of reach. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak more significant. But as always, I found nothing. Weeks passed and fear turned into fixation. I installed extra locks on the windows and doors, checking them compulsively. I set up a recorder in the hallway, determined to capture the sound. Late into the night, I sat motionless in the dark, waiting. The house was still at first, heavy with expectation. Then, just as always, the footsteps began, soft and measured, moving through the house as if following a familiar path. I held my breath, letting the recorder capture every sound. The next morning, with trembling fingers, I played back the recording. The footsteps were there, clear and unmistakable. But there was something else. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper threaded through the sound. The words were too soft to understand, but the tone, it was searching, calling. Desperate for answers, I contacted a team of paranormal investigators. They arrived with cameras, sensors, and all manner of equipment. They explored the house meticulously, documenting every creak, every shift in temperature. But when morning came, they had nothing. Just the usual sounds of an old house. They said, their faces marked by polite skepticism. Their dismissal only deepened my dread. Then, one cold, still night, the footsteps came closer than ever before. I woke with a start, heart pounding, as the sound of slow, deliberate pacing echoed just outside my bedroom door. The steps paused, then resumed, each measured step driving a cold spike, of fear through me. Summoning all my courage, I threw back the covers and crept to the door. My hand trembled as I gripped the handle and flung it open. The hallway was empty, but the sound lingered, as if trapped in the walls themselves. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice trembling. The only response was the house's oppressive silence. Not long after, while organizing old boxes in the attic, I discovered something strange. A dusty, leather-bound journal tucked beneath a pile of forgotten belongings. Its pages were brittle, the ink faded but still legible. It belonged to a former owner of the house. My breath hitched as I read their entries, accounts of sleepless nights, the relentless pacing of unseen steps, and the growing sense of unease. Page after page detailed the same haunting experience, the same unexplainable sounds. The final entry stopped me cold. The echoes of the past never leave. After finding the journal, the footsteps slowly faded, as though their story had finally been told. The house grew quieter, though it never felt truly at peace. And sometimes, on the stillest of nights, when the wind is silent and the world holds its breath, I can still hear them, faint, distant, moving through the darkened hallways, a quiet reminder that some echoes linger long after they should have faded away. Story 12. It started as a desperate attempt to escape. After months of identity theft, cryptic messages, and the discovery of a mysterious grave linked to my past, my therapist suggested a retreat, a remote cabin far from the chaos of city life. The promise of isolation felt like a balm to my frayed nerves, a chance to reclaim my peace. The cabin was deep in the mountains, accessible only by a winding, overgrown road that snaked through dense forest. Surrounded by towering pines and a tranquil lake, it seemed like the perfect place to clear my head. Its rustic wooden siding and cozy front porch invited a sense of comfort that felt long overdue. For the first few days, life was peaceful. I hiked through serene trails, soaked in the mountain air, and let the stillness ease my restless mind. Nights were quiet, with only the distant call of owls breaking the silence. I began to feel like I could finally breathe again. On the fourth day, while organizing a cluttered closet, I found something strange, a small, dusty wooden box tucked behind old blankets. Curiosity tugged at me. Inside were personal items, a cracked leather journal, faded photographs, and a few pieces of worn clothing, including a jacket stained with what looked like dried blood. My heart quickened as I opened the journal. Its pages were filled with frenzied, almost illegible handwriting. The entries spoke of paranoia and fear, of strange figures watching from the woods and whispers in the dark. One entry burned itself into my mind. "They're watching me. I can feel them. They're in the shadows, always waiting. I can't escape." The photographs were equally unsettling. They showed the cabin from various angles, but in the backgrounds, blurred and partially obscured, shadowy figures seemed to linger. My hands shook as I flipped through the images. Each picture felt invasive, as though someone had been documenting the cabin, and possibly its occupants, for a long time. Determined to shake the unease, I searched the basement. The stale air clung to my skin as I explored the dimly lit space. Behind a loose wooden panel in the wall, I discovered a hidden compartment containing lockpicking tools, hand-drawn maps of the surrounding woods, and a stack of surveillance notes. The notes were meticulous. They detailed the movements of past visitors, describing their routines, appearances, and even emotional states. Crude sketches of faces filled the margins, distorted by hasty strokes of a trembling hand. The final page read, "I see them. They know I'm here. They'll come for me soon." A cold dread settled over me. Was the previous occupant paranoid, or had they been right? I couldn't tell if I was uncovering the ramblings of a disturbed mind or evidence of something far more sinister. That night, the cabin's silence felt oppressive. Every creak of the floorboards and rustle of wind outside sent my heart racing. I lay in bed, straining to hear past the pounding of my pulse. The once welcoming cabin now felt like a trap, its dark corners hiding unseen threats. The next morning I called the rental agency, desperate for answers. The agent seemed oddly evasive, dismissing my concerns as stories from the past, and assuring me the cabin was perfectly safe. But their discomfort only deepened my unease. They promised to look into it before hastily ending the call. Frustrated and determined, I contacted local authorities. Their records showed nothing unusual. No missing persons reports, no violent incidents. Yet when pressed, they admitted the cabin had a history of short-term tenants leaving without explanation. I couldn't ignore the growing sense that I was being watched. Every rustling leaf, every shifting shadow felt charged with malevolent intent. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone still out there? Had they been watching me since I arrived? By the end of the week, I made the decision to leave. Whatever peace I'd hoped to find in the mountains had been consumed by the overwhelming dread that now clung to the cabin like a second skin. As I loaded my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My eyes darted to the dark tree line, searching for movement, but the forest stood silent and still. Before driving away, I glanced one last time in the rearview mirror. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw something, a figure partially obscured by the shadows of the trees. But when I blinked, it was gone. The winding road swallowed the cabin behind me, but the suffocating sense of being pursued lingered. What I had found, or perhaps what had found me, wasn't something that could be left behind. The fear followed, settling into the corners of my mind like an unwelcome guest, whispering that the shadows were never truly empty. Story 13. The day I moved into my new house was supposed to mark the start of an exciting chapter. After landing a long-awaited promotion, I rewarded myself with a charming, century-old home nestled on a quiet street in a historic neighborhood. Its weathered brick facade and ivy-covered porch seemed to radiate warmth and character. But dreams have a way of twisting into nightmares. The first few weeks passed in a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. The house had its quirks, a dripping faucet, a door that wouldn't quite latch, but nothing unexpected for a place its age. I chalked it up to the charm of living in a home with history. Then came the puddle. One morning, I walked into the kitchen and found a pool of water spreading across the floor. It wasn't a minor leak. It was substantial enough to make me wonder if I'd left the tap running. I called a plumber who inspected every pipe and joint. "Faulty seal," he said, tightening a connection. "Happens in old houses. Just keep an eye on it." I thought that would be the end of it. I was wrong. A few days later, I noticed a crack running along the living room wall, a thin, jagged line stretching from the ceiling toward the corner. At first, it was barely noticeable, but each time I looked, it seemed longer, deeper, like creeping ivy etching its way through stone. Alarmed, I called a contractor. Bob, the contractor, arrived with a skeptical air and a well-worn clipboard. After a brief inspection, he shrugged dismissively. "Old houses settle," he said. "Cracks like this are normal. Don't lose sleep over it." I wanted to believe him, but the house had other plans. One night, I came home to find the living room completely rearranged. The sofa had been pushed to the far corner, facing the wall. The coffee table was flipped on its side, and books from the shelves lay scattered across the floor. I stood frozen in the doorway, heart pounding. Had I done this and forgotten? Was I losing my mind? I reset the room, blaming exhaustion, but deep down, unease settled like a weight in my chest. Then the bedroom door begged, and unlocking itself. Every morning, I woke to find it ajar, even though I distinctly remembered locking it before bed. Smudged fingerprints appeared on the bathroom mirror, shapes too large and undefined to be my own. The tipping point came when my neighbor called while I was at work. "I saw a man in a black jacket walking around your property," she said. By the time I got home, he was gone. My porch light had been shattered, and a garden gnome by the front steps lay toppled, its face cracked. I reported the incident to the police, but with no evidence, there wasn't much they could do. The combination of these incidents, the cracks, the disturbances, the intruder, felt like too much to be coincidence. Bob, ever practical, insisted it was all part of the house's personality. Settling walls, faulty locks, bad wiring. It was an old house, after all. But I couldn't accept that explanation. Driven by desperation, I delved into the property's history. Hours at the local library yielded frustratingly little, no significant events, no suspicious records. It was as if the house's past had been erased. Meanwhile, the disturbances escalated. Cracks spread across other walls. Water stains appeared on ceilings where no pipes ran. One evening, I returned home to find every kitchen cabinet flung open, dishes shattered on the floor like they'd been hurled in a fit of rage. It felt like the house was resisting me, pushing back, rejecting my presence. I demanded Bob conduct a more thorough investigation. Begrudgingly, he assembled a team of structural experts. They spent hours examining every beam, every foundation stone. Their conclusion was infuriatingly familiar. "Normal settling for a house this age," they repeated. "Nothing dangerous." But I knew better. The final piece of the puzzle came when I tracked down the previous owner, an older woman named Margaret. At first, she was hesitant to speak, but after some coaxing, her story spilled out in a rush of whispered confessions. She and her late husband had experienced similar disturbances, furniture moving on its own, unexplained noises, doors unlocking by themselves. They'd fled the house after a particularly terrifying night when every window shattered simultaneously. "We sold it as fast as we could," she admitted, her voice trembling. "We couldn't live with it." The house's secrets, whatever they were too much for me to endure. I packed my things and moved out, leaving behind the cracks, the leaks, and the feeling of being watched. To this day, the house still stands, its charming facade masking whatever dark history lies within. I've since found a new place to call home, one where surprises are limited to creaky stairs and a stubborn back door. But I'll never forget my time in that house. It remains a haunting reminder that some places hold secrets, dark, restless secrets that refuse to stay buried. And some secrets don't want to be uncovered. Story 14. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I was scrolling through my social media feed on a quiet Sunday morning when a post caught my eye. It was long, detailed, and horrifyingly familiar. The accusations were directed at someone I knew all too well. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake or a cruel prank. But as I read further, my stomach clenched. The post described events from my life with chilling precision. Places I'd visited, private conversations, even deeply personal details only someone close to me could know. The anonymity of the post only heightened my dread. It felt as if someone had ripped open my life and laid it bare for the world to dissect. Desperately, I scrolled through the comments. Some were supportive, but many were vicious and condemning. The accusations were spreading like wildfire, shared by friends, colleagues, and acquaintances. This wasn't just an attack on my reputation. It was a calculated attempt to destroy my existence. I knew I had to act fast. My first instinct was to address the allegations head-on. With trembling fingers, I composed a detailed, heartfelt response. I denied the claims, addressed each accusation clearly, and expressed my willingness to cooperate with any investigation. I posted the statement on all my social media accounts and contacted the platform administrators, hoping to have the original post taken down. But the damage was already done. Despite my efforts, the accusations continued to spread. The more I defended myself, the more trapped I felt in a never-ending cycle of suspicion. The allegations were disturbingly detailed, too specific to dismiss as random lies. I couldn't shake the fear that whoever was behind this knew me intimately. The next few days passed in a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I contacted a lawyer who urged me to gather every piece of evidence that could clear my name. Together we compiled documents, messages, and alibis. I gave statements to the police and opened myself up to scrutiny in ways I had never imagined. At the same time, I launched my own investigation. I combed through recent interactions, looking for anyone who might have held a grudge. My mind fixated on every awkward conversation, every unresolved argument. Someone had to be behind this, and I was determined to find out who. One person stood out. A former friend with whom I'd had a falling out a few months prior. We'd parted on bad terms, but nothing that seemed serious enough to spark this level of retaliation. Still, the timeline fit, and their recent distant behavior seemed suspicious. I decided to confront them directly. The conversation was tense and uncomfortable. I laid out my suspicions, detailing how the accusations mirrored personal knowledge they might have held. They reacted with shock and hurt, vehemently denying any involvement. Their distress seemed genuine, and they even offered to help me gather more evidence. Despite their apparent sincerity, something still felt off. Was their reaction real, or an expertly crafted performance? Weeks passed as the investigation dragged on, the uncertainty eating away at me. The authorities traced the anonymous post to a series of encrypted accounts, but found no clear link to anyone specific. Each dead end only deepened my sense of helplessness. Then, a breakthrough. An anonymous tip led investigators to a hidden cache of digital records, chat logs, plans, and detailed timelines of the smear campaign. The precision was terrifying. It was like reading a script written by someone who knew me inside and out. The truth hit harder than I could have imagined. The mastermind was a disgruntled former employee, someone I had once trusted. Jealousy, resentment, and a twisted thirst for revenge had driven them to orchestrate the entire campaign, recruiting others and weaving a web of lies designed to tear my life apart. The revelation shattered me. This wasn't just a random act of malice. It was personal, calculated, and deeply cruel. The police made arrests, and the perpetrators faced legal consequences. My name was officially cleared, but the damage had already been done. Rebuilding my life was slow and painful. My reputation, though restored in the eyes of the law, remained tarnished in the court of public opinion. Relationships strained by doubt took time and effort to mend. Some were never the same. The ordeal taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and survival. It exposed the fragile boundaries between private and public life and the devastating power of a lie skillfully told. I learned how easily someone's entire existence could be shattered by deception, and how long it could take to rebuild. Though the scars of that dark chapter still linger, I refuse to let them define me. The shadows of betrayal and manipulation may never fully fade, but I've emerged stronger, wiser, and determined to move forward on my terms. Story 15. It began with a note. I remember the day vividly, a crisp autumn afternoon, golden leaves tumbling along the sidewalk as I returned home from work. Exhausted but looking forward to a quiet evening, I noticed a small envelope slipped under my door. There was no return address, just my name, scrawled in elegant handwriting, Curious and somewhat flattered by the unexpected mail, I picked it up and stepped inside. The letter was from a reader of my blog. It was warm and thoughtful, praising my recent post on the complexities of modern relationships. Their words were eloquent, almost poetic, but there was something about the tone, a subtle edge, that left me uneasy. I brushed it off, attributing my feelings to an overactive imagination, and went about my evening. After all, I had a modest following, and it wasn't uncommon for readers to reach out. A week later, another note arrived. This one was more personal. The writer mentioned details of my daily routine, how they had noticed I liked to walk to the coffee shop on Wednesdays, that I always ordered a cappuccino, and that my favorite spot was by the window. I hope we bump into each other someday, the letter concluded. I felt a flicker of unease. How did they know these details? I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps they had seen me at the cafe, recognized me from my blog, and decided to write. But the idea of being watched unsettled me. Over the next few weeks, the letters came more frequently. With each note, the writer's observations grew more detailed and invasive. They described my apartment's layout with unnerving precision, mentioning the photos on my walls, the books on my shelves, and even the struggling plant by my window. At first, I wondered if it could be a prank, but the accuracy of their descriptions, details only someone inside my home could know, sent chills down my spine. The tipping point came when the letters referenced my friends and family. One note mentioned a recent conversation I'd had with my best friend Maria about her upcoming move. Another recounted a phone call with my mom where we discussed plans for my birthday. How could this person know such intimate details? My anxiety grew with each letter. Finally, I confided in Julia, a close friend who worked in law enforcement. She was concerned and advised me to keep all the letters, documenting everything carefully. "We'll track any patterns," she said. The next letter I received was chilling. "You should be careful where you go and who you talk to," it warned. Julia urged me to take precautions. I stopped walking to my usual coffee shop, varied my routes home, and stopped sharing personal details on social media. But no matter what I did, the letters kept coming. Then came the map. It arrived in an unmarked envelope like the others. Unfolding it, I saw my apartment marked, along with other locations I frequented, my grocery store, my gym. At the bottom of the map, scrawled in red ink, was the message, "I'm closer than you think." My hands trembled as I stared at the page. I called Julia immediately, and she urged me to file a police report. The police took the matter seriously, increasing patrols in my area and advising me to remain vigilant. But without concrete evidence, there was little more they could do. The letters became less frequent after that, but their content grew darker. They included cryptic messages, taunts that suggested the writer knew my deepest fears. I felt suffocated, trapped in my own life. One evening, as I sat in my living room, I noticed a shadow lingering outside my window. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. The figure disappeared before the police arrived. They searched the area, but found no trace of anyone suspicious. The next day, I received the final letter. It was a photograph of me, taken from a distance. I was sitting at my desk, working on my blog. Beneath the photo was a single haunting line. "I'm always watching. Don't forget that." That letter was the breaking point. Unable to handle the constant fear and invasion of privacy, I packed my belongings and moved to a new neighborhood. The process was exhausting, but I felt a measure of relief as I settled into my new apartment. The letters stopped after the move. The silence was comforting, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The experience had left me on edge, a shadow of paranoia that followed me even in moments of peace. Though I eventually resumed my blog, I approached it with caution. The ordeal had changed me, made me more guarded, more aware of the fine line between public engagement and personal safety. The letters were a haunting chapter in my life, a reminder of how easily our vulnerabilities can be exploited by those who choose to remain unseen. But they also taught me the importance of protecting my privacy and the strength found in reaching out for help when the shadows feel too close. Story 16. The night the noises finally stopped, I lay in bed, wide awake, anticipating their return. The apartment was enveloped in an almost oppressive silence, one that felt unnatural after months of relentless disturbances. It wasn't relief I felt, it was unease. Silence could be just as menacing as sound. Days passed without incident. No scratching, no dragging, no whispered voices. I tried to enjoy the newfound quiet, but the stillness felt charged like the calm before a storm. My routine slowly resumed. I slept better, laughed more, and even invited friends over, determined to reclaim the space as my own. Then, on a cold, rainy evening, I found something that shattered any sense of closure I'd built. While rearranging furniture in the living room, I noticed the edge of a small, loose floorboard near the wall. My breath hitched as I knelt and pried it up, half expecting nothing but old wiring or forgotten debris. Instead, I uncovered something far worse, a small, weathered box wrapped in faded cloth. Hands trembling, I opened the box. Inside were personal items, an old leather-bound journal, a tarnished silver necklace, and a photograph so faded it was barely recognizable. The faces in the photo were faint, but one thing was clear. The child in the picture was the same one whose laughter I'd heard in the dead of night. I forced myself to focus on the journal, its brittle pages crackling as I turned them. The entries were fragmented and disjointed, written in a trembling hand. They come when the house is quiet. They watch from the dark corners. I tried to leave, but they followed. The final entry was the most chilling. I can't hide anymore. They know I'm still here. Cold dread settled over me as I realized the truth. The noises hadn't stopped because I had reclaimed control or faced my fears. They had stopped because they wanted me to think it was over. Before I could process what I'd found, a soft, familiar sound echoed from the hallway behind me. A faint scratching, just like before. And this time, it was much closer. Story 17. It was a chilly November evening when I first noticed something strange in my home. I had returned from work exhausted, ready for a quiet night. The familiar comfort of my living room, with its worn leather couch and softly glowing reading lamp, should have eased the tension of the day. But something felt off. At first it was subtle. A framed photo on the mantel slightly askew. A forgotten blanket folded differently than I remembered. Minor things easily dismissed. But as the days passed, these small changes accumulated. Books I hadn't touched were out of place, drawers left open, the faint scent of unfamiliar cologne lingering in the air. I convinced myself it was paranoia, stress playing tricks on my mind. Life carried on until the night I found the note. It was resting on my kitchen table, a single sheet of white paper with 4 typed words. I know your secret. My breath hitched. There was no signature, no context, just those ominous words staring back at me. Panic surged through my veins. Was this some cruel prank? A misunderstanding? I locked every door and window, double-checking the security system I'd installed months earlier, but rarely used. The house felt colder, its familiar walls suddenly hostile. Days passed without another incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Paranoia seeped into every corner of my life. I avoided social media, kept my blinds closed, and limited contact with friends. Sleep became an elusive luxury, broken by every creak and groan of the LD house. Then came the second note. It appeared on my nightstand while I slept. Stop hiding. The realization struck like ice water. Whoever was doing this had been inside my house. My sanctuary was no longer safe. Terrified, I called the police, explaining everything in a frantic rush. They searched the house but found no signs of forced entry. Probably a prank, one officer offered dismissively. Change your locks, upgrade your security. Their words rang hollow. This wasn't a prank. This was calculated. Desperate for answers, I installed hidden cameras throughout the house, small, discreet devices linked to my phone. If someone came back, I would know. Days stretched into a week, then two. Just when I started to believe the nightmare had ended, the cameras captured something that turned my blood to ice. The footage showed me sleeping, bathed in the soft glow of my bedside lamp. But I wasn't alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, face obscured by a dark hood. They moved with eerie confidence, standing motionless at the foot of my bed, watching me sleep. After what felt like an eternity, they placed something on the nightstand before vanishing into the darkness. I couldn't breathe. Hands trembling, I replayed the footage over and over, searching for clues, for anything that might reveal who this person was. But they'd left nothing behind, except the third note. It's too late. That night, I packed a bag and fled to a friend's house, leaving the cursed house behind. The police intensified their investigation, treating the incident as a potential stalking case. Weeks passed without further contact from the intruder, but the damage was done. My sense of safety was shattered, replaced by constant vigilance. Months later, I received a final package in the mail. No return address, just my name printed neatly on the label. Inside was a leather-bound journal filled with detailed entries, accounts of my daily routines, private conversations, even thoughts I'd confided only to myself. The last page bore a single message. I was never after your secrets. I wanted you to know mine. The case remains unsolved. And even now, long after I've moved away and changed every traceable aspect of my life, I still feel those eyes watching from the shadows, silent, patient, waiting for the right moment to reemerge. Story 18. Greg's departure from my life was as abrupt as his entrance had been. After our final tense conversation, he disappeared without explanation, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that his influence still lingered, like an unresolved chord echoing in the back of my mind. Determined to reclaim my sense of stability, I focused on rebuilding my routine. I strengthened existing friendships and nurtured genuine connections built on trust and shared experiences. Yet, even as I moved forward, memories of Greg's carefully crafted stories and manipulative charm haunted me. His ability to weave compelling narratives out of half-truths left me questioning how much of what I had known about him was real. One day, months later, I received an unexpected email from an old acquaintance in a different city. They mentioned encountering someone who sounded eerily like Greg. Same magnetic personality, same elaborate tales, but now operating under a different name. My stomach twisted as I realized Greg hadn't vanished. He'd simply moved on to another stage, another audience to enchant and control. This realization spurred me into action. I reached out to people Greg and I had both known, sharing my experiences and learning theirs. The stories painted a chilling picture of a man who lived through a revolving door of identities, always adjusting his persona to fit the needs of those around him. He was a master manipulator who thrived on control through perception, spinning new versions of himself wherever he went. Though unsettling, this knowledge brought me a strange sense of closure. Greg's power had always been rooted in secrecy and deception. By connecting with others, we dismantled the web he had spun, transforming shared confusion into mutual understanding. Over time, I stopped looking over my shoulder, stopped expecting his shadow to reappear. I learned to trust my instincts, to recognize when charm masked something darker. Greg's manipulations had left scars, but they also strengthened my resolve to value authenticity and remain grounded in my own truth. While Greg might still be out there, reinventing himself in another unsuspecting community, his hold on my life was finally broken. The story he tried to control became mine to tell, and in reclaiming it, I found a new kind of freedom. Story 19. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I decided to tackle the overgrown backyard of my newly purchased Victorian house. The sprawling property, with its creaky wooden floors and ivy-covered walls, had been vacant for over a year after its previous owner, an elderly woman, passed away. The backyard was a mess of tangled weeds and wild bushes, a forgotten space, begging to be reclaimed. With shovel in hand, I set to work, clearing the underbrush and loosening the soil where stubborn roots clung to the earth. The rhythmic scrape of metal against dirt was oddly soothing, a welcome distraction from the chaos of moving in. I pictured how the yard might look in a few months. Trimmed grass, blooming flowers, and maybe even a small patio. Then my shovel struck something solid. The jarring clang snapped me from my daydream. I knelt down, brushing away loose dirt until the object emerged. A small, weather-beaten wooden box, its surface darkened by time. My pulse quickened with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Carefully, I pried the rusted latch open. Inside, nestled in crumbling yellowed newspaper, were two items: a faded, blood-stained shirt and an old photograph. I picked up the shirt first, its fabric stiff with age. The dark red stains looked disturbingly like dried blood. My mind raced with possibilities. An accident, a long-forgotten tragedy. Setting the shirt aside, I turned my attention to the photograph. It was old, its edges worn, but the image was clear. My breath caught in my throat. The photograph was of me, someone who looked exactly like me. I was smiling broadly, standing next to an unfamiliar man in front of what appeared to be an old parlor with heavy curtains and antique furniture. I flipped the photograph over, hoping for a note or a date. The back was blank. A chill ran down my spine. None of it made sense. The person in the photo was identical to me, but the setting and the man were strangers from another time. Was it a bizarre coincidence? A strange family resemblance? I couldn't let it go. That night, I began digging into the house's history, scouring online records and old newspaper archives. The house, built in the late 1800s, had changed hands several times, but seemed to hold no notorious past, at least not one that was public knowledge. Determined to learn more, I contacted the local historical society. A woman named Mrs. Whitaker took my call, her voice warm but serious when I described my discovery. "That house has been around a long time," she mused. "We don't have records of anything unusual, but sometimes stories get lost." Following her suggestion, I spoke with some of the older neighbors. Most had fond memories of the house's previous owners, but knew nothing about buried boxes or blood-stained clothes. One elderly man, Mr. Thompson, mentioned vaguely that a family with troubles had lived there many years ago, though he couldn't recall details. Frustrated but still driven, I took the photograph to a local historian specializing in antique images. He examined it closely. "Early 20th century, he confirmed. "The furniture and style fit that period. You say you don't know where this was taken?" I shook my head. "Strange," he added thoughtfully. "It's as if this moment was captured just for you." Weeks passed, but the mystery consumed me. Late one night, while combing through old journals at the library, I stumbled upon a peculiar entry. It was from someone who had lived in the house in the 1920s, describing the property's oddities, but one passage stood out. "There's a room in the basement, sealed long ago. Best to leave it that way." My heart pounded. A secret room? The next morning I searched the basement thoroughly, tapping on walls and pushing aside storage boxes. After hours of frustration, I found it. A hidden door concealed behind a sagging bookcase. The old rusted hinges groaned as I forced the door open, revealing a narrow, dust-filled room. The air inside was heavy with age, thick with forgotten secrets. Dusty sheets covered old furniture, and stacks of faded boxes lined the walls. My hands trembled as I opened the nearest box. Inside were more photographs, faded, yellowed, but unmistakably tied to the one I'd found outside. In several, the same man from the first photograph appeared, always standing stiffly beside the woman who looked like me. Their expressions grew more strained with each photo. One photograph, however, stood out. It showed a gathering of people in the same parlor, their faces tense and fearful. Scrawled across the back in trembling handwriting were the words, "We were never meant to be found." My knees went weak. The realization hit me like a crashing wave. This was no ordinary family history. These weren't just forgotten memories, they were warnings. Before leaving the room, I noticed one final box tucked in the corner. Inside was a cracked mirror, its surface clouded and scratched. As I gazed into it, my reflection flickered, just for an instant, replaced by the image of the woman from the photograph. I fled the basement and left the house soon after, unable to shake the feeling that I disturbed something meant to stay hidden. To this day, I still don't know the full truth. The house stands as a silent keeper of its secrets, its past buried beneath layers of time and memory. But some nights, in the quiet hours, I can still see that photograph in my mind, my own face staring back at me from a place where I never belonged. Some stories aren't meant to be uncovered, and some mysteries are better left buried. Story 20. The park across from my apartment had always been a place of comfort, a serene escape from the bustling city beyond its gates. Its winding paths curved gracefully through clusters of towering trees, their leaves shifting gently in the breeze. Every evening, as the day's stresses faded into twilight, I would find myself drawn there, seeking peace among the whispering branches and the soft glow of streetlights reflecting off the small, tranquil pond. It was a sanctuary, a breathing space where time seemed to slow, where the weight of the world could be set aside, if only for a little while. The distant hum of city traffic blended harmoniously with the rustling of leaves, creating a soothing backdrop to my solitary walks. I cherished these quiet moments, letting the rhythmic crunch of gravel beneath my feet lull my restless mind into stillness. It was during one of these evening walks that I first noticed him, a lone, elderly gentleman seated on a weathered wooden bench near the edge of the pond. His posture was straight but relaxed, as if he belonged there, as much a part of the park as the ancient oak trees and the murmuring water. He wore a simple gray coat, its fabric faded but carefully maintained, and a well-worn fedora tilted just enough to cast a shadow over his face. At first I thought little of him. People often came to the park to sit and reflect, to escape their busy lives. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice a pattern. He was always there. Same bench, same time, every evening. His presence wasn't overtly threatening, but there was a quiet intensity to his stillness that set him apart. He sat with an air of purpose, his gaze often fixed in the direction of my apartment building, though his face remained partially obscured by the brim of his hat. I told myself it was nothing, just a coincidence. Perhaps he lived nearby and shared my love for the park's calm embrace. But as time went on, his constant presence became impossible to ignore. Even when I couldn't see his eyes, I could feel them, watching, waiting. The park, once my sanctuary, now felt different. The familiar paths seemed darker, the shadows deeper, and the quiet that I once found comforting became something far more unsettling. His stillness felt deliberate, calculated. One particularly crisp autumn evening, with the air sharp and scented with fallen leaves, I decided I couldn't ignore it any longer. I had to know why he was always there, why his gaze seemed anchored to me, as though I were the only other soul in the world. As I approached his bench, my heart thudded in my chest, though I kept my steps steady and my expression calm. The wind stirred the brittle leaves at my feet, adding a soft, restless whisper to the quiet night. "Excuse me," I said, my voice steady despite the nervous energy coiling inside me. "I couldn't help but notice you're here every evening." Slowly, he turned his head toward me, his movements measured and precise. When his eyes met mine, I was struck by their unexpected warmth. There was no malice in his gaze, only a serene stillness, as though he had been expecting this conversation all along. "I'm watching over you," he said simply, his voice soft but firm, carrying the weight of something far deeper than the words themselves. Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they don't realize it. His answer hung in the air, heavy with meaning I couldn't quite grasp. It felt like both a reassurance and a warning, a quiet acknowledgement of something unseen but deeply felt. I wanted to press him further, to demand an explanation, but something about his calm presence rooted me in place. There was no hostility in him, just a strange, quiet certainty that unsettled me more than any overt threat ever could. Murmuring a vague goodbye, I turned and walked away, feeling his gaze lingering on my back long after I left the park. That night, even in the supposed safety of my apartment, the sensation of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it deepened. The following weeks were a blur of heightened awareness and restless nights. The park was no longer a place of comfort, but a source of unease I couldn't shake. I avoided its paths, avoided him, yet still felt his presence pressing against the edges of my awareness, persistent and watchful. In secret, I began making plans to move, careful not to share my reasons with anyone. I feared being dismissed as paranoid, but the feeling of being observed was too strong to ignore. The day of my move came at last. My new apartment was across the city, far from the park and its enigmatic guardian. For the first few nights, I allowed myself to believe that the unsettling chapter was behind me. The stillness of my new home felt refreshing, its walls free of lingering memories. But even in this new space, the sensation never fully left. It was subtler now, less defined, like a distant memory tugging at the edge of consciousness. I found myself double-checking the locks, drawing the curtains tightly and jumping at the faintest sound. Weeks turned into months. The man from the park faded into a distant, almost dreamlike memory, a strange encounter I might have imagined during a restless night, but the experience left a lasting imprint, reshaping how I understood safety, privacy, and the thin, fragile barrier between protection and intrusion. Sometimes, late at night, I still feel that quiet gaze, somewhere beyond the veil of ordinary life, watching, waiting. And though I'll never know who or what he truly was, one thing remains certain. Some guardians come without invitation, leaving behind only unanswered questions and the lingering echo of unseen eyes. Story 21. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I found the first puzzle piece, tucked among the usual stack of bills, and junk mail. I almost missed it, but the edge of a plain, unmarked envelope peeked out from behind a glossy catalog. My name was written on the front in neat, elegant handwriting, with no return address. Inside was a single puzzle piece depicting a wee, there-beaten house, partially obscured by tangled vines and leafless trees. Something about the house felt unsettlingly familiar, though I couldn't place why. On the back of the piece, a message was scrawled in fine calligraphic ink. "You remember this, but you don't remember why." I dismissed it as a strange prank and set it aside, focusing on the mundane tasks of the day. But the next morning, another envelope arrived. Inside was a second puzzle piece, this one showing a cluttered wooden desk covered in old letters and faded photographs. The back of the piece read, "Piece by piece, you'll remember." By the end of the week, I had received 5 more puzzle pieces. Each depicted a different part of the same eerie scene: a dimly lit study, aged furniture covered in dust, and a cracked family portrait hanging crookedly on the wall. Every new piece heightened my unease. The setting felt disturbingly familiar, like a half-forgotten dream from long ago. Weeks passed, and the pieces kept arriving, one by one. Unable to ignore them any longer, I cleared my dining table and began assembling the puzzle. As the image came together, it formed a disordered but detailed study room. The same desk, the same faded portrait, and prominently, an open leather-bound book with an ominous inscription written in an unfamiliar, ancient-looking script. The more I stared at the puzzle, the stronger the sense of recognition became, though I couldn't pinpoint its source. Then, one final envelope arrived. Inside was the last piece of the puzzle and a typewritten letter. "You've done well. Now you must understand. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone close to you, someone who disappeared under strange circumstances. The answers you seek are within the book in the image. Find it, and you will uncover the truth." I sat frozen, heart pounding. The letter shattered any remaining notion that this was some elaborate prank. My thoughts turned to my family, searching for forgotten memories, lost stories, something that might explain this haunting message. That night, I visited my parents. As I carefully laid out the assembled puzzle and the letter, they exchanged a tense, knowing glance. My mother's hands trembled as she touched the edge of the puzzle. "That house," she whispered, her face pale. "It's your Aunt Margaret's old place before she vanished." My stomach twisted. Aunt Margaret had disappeared when I was a child. I'd been told she moved away, severing ties with the family after some unresolved argument. But there had always been a strange hush surrounding her departure. No calls, no letters, just an eerie silence. "The book," my father added, pointing to the aged leather tome depicted in the puzzle. "Margaret collected old books, but that one, it was special. She said it held secrets about our family, things she discovered just before she left." Driven by equal parts terror and determination, I knew what I had to do. I found the house, long abandoned and shrouded in vines, its windows dark and hollow like empty eyes. The air was heavy with stillness as I forced open the rotting front door, stepping into the past. The inside was almost exactly as the puzzle had depicted. Dust-covered furniture, forgotten trinkets, and scattered papers cluttered the room. My flashlight flickered as I found the desk from the image, still cluttered with ancient documents and cracked leather books. And there it was, the book from the puzzle, untouched and waiting. I hesitated before opening it. The first few pages were filled with arcane symbols and faded ink, incomprehensible at first glance. But deeper inside, I found a handwritten journal, Margaret's. Her writing described uncovering long-buried family secrets, betrayals, hidden identities, and a dark inheritance linked to the very house I now stood in. The final entries were desperate and fragmented. "They know what I've found. The book holds the key, but it also holds the curse." Then abruptly, the entries stopped. Before I could process the weight of the discovery, I heard something behind me, a faint rustling, neighing, like fabric brushing against wood. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I spun around, but the house was still, its shadows deeper than before. Clutching the book, I fled into the cold night, breath hitching in my throat. The house loomed behind me, dark and knowing, its secrets unearthed but far from fully understood. Back home, I sealed the book in a locked chest, its weight still pressing on my mind. The puzzle pieces, now more than fragments of a disturbing game, had led me to a truth my family had worked so hard to bury. Aunt Margaret hadn't vanished by choice. She had been consumed by the same secrets now staring back at me from the ink-stained pages. The past wasn't just haunting, it was waiting. And deep down, I knew the puzzle wasn't finished, not yet. Story 22. The incident reshaped how we lived. Simple moments that once felt private now felt exposed. Every open window a potential vulnerability. Even after Ethan Brooks was formally charged with unlawful surveillance and harassment, the feeling of being watched lingered. He had operated with such precision, such invasive intent, that it was impossible to relax completely. My children sensed the change too. They stopped playing freely in the backyard, sticking close to the house as if instinctively seeking its protection. My husband, ever the optimist, reassured me that the worst was over, but I couldn't shake the paranoia that had taken root. Weeks passed with no sign of Ethan or the drones. We resumed parts of our old routine, cautiously rebuilding a sense of normalcy. But then, one quiet evening, I found something that reignited my deepest fears. While pruning the overgrown bushes near the back fence, I noticed a glint of metal, partially buried beneath the leaves. Kneeling down, I brushed away the dirt and leaves to reveal a small, weathered drone, its camera lens cracked but still intact. My breath caught in my throat. The police had confiscated Ethan's drones, so what was this one doing here? I rushed inside, locking the doors behind me, my mind racing with possibilities. Had Ethan returned? Was someone else involved, continuing where he left off? The drone was damaged but still seemed functional. Against my better judgment, I connected it to my laptop, hoping to retrieve its stored data. The screen flickered to life, and I held my breath as a series of video files appeared, dated just a few days prior. My hands trembled as I opened the most recent file. The grainy footage showed my backyard, my children playing, unaware they were being watched. Frantically, I scrolled through more files. They weren't just limited to our yard anymore. There were recordings from inside our home, shots of our living room, the hallway leading to our bedrooms, even footage of us asleep at night. My stomach twisted with horror as I realized that the surveillance had never stopped. In a panic, I called the police again, urging them to come immediately. As I waited, I checked the drone's metadata, desperate for any clue about its origin. Buried deep within the device's system logs, I found a familiar name, Ethan Brooks. But this time, something was different. The logs referenced an encrypted server and a series of remote access points that stretched far beyond Ethan's known devices. When the police arrived, they examined the drone and its data carefully. Their expressions turned grim as they realized this was far more extensive than one obsessed journalist. The encrypted server suggested a coordinated operation, something far more organized and insidious. Days later, detectives uncovered the truth. Ethan had been part of a larger network, a secretive underground group dedicated to invasive surveillance projects. Their twisted justification was exploring the boundaries of privacy in the digital age. Ethan's obsession with my family had started as part of this group's sick experiment, but it had spiraled into something deeply personal for him. With the evidence from the drone, law enforcement launched a major investigation, shutting down multiple operations linked to the network. Ethan, Brooks, and several of his accomplices were arrested, facing charges far more severe than before. But even with justice served, the damage remained. No sentence could erase the memories of feeling so helplessly exposed. No court ruling could restore the lost sense of safety within our own home. In the months that followed, we relocated to a quieter, more secluded area. We built a home fortified with every possible security measure, not just cameras and locks, but reinforced walls and blackout curtains. My children slowly adjusted, though the carefree light in their eyes never fully returned. As for me, I learned to live with the unease, channeling it into advocacy for stronger privacy laws and personal data protections. Our story became a cautionary tale in the fight for digital security, one of many in an increasingly connected and vulnerable world. Even now, years later, I still find myself glancing toward the sky at the faint buzz of a passing drone. The paranoia has faded but never truly disappeared. After all, we live in a world where eyes can always be watching, and sometimes they never blink. Story 23. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was an unexpected twist of fate. The sprawling Victorian mansion stood proudly on the edge of a quiet town, its weathered facade framed by ancient oaks and tangled ivy. It had been in the family for generations, though I had never visited before. When my great-uncle passed away, the house became mine. A chance, I thought, to escape the constant grind of city life. Maybe I could even restore the old place, breathe life back into its tired walls. It felt like the perfect retreat, a chance for solitude and purpose. The first time I saw the house in person, I was struck by its eerie beauty. Its grand but faded exterior exuded both elegance and melancholy, as if time itself had settled into its bones. Tall windows stared blankly at the overgrown gardens, and the front porch sagged under the weight of countless forgotten seasons. Inside, the air smelled of aged wood and distant memories. Dust blanketed the ornate furniture, and the wooden floors creaked with every step, groaning like an old storyteller reluctant to share its secrets. The house felt expectant, as though waiting for someone to remember it. Days passed as I explored its winding hallways and cavernous rooms. Each space seemed suspended in time, photographs in tarnished frames, books yellowed with age, faded curtains still clinging stubbornly to their rods. There was a strange comfort in the house's forgotten grandeur. One afternoon, while organizing the upstairs rooms, I discovered the attic door tucked at the end of a narrow hallway. Dusty and unassuming, it seemed just another relic of the house's past. Curious, I climbed the steep wooden steps, my footsteps echoing in the confined stairwell. The attic was everything I expected, dim, cluttered, and steeped in shadow. Old trunks lay scattered like forgotten treasures, and thick cobwebs hung like fragile lace. Dust motes swirled in thin beams of light, sneaking through cracked wooden slats. As I wandered through the maze of relics, something caught my eye, a door half hidden behind a stack of old crates. Unlike the other doors in the house, this one was strange. Its heavy oak surface was reinforced with thick iron bolts on the inside. Why would anyone bolt a door from the inside? I ran my fingers over the cold metal, feeling the rough texture of rusted bolts and worn wood. The handle was smooth, untouched by time. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a storage room? A hidden vault? Or something more secretive? Determined to find out, I pushed and pulled, but the door held fast. I searched the attic for tools, an old crowbar, a rusted hammer, but even with their help, the bolts wouldn't budge. It was as if the door itself resisted me, guarding whatever lay beyond. Frustrated but intrigued, I called a locksmith the next morning. He arrived with a weathered toolbox and a skeptical expression. When I led him up to the attic and showed him the door, his eyebrows furrowed. "Strange design," he muttered, inspecting the heavy bolts. "Haven't seen anything like this in years." For nearly an hour, he worked in determined silence, his tools clinking rhythmically as he muttered about old locks and outdated craftsmanship. I stood nearby, anticipation crackling in the dusty air. My imagination ran wild, hidden family secrets, forgotten heirlooms, or even a sealed-off room untouched by time. At last, with a final, echoing click, the lock gave way. The locksmith stepped back, wiping his hands on a rag. "All right," he said, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Let's see what you've got." I gripped the handle and slowly turned it. The door creaked open, revealing nothing. The room beyond was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, not even a speck of dust. Its walls were bare, their pristine surfaces stark against the age-worn surroundings of the attic. The polished wooden floor gleamed faintly, untouched by time or neglect. The locksmith frowned, shaking his head. "It's like no one's ever been in here." I could only nod, an uncomfortable weight settling in my chest. The emptiness was wrong. Not just empty, but void. The air felt heavy, suffocating in its silence. After the locksmith left, I lingered by the open doorway, staring into the lifeless room. A faint, icy draft brushed past me, raising goosebumps along my arms. I told myself it was just the attic's open windows, but deep down, I knew better. Days passed and the room consumed my thoughts. I searched the house for answers, rifling through old drawers, digging through dusty trunks, searching for letters, journals, anything that might explain the room's purpose. I found nothing. At night, the house seemed more alive than ever. I lay in bed, listening to the creaks and groans of shifting wood. Footsteps echoed faintly from above, slow, deliberate steps that stopped whenever I got up to check. Desperate for answers, I turned to the town's historical society. They were hesitant at first, but after some persistent questioning, they shared old town records and whispered stories, tales of strange happenings, disappearances, and warnings about avoiding the attic after dark. The mansion, it seemed, carried a dark history, one the town preferred to forget. One evening, drawn by restless curiosity, I returned to the attic. As I paced near the empty room, something caught my eye. The floorboards near the doorway. They looked disturbed. Heart pounding, I pried up the loose boards, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside were old leather-bound journals, yellowed papers, and worn photographs. The documents hinted at forgotten disputes, vanished tenants, and something sealed away. Though I never found clear answers, the meaning was unmistakable. The room had been closed for a reason. In the end, I left the house, its secrets intact. I bolted the door once more, leaving it exactly as I'd found it. Some mysteries, I realized, are meant to stay buried. As I walked away for the last time, I couldn't resist one final glance toward the attic window. For the briefest moment, I thought I saw something move, a flicker of shadow, a shape, watching. And then it was gone. Story 24. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when an unexpected knock shattered the calm of my routine. I opened the door to find two uniformed officers standing on my doorstep, their expressions grim. They informed me that I was being charged with theft, a crime I knew I hadn't committed. Disbelief washed over me. I'd lived a quiet, law-abiding life, far removed from anything criminal. As they handed me the summons, I noticed the details of the alleged crime. A break-in at a local electronics store with evidence pointing directly to me. My shock turned to confusion as I reviewed the charges. The evidence was damning. Fingerprints at the scene, surveillance footage showing someone resembling me, and a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime scene. The more I examined the accusations, the clearer it became that this wasn't a simple misunderstanding. Someone had gone to great lengths to frame me. Desperate for help, I hired Sarah, an experienced defense attorney known for her sharp intellect and tenacity. She assured me we would uncover the truth. Our first step was to scrutinize the evidence. The fingerprints troubled me the most. They matched mine too perfectly, raising Sarah's suspicions. She requested the original surveillance footage, determined to analyze the timestamps and image quality. When the footage arrived, we examined it frame by frame. It showed a person of similar build wearing dark clothing, their face partially obscured. Sarah's sharp eyes caught subtle inconsistencies. The lighting didn't match the reported time of the crime, and the shadows seemed oddly distorted. Someone had tampered with the video. Determined to gather more clues, we visited the electronics store where the break-in had occurred. It was a small, cluttered shop with a shattered rear window, a clear point of entry. While inspecting the alley behind the building, I noticed something peculiar. A set of footprints leading away from the window. They seemed too deliberate, almost staged. We spoke to neighboring shopkeepers, hoping for witnesses. One clerk, who had initially identified me, admitted under questioning that he wasn't entirely certain about what he'd seen. He'd been dealing with worsening vision and had misidentified people before. His unreliable testimony further unraveled the case against me. Then came a breakthrough. Sarah uncovered a disturbing connection between the electronics store owner and a known local criminal, a manipulative figure notorious for orchestrating elaborate scams. Rumor had it he specialized in framing others to cover his tracks. Digging deeper, we discovered the store owner was drowning in debt. The break-in seemed less like a robbery and more like an insurance scam. Pinned on a random, unsuspecting person, me, it was the perfect cover for his financial mismanagement. Armed with this new information, we returned to the authorities. At first, the police were skeptical, but Sarah presented compelling evidence: forged records, tampered surveillance footage, and the dubious connection between the store owner and the criminal mastermind. To our relief, additional witnesses from the criminal's inner circle came forward, corroborating our story. The legal process was grueling. Court hearings dragged on, each one a painful reminder of the nightmare I'd been thrust into. But slowly, The fabricated accusations crumbled. The store owner and his accomplice were arrested, their intricate scheme laid bare for all to see. Though my name was finally cleared, the ordeal left deep scars. The sheer vulnerability I felt, knowing how easily someone could manipulate evidence and upend my life, haunted me. Justice had prevailed, but the emotional toll lingered long after the case was closed. The experience taught me hard lessons about trust, resilience, and the fragility of personal security. I learned to value the truth above all else and to approach life with caution tempered by determination. The people who framed me were brought to justice, but their betrayal left a lasting mark, a dark reminder that even the most ordinary lives can be shattered by deception. Yet, in facing that darkness, I found a fierce resolve, stronger and more unyielding than ever before. Story 25. When my neighbor Greg Thompson vanished without a trace, it sent shockwaves through our quiet suburban neighborhood. Greg was an enigma, a man of few words, always clad in a tweed jacket with a perpetual frown. He'd lived next door for over a decade, yet our interactions never went beyond polite nods and awkward small talk. His sudden disappearance gnawed at me, leaving behind an uncomfortable vacuum of unease and curiosity. Greg's house was peculiar, meticulously maintained but lifeless. Lights rarely flickered on at night, and his driveway was often empty. The day he vanished, I noticed a strange stillness, as if the house itself had exhaled its final breath. The police investigation yielded nothing. No signs of forced entry, no struggle, just an unlocked front door and silence. It was as if Greg had simply evaporated. I couldn't let it go. The mystery consumed me, and I found myself drawn to Greg's empty house like a moth to a flame. One evening, curiosity overtook caution, and I decided to investigate. The front door was still unlocked, a detail that sent a cold shiver down my spine. Greg had always been cautious. Stepping inside felt like trespassing into a forgotten memory. The air was heavy with stillness, each creak of the floorboards amplifying my growing sense of dread. Books lined the shelves with precise order, and the furniture was eerily free of dust, too perfect, too staged. The whole place felt like a museum exhibit meticulously arranged to conceal its secrets. In Greg's study, I found a journal hidden in a locked drawer. Its leather cover was worn, the pages filled with cryptic notes and fragmented thoughts. One entry caught my attention. "I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late." A chill prickled my skin. Who was Greg talking about? What truth had he discovered? Tucked inside the journal was a faded photograph. Greg stood next to a man I didn't recognize, their expressions somber, their eyes intense, almost accusing. They seemed to stare directly at the camera, and somehow at me. Determined to unravel the mystery, I began tracking down people in Greg's old photographs. Most neighbors remembered little about him, describing him as a loner, quiet and reserved. But an elderly local historian offered something more chilling. Greg was part of an old community group, she whispered. Secretive, dangerous, best left alone. Her words echoed in my mind as I dug deeper. The group she mentioned had a sinister reputation. Rumors of strange rituals, whispered secrets, and a past stained with disappearances. Returning to Greg's house with renewed purpose, I searched every corner until I discovered a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. Inside was a cache of documents, maps marked with red X's, blueprints of unfamiliar buildings, and one circled location that made my breath hitch. My address. My stomach churned. Why had Greg been studying me? That night, sleep evaded me. Shadows in my home stretched longer than they should, and faint creaks echoed through the silent house. My mind raced with questions, paranoia coiling tight around me. I installed security cameras throughout my home, desperate for answers. But each morning, the footage was blank, empty rooms, still hallways. It was as if the intruder knew how to erase their presence. Then came the note. One cold, restless night, I found an envelope slipped under my bedroom door. The handwriting wasn't Greg's. You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next. My hands trembled as I read the warning. Whoever had written it knew about my investigation and wanted me to stop, but I couldn't. I returned to Greg's journal, combing through its cryptic entries. A passage I had previously dismissed now felt like a warning. The closer you get to the truth, the harder it becomes to escape its grip. Days blurred into sleepless nights. My search became an obsession, each clue pulling me deeper into a web of secrets I couldn't untangle. The nightmares started soon after. I dreamed of being chased through darkened hallways by unseen pursuers, the walls closing in as whispered voices urged me to run. Reality twisted into something unrecognizable. My house, once a place of safety, felt like a labyrinth of shadows watched by unseen eyes. The final revelation came when I uncovered a forgotten basement door in Greg's house. Its rusted hinges groaned as I forced it open. The air was damp and cold, reeking of earth and decay. At the bottom of the stairs, I found another room, small, dark, and lined with strange symbols carved into the stone walls. In the center lay a circle of candles long since burned out. Scattered across the floor were photographs, hundreds of them. Faces of people I didn't recognize, until I found one of myself, taken from outside my window. I staggered back, my pulse pounding in my ears. Greg hadn't just been investigating them, he'd been watching me. Suddenly, everything clicked. Greg hadn't disappeared, he'd been taken, and now I was next. I fled that night, leaving behind the house, the journal, and the unanswered questions. But the shadows never stopped watching. Even now, miles away, in a new town with a different life, I still feel their presence, waiting. Story 26. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when I accidentally knocked over my bathroom mirror. The sharp crash echoed through the small tiled room, and for a moment I stood frozen, staring at the glittering shards scattered across the floor. The mirror's shattered remains sparkled cruelly in the pale light, fractured reflections staring back at me from countless jagged edges. That mirror had hung on the wall for years, a familiar presence in my otherwise plain bathroom. Its sudden destruction left an unsettling emptiness behind, as though something far more significant than glass had broken. Cleaning up the mess was slow, tedious, and nerve-wracking. I carefully collected the larger shards, their razor-sharp edges gleaming like trapped moonlight. I swept the smaller fragments into a dustpan, making sure no slivers were left behind to pierce bare feet. When I was finally satisfied that the floor was safe, I disposed of the broken pieces and turned my thoughts toward replacing the mirror. I ordered a new one online, a sleek, modern design that would brighten the dim space. When it arrived a few days later, the delivery driver handed me the package with a tight, unreadable smile before hurrying back down the steps. His strange expression lingered in my mind, but I brushed it off as nothing more than impatience. Opening the box, I carefully unwrapped the new mirror from its protective padding. Nestled inside was a small, folded piece of paper. I assumed it was a receipt or a product guide, but when I unfolded it, I found a single line scrawled in neat, precise handwriting. "Hope this one doesn't crack." A chill prickled the back of my neck. The words seemed harmless, almost playful, but there was something in their simplicity that felt deliberate. Was it a strange warehouse joke? A bit of dark humor meant to be funny, but missing the mark? I dismissed the note as an odd coincidence and mounted the mirror on the wall. It looked perfect, its polished surface making the bathroom feel cleaner and brighter. For the first few days, everything seemed perfectly normal. But then, the unease began. At first, it was just a subtle discomfort, like being watched from the corner of my eye. I would catch my reflection unexpectedly and feel an inexplicable chill, as though the mirror held something more than my image. I told myself it was lingering tension from the old mirror's sudden break. I just needed time to adjust. But as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger. Each glance at the mirror sent an uneasy ripple through my chest, an instinctive warning I couldn't explain. I found myself avoiding looking into it directly, brushing my teeth while staring at the sink or washing my hands with my eyes fixed firmly on the faucet. One evening, determined to shake the growing sense of dread, I inspected the bathroom thoroughly. I examined the tiles where the old mirror had shattered, running my fingers along the grout lines. Everything seemed normal, though in one corner near the baseboard, I spotted a faint, dark smudge. Thinking it might be a leftover shard of glass, I bent down for a closer look, but it didn't catch the light the way glass should. It seemed deeper, almost like a stain beneath the tile. I scrubbed the area thoroughly, unwilling to leave anything to chance. Even as I cleaned, the note lingered in my mind. Its casual tone now felt calculated, as though it had been left just for me, not as a joke, but as a warning. That night, my sleep was haunted by vivid, unsettling dreams. I saw shifting shadows moving behind the mirror's surface, flickering like candle flames. Cold, hollow eyes stared out at me, unblinking and relentless. I woke with a start, tangled in my blankets, my pulse pounding in my ears. Desperate for answers, I reached out to friends and family. Most of them waved off my fears, blaming stress or exhaustion. "You've had a rough week," they said. "It's just your imagination." But the feeling wouldn't leave. Unable to ignore the growing dread, I contacted a local paranormal investigator. They arrived with an array of equipment, EMF meters, thermal scanners, and other tools designed to detect the unseen. For over an hour, they swept through the bathroom, scanning the mirror and surrounding walls with calm professionalism. But when they finished, their conclusion was firm. It's just a mirror. There were no strange readings, no unusual energy spikes. Sometimes, they explained gently, our minds fill in the blanks when we're already on edge. Their words made sense, but the discomfort lingered like a bruise beneath the skin, tender and unshakable. Determined not to let fear control me, I forced myself to confront the mirror head-on. I stood before it each morning and evening, meeting my own gaze despite the tight knot of unease coiled in my chest. Slowly, the intensity of my fear began to fade. The shadows I thought I'd seen never returned, and the chill I'd felt gradually eased. The note and the memory of the shattered mirror stayed tucked away in a drawer, unspoken but never forgotten. They became quiet reminders of how the mind can twist ordinary things into sources of fear. With time, the mirror reclaimed its place as just another piece of the house, a simple, reflective surface hanging on the wall. But every now and then, in the stillness of the night, I catch myself glancing at it just a moment too long. And in those quiet moments, when the house is silent and the world feels distant, I wonder, was it all in my mind? Or did something, somewhere, leave its mark on the other side of the glass? Story 27. It was an ordinary Tuesday when curiosity drove me to the abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. I had passed it countless times, its crumbling brick facade standing like a forgotten relic against the city's modern skyline. But something about that day felt different. A persistent urge I couldn't explain compelled me to explore. The rusted steel doors were sealed shut, but a smaller side entrance hung ajar, swaying slightly in the cold breeze. I hesitated, my rational mind warning against venturing inside. Yet curiosity overpowered caution. With a deep breath, I stepped into the dark unknown. The musty air was thick with dust and decay. Shafts of pale light filtered through shattered windows, casting eerie patterns across the worn concrete floor. My flashlight's beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating rusted machinery and piles of forgotten crates. The place was a desolate monument to a long-abandoned past. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. The further I ventured, the more I sensed that something felt wrong. Then I noticed it, an oddly organized section of the warehouse, far too neat compared to the surrounding chaos. Old shelves lined the walls, cluttered with objects carefully arranged, almost like a personal exhibit. As I stepped closer, a chill crept down my spine. Many of the items seemed familiar, impossibly familiar. The first thing that caught my eye was a worn leather notebook. My breath hitched. It was mine, lost months ago during a trip I could barely remember. My fingers trembled as I opened it, the faded ink still unmistakably in my handwriting. Every page was exactly as I had left it, preserved with unsettling care. Nearby, an old wooden box sat on a dusty table. Inside were personal items I thought were gone forever. A silver locket with a photo of my grandmother, a watch I'd lost years ago, even a set of keys I had replaced long ago. Each object was arranged meticulously, as if curated for display. A creeping sense of dread took hold as I moved deeper into the makeshift archive. I found an old pair of glasses I had broken and discarded, a photograph of my child, oud home, even faded sketches from art classes I'd taken in college. These weren't just random lost items, they were pieces of my life. Then I saw them, stacks of journals that shouldn't exist. Their covers were weathered, but the writing inside mirrored my own, recounting events from my past with disturbing accuracy. Some entries described personal memories I had long forgotten, while others chronicled moments only I could have known, private thoughts never shared with anyone. As I flipped through the journals, another realization hit me. The entries continued past the memories I could recall. They described events that hadn't happened, or at least hadn't happened yet. Notes were scattered across the floor, written in a different, jagged handwriting. They contained chillingly detailed observations about my daily routines, likes, and fears. Phrases like, "She always looks over her shoulder when she senses she's being watched," and "She hasn't found the camera yet," leapt from the pages. I felt exposed, violated. Someone had been studying me, documenting my every move, every thought, as though I were the subject of an obsessive experiment. Near the back of the room, I found a large, dusty binder labeled with my name. A faded photograph of me was taped to its cover, my eyes staring blankly back. Inside were meticulously detailed reports about my relationships, habits, and even personal struggles I'd never spoken aloud. The final pages were filled with fragmented thoughts, written in the same jagged hand as the scattered notes. The writer seemed to grapple with guilt, obsession, and an unsettling sense of purpose. She must understand. The connection is deeper than she knows. I'm almost ready to reveal myself. Before I could process the full horror of what I'd found, a faint rustling echoed from the far end of the warehouse. My flashlight's beam darted toward the source, but there was only shifting darkness. Panic surged. I had to get out. Clutching the leather notebook, I bolted toward the entrance, my pulse hammering in my ears. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak a footstep behind me. I burst into the cold daylight, gasping for breath. The abandoned warehouse loomed behind me, silent and still, as if daring me to return. Its dark interior seemed to pulse with unseen energy, a repository of stolen memories and twisted intentions. Who had been watching me? Why had they gathered the fragments of my life so meticulously? The answers were buried somewhere within that shadowy maze of objects, but I couldn't bring myself to return. Not yet. Even now, long after leaving that place, I feel its presence lingering in the edges of my mind. The abandoned warehouse was no longer just a forgotten structure on the outskirts of town. It was a dark mirror reflecting pieces of my past I never intended anyone to see. And someone was still watching. Story 28. The woods had always been my sanctuary, a place where the world's noise faded and the line between reality and imagination blurred. Their winding paths and towering trees offered a sense of peace I couldn't find anywhere else. That's why, when I stumbled upon the abandoned clinic deep in the forest, curiosity overtook caution. It was a relic of another time, its weathered facade cloaked in peeling white paint and tangled vines. The sagging roof and shattered windows spoke of long-forgotten years. I had never seen it before, yet something about it felt familiar, like an old memory tugging at the edges of my mind. The front door groaned loudly as I pushed it open, breaking the eerie stillness. Dust swirled in the dim beam of my flashlight as I stepped into what must have been the reception area. Yellowed papers cluttered the floor, forgotten magazines lay scattered, and the air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay. My light traced over faded medical posters on the walls, cracked leather chairs, and a rusting bell on the reception desk. Just as I was about to turn back, something caught my eye. Medical records. The folders were scattered haphazardly across the floor, their edges curled and stained. I picked one up, brushing off the dust. The name at the top froze me in place. It was mine. I stared at the file, my breath hitching. My full name was printed neatly on the front, followed by clinical notes filled with strange medical jargon. Treatments, procedures, things I didn't recognize. Procedures that made my stomach twist with unease. I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling. The details were uncomfortably accurate. My allergies, past injuries, but then there were things that couldn't be true. Surgeries I'd never had, psychological assessments I'd never taken. It was as though someone had fabricated an alternate version of my life, or worse, recorded things I couldn't remember. Driven by growing dread, I pushed deeper into the clinic. Long-forgotten hallways stretched before me, the walls lined with more records, all bearing my name. My flashlight flickered, casting twisting shadows that made the air seem colder, heavier. In one of the rooms, I found an old metal filing cabinet left ajar. Inside were more recent files, documents listing my current address, daily routines, and even conversations I'd had with friends. Someone had been watching me. The realization hit like ice in my veins. Whoever kept these records hadn't stopped when the clinic closed. They were still tracking my life. Then I heard it. A faint scraping sound echoed from deeper within the building. I held my breath, straining to listen. The sound continued, slow, deliberate. It came from the basement. Despite every instinct screaming at me to leave, I couldn't stop myself. Compelled by the need for answers, I found the basement stairs, their wooden boards groaning under my weight. The air grew colder as I descended, the smell of damp earth intensifying. At the end of the narrow hallway, a door hung slightly ajar. The scraping sound grew louder, more insistent. Summoning every ounce of courage, I pushed the door open. Inside was a small room lit by a single dim bulb swinging lazily from the ceiling. The walls were covered in faded notes and anatomical sketches. Medical instruments lay scattered on a metal table, rusted and sinister. And then there were the photographs. They were pinned across the walls, hundreds of them, faces caught in blurry, candid moments. Most were strangers, but among them, I saw something that made my knees go weak. Photos of me. Some were old, from years ago, school portraits, candid shots from parties I barely remembered, but others were disturbingly recent. Pictures of me walking through the forest, sitting at my desk, sleeping in my bed. My hands shook as I stumbled toward the far table, where a large file lay open. Pages were filled with clinical notes, recording my behaviors, fears, and even dreams I couldn't recall sharing with anyone. There was one final entry, dated that very day. Subject showing signs of increased awareness. Proceed with next phase. The room spun around me, cold terror sinking deep into my bones. I wasn't just being watched, I was being studied. Then the light flickered and went out. In the suffocating darkness, I heard the scraping sound again. Closer. I bolted, adrenaline fueling me as I tore up the basement stairs and through the darkened halls. The clinic seemed to stretch endlessly, its walls narrowing, closing in like a trap. Finally, I burst through the front door and into the forest, gasping for breath. The woods that had once been my refuge now felt menacing. Their towering trees twisted into watchful sentinels. I didn't stop running until I reached the safety of my home. But safety was an illusion. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling that I'm still being watched. I've changed my locks, installed cameras, and covered every window, but it's never enough. Every rustling leaf outside, every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of shadow feels like the clinic reaching out, pulling me back into its cold, clinical grasp. The records I found proved one thing: I was never truly free. Whatever began in that forgotten place didn't end when I left. It's Steve, L. watching. Story 29. It was a normal Tuesday when the letter arrived, its plain white envelope blending in with the usual mail. There was no stamp, just the name of a medical clinic I didn't recognize. Its official appearance, complete with a professional-looking seal, immediately made my heart race with a mix of anxiety and curiosity. My fingers trembled as I tore it open. Inside was a cover letter addressed to me, thanking me for my recent visit. But I had never been to this clinic, never even heard of it. Confused, I flipped to the next page where detailed medical records awaited. The report listed several serious conditions: diabetes, high blood pressure, and a heart irregularity, none of which I had ever been diagnosed with. Each entry came with recommended treatments and prescriptions. My stomach twisted as I realized how dangerous it would have been if I had blindly followed these fake instructions. I reread the letter, searching for any clue or contact information, but there was nothing useful. The clinic's name and logo looked legitimate, but the more I examined it, the more it felt off, like a facade designed to mislead me. Determined to figure out what was going on, I immediately called my primary care physician. After checking my records, the nurse assured me that my health information was accurate and that there was no record of any recent communication with the clinic in question. "Are you sure it's not a scam?" she asked cautiously. After hanging up, I searched the internet for the clinic's name. No website, no reviews, no trace of its existence. It was as though the clinic had been created solely for that letter. Desperate for answers, I drove to the address listed in the letter. The location turned out to be a rundown building in a desolate part of town. Its windows were boarded up, and a faded "for lease" sign hung crookedly on the front door. I tried the door. It was locked. A passerby noticed me lingering and asked if I was looking for something. When I mentioned the clinic, he frowned and said, "There's been nothing here for years. You might have been scammed." The pit in my stomach deepened. Whoever sent that letter had gone to great lengths to make it appear legitimate. But why target me? I returned home, my mind spiraling through possibilities. Had someone stolen my identity? Was this a cruel prank? As I sifted through recent memories, one name surfaced: Rachel. Rachel was part of a community group I joined recently. She'd always seemed friendly, but her questions about my life had felt pointed. At the time, I'd brushed it off as harmless curiosity. Now, her probing seemed more sinister. I decided to test the waters. Under the guise of casual conversation, I called Rachel and brought up the strange letter. She sounded surprised but oddly neutral, her voice devoid of genuine concern. "That's weird," she said after a pause. "You should report it." Something about her detached tone didn't sit right. Her response was too measured, too rehearsed. I hung up, my suspicion hardening into certainty. Rachel was involved, or at least knew more than she let on. Determined to get answers, I hired a private investigator named Paul, a seasoned expert in fraud cases. He promised to dig into the clinic and its connections while I tightened security at home: new locks, cameras, and motion sensors. A week later, Paul called with troubling news. The address from the letter had been linked to multiple fraud cases involving falsified medical documents. Whoever was behind it had targeted several individuals, creating fabricated medical histories designed to confuse, manipulate, or perhaps something worse. Paul dug deeper and found something even more unsettling. Rachel's name appeared in connection with some of the cases, though nothing concrete tied her directly to the fraud. It was enough to justify a confrontation. When I met Rachel face to face, I played it carefully. I mentioned the letter again, watching her reaction closely. Her face twisted into an expression of practiced confusion, followed by mock concern. "I hope you don't think I'm involved," she said, her voice trembling just enough to seem believable, but not to me. Her performance felt calculated. She denied everything, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. But her eyes betrayed her, a flicker of recognition she couldn't quite hide. The deeper Paul and I dug, the clearer the twisted scheme became. This wasn't just identity theft, it was personal. Someone had targeted me specifically, using falsified medical records to undermine my sense of security and reality. Then, Paul made a breakthrough. He traced an encrypted email associated with the clinic to a private server connected to Rachel's former employer, a tech firm specializing in data management. It was the missing piece of the puzzle. With enough evidence in hand, the authorities got involved. Their investigation revealed that Rachel had been orchestrating the entire scheme. Motivated by a twisted obsession and driven by jealousy over something from my past, she'd meticulously crafted a campaign of psychological sabotage. She was arrested, her web of deceit unraveling in front of me. Yet even as she was led away in handcuffs, her eyes held a chilling calmness, a silent promise that this wasn't over. The ordeal left deep scars. Though the immediate threat was gone, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The fake clinic, the false records, the manipulation, it had all been part of a calculated plan to control and destabilize me. I fortified my home further and worked with cybersecurity experts to ensure my personal information stayed protected. Life slowly returned to normal, but I remained vigilant, haunted by the knowledge that someone could manipulate reality with such chilling precision. Even now, I can't fully escape the paranoia. The letter may have been the beginning, but the fear it sparked feels like it will never truly end. Nub Story 30. At the heart of the complex, I found a large, circular room. Its walls were covered in photographs, hundreds of them, arranged in a massive spiraling pattern. My entire life was laid out in chronological order, from childhood memories to recent moments I had thought were private. Every event, every decision, every fleeting emotion, documented with eerie precision. And at the center of the spiral stood a single chair, old and worn, with leather straps dangling ominously from its arms. A spotlight from above cast a harsh glow on the unsettling centerpiece. My breath hitched as I took a shaky step closer, noticing something resting on the seat. A small, familiar-looking device. It was a worn voice recorder, scratched from years of use, with a single red button flashing faintly. With trembling hands, I pressed play. A distorted voice crackled through the speaker. "You've come far, further than most." The voice was measured, calm, yet devoid of emotion. It continued. "Every decision brought you here. Every hesitation, every step forward or backward, it was all recorded, all accounted for." My pulse pounded in my ears as the voice went on. "We've watched, but observation is only the beginning. Now it's your turn to remember." Suddenly, the room's fluorescent lights blazed to life, illuminating the full extent of the twisted shrine. A massive screen on the far wall flickered, displaying grainy footage. My stomach twisted in horror. It was me. Every frame showed moments I thought were lost to time. Walking through the park, sitting alone at home, even sleeping in my bed. The surveillance had been far more invasive than I ever imagined. Before I could react, the screen abruptly cut to a live feed from the very room I stood in. I saw myself frozen in shock, flashlight still clutched in my hand, a trapped figure in someone else's labyrinthine game. The distorted voice spoke again. "This is your chance to know the truth or to forget. The choice is yours." As the message ended, a loud mechanical click echoed from behind me. I spun around to see a heavy metal door slowly creaking open. Beyond it lay darkness, thick and impenetrable. Something deeper than fear gripped me, and a primal instinct urging me to run, to flee from whatever horror lay beyond that doorway. But another part of me, driven by years of unanswered questions and an insatiable need for closure, pushed me forward. I stepped through the door. The air turned cold, carrying a metallic tang that stung my throat. My flashlight sputtered, its beam barely piercing the darkness. I followed a narrow corridor that twisted like a labyrinth, my every step amplified by the oppressive silence. Then I saw it, a faint pulsating glow emanating from an open chamber at the end of the hall. As I approached, I realized the walls were lined with rows of old monitors, each displaying fragmented memories from my life. Some were real, others distorted, a surreal blend of truth and fabrication. In the center of the room stood a tall, hooded figure, motionless, their back turned to me. A slow, measured breath escaped their lips, filling the silence with an eerie calm. Before I could speak, the figure turned, revealing a face that made my knees buckle. It was me. Not a perfect mirror image, but a distorted version, older, worn, with cold, calculating eyes. The imposter spoke in the same detached voice from the recordings. "You were never supposed to remember," it said, "but now you've come too far." My mind reeled. The memories, the surveillance, the relentless pursuit. It all clicked into place. I hadn't been followed. I'd been studied, conditioned, prepared for this exact moment. "What is this?" I demanded, my voice hoarse with fear and anger. "This," it whispered, "is the end or the beginning. Choose wisely." Before I could respond, the monitors flared with blinding light, drowning the room in searing white. The last thing I heard was the steady, mechanical rhythm of my own heartbeat, echoing endlessly until there was only silence. Story 31. The phone calls started on a rainy Thursday evening. At first, they were nothing more than static-filled silences, annoying but easy to dismiss. I figured it was some telemarketer, an outdated robocall struggling to connect through the storm. I blocked the number and moved on, but the calls didn't stop. A few days later, another call came through, this time from a different number. I answered without thinking. "Hello?" I said. The line crackled with static, but beneath the distortion I could just make out faint breathing. I repeated myself, voice firmer now. "Who is this?" No response, just the slow, rhythmic sound of someone exhaling, steady and deliberate. Then the call ended. By the following week, the calls became a relentless presence in my life. They came at all hours, early in the morning, late at night, even during work meetings. The same breathy silence, the same abrupt hang-up. It was the night of the first message when things truly changed. I was home alone, scrolling through a streaming app when my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. "Nice movie choice. You always liked thrillers." I froze, my thumb hovering over the screen. My TV was paused on a thriller I had just selected, but how could anyone know that? The curtains were drawn, the doors locked, I was alone. A second message appeared. "Check the front porch." I leapt up, heart pounding. Grabbing the nearest thing that could serve as a weapon, a heavy flashlight, I approached the front door cautiously. My breath hitched as I unlocked the deadbolt and pulled the door open. The porch was empty. No delivery, no person, just the cold, damp air of the stormy night. Then I noticed it, a small weathered box sitting on the doormat. I picked it up carefully, scanning the darkened street before retreating inside. Placing the box on the kitchen table, I hesitated, debating whether to call the police. But curiosity gnawed at me. Hands trembling, I pried open the lid. Inside was a Polaroid photograph of me. It was recent. I was sitting on my living room couch, wearing the same sweatshirt I had on now, holding a mug of tea. It was exactly how I had been positioned just hours earlier. My mind reeled. How could anyone have taken this picture? I hadn't seen or heard anything unusual. Whoever sent it had been inside. The phone buzzed again. Nice smile. I dropped the phone, adrenaline surging through me. I checked every lock, every window, every corner of my home. But nothing was out of place, except for the creeping sense that I was being watched. Unable to sleep, I stayed up, flashlight in hand, scanning the shadows that seemed to press closer with each passing hour. The following day I contacted the police. An officer came, took a report, and examined the photograph. Probably some sick prank, he said with practiced detachment. We'll keep an eye on the area. But his words felt hollow. I could tell he thought I was overreacting. The next few nights were quiet, too quiet. The absence of the calls and texts felt like a coiled spring ready to snap. I couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. Then, late one night, I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing. A new message. Look outside. My pulse thundered in my ears as I crept to the window and peeked through the curtains. There, under the yellow glow of the streetlight, stood someone. Tall, unmoving, face obscured by the shadows. They stood perfectly still, as if waiting. I stumbled back, reaching for my phone to call 911, but before I could dial, another message appeared. It's too late. My blood ran cold as my house was plunged into darkness. The power had been cut. Panic surged through me as I fumbled through the dark, searching for my flashlight. Somewhere outside, I heard the faint crunch of footsteps on wet leaves. The phone buzzed one last time. I'm already inside. Story 32. It started so quietly that I almost convinced myself it wasn't real. The first time I heard it, I was half asleep, cocooned in the warmth of my blankets while the stillness of the house cradled me. The knock was sharp and sudden, 3 distinct raps against the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I held my breath, straining to hear through the thick silence that followed. Minutes passed, nothing. Just a dream, I told myself, rolling over, letting sleep pull me back under. But the next night it came again. At exactly 3 a.m., 3 sharp knocks echoed through the house. This time I sat up, fully alert. The knocks were measured, deliberate, too precise to be the wind or some passing animal. I waited, heart pounding in the dark, listening for footsteps or the creak of the porch. There was nothing, only the still, oppressive quiet. By morning I had nearly convinced myself it was a prank, kids playing games or a mischief-making neighbor. But the next night, and the night after that, the knocking returned. Always at 3 a.m., 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then 3 more, relentless, exact. The ritual repeated itself like clockwork, leaving me increasingly exhausted and on edge. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by a gnawing tension that built with each passing day. The sound haunted me, slipping into my thoughts even during the day. I found myself staring at the front door, expecting it even in the light of morning. One particularly cold night, the knocking came louder, harder. It sliced through the quiet like a blade, leaving the air trembling with its echo. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Heart hammering, I slipped out of bed and crept toward the front door. The old wooden floor groaned beneath my feet as I approached. I pressed my eye to the peephole, breath shallow, expecting to see someone standing there. But the porch was empty. The dim glow of the street lamp cast long shadows across the yard, stretching twisted branches into skeletal fingers. My eyes scanned the street, searching for movement, for anything, nothing. Summoning what little courage I had left, I unlocked the door and stepped outside. The cold air bit into my skin, sharp and unforgiving. The street was eerily still. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of passing cars. No footprints, no signs of tampering, no one hiding in the shadows. Just emptiness. I locked the door behind me and double-checked every window, every latch. But even as I secured the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The knocking came again the next night, and the next. Desperate for answers, I installed a security camera above the front door, its unblinking lens trained on the porch. This will catch them, I thought. This will end it. But it didn't. Each morning I reviewed the footage with trembling fingers. Each time I found the same unsettling scene, nothing. The porch remained empty, the street still and silent. The knocking came from nowhere, leaving behind only distorted static and the echo of my pounding heart. Days blurred into nights. The sleepless hours dragged endlessly, each one filled with the suffocating anticipation of that sound. I withdrew from friends, stopped answering calls, canceled plans. My house, once my safe haven, had become a prison, a place haunted by a rhythm that refused to be silenced. Weeks passed. Exhaustion hollowed me out, leaving me jumpy and paranoid. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind outside sent me spiraling into panic. The sound, it wasn't just outside anymore. It was inside me, echoing in my thoughts, scratching at the edges of my mind. The fear consumed me. One sleepless night, I reached my breaking point. I couldn't live like this anymore. The house, the place that was supposed to be my sanctuary, had become something far darker. With a heavy heart, I made the decision to leave. Packing my belongings felt like surrender, like admitting defeat in a battle I never understood. But staying meant losing more than just sleep. It meant losing myself. As I drove away, I glanced back one last time. The house stood still and silent in the pale morning light, its windows dark and empty. For a fleeting moment I felt relief. I was leaving behind the knocking, the endless sleepless nights, the waiting. But the memory followed me. In my new home, the quiet felt unnatural. The absence of that familiar rhythm should have brought comfort, but instead, it left a hollow ache in its place. I lay awake at night, straining to hear anything, my ears tuned to a sound I no longer wanted to hear but couldn't forget. Each creak of the house, each distant thud of settling wood, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My mind braced for the sound. 3 knocks, a pause, and 3 more. Weeks passed, but the unease never faded. I became hyper-vigilant, checking the locks repeatedly, pacing the darkened hallways of my new home like a restless ghost. The knocking may have stopped, but the fear hadn't. It had carved itself into my mind, etched deep into the fabric of my being, a reminder of how fragile safety truly is. Even now, on the stillest nights, when the world holds its breath, I swear I can still hear it. Knock, knock, knock. A pause. Knock, knock, knock. And I wonder, did I ever really leave? Story 33. It was a normal Tuesday when I first noticed something was wrong. My day had been packed with back-to-back meetings and a towering stack of reports. I was looking forward to a quiet evening, dinner, and catching up on my favorite show. But when I pulled out my phone to check the latest news, a flood of notifications made my blood run cold. My phone buzzed repeatedly, not with work updates or social media alerts, but with messages from my own contacts. Confused, I opened the first one from my friend Sarah. "Are you okay? I'm really worried. Why would you say you're in danger?" Panic prickled the back of my neck. The message was clearly from Sarah, but I hadn't sent anything to her. My fingers trembled as I opened another message sent to my colleague Dave. "Please be careful. I know what happened last week. You're not safe." Each message was worse than the last, personal, specific, and laced with an ominous tone. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My phone had been hacked. Someone had accessed my contacts and was using my number to send these terrifying messages. I tried calling Sarah and Dave to explain, but my phone's connection was dead. No calls, no texts. It was as though someone had locked me out of my own life. Isolated and desperate, I turned to my laptop and quickly drafted emails explaining the situation. But before I could hit send, a new email appeared in my inbox. The subject line was blank. The sender was an anonymous address. Against my better judgment, I clicked on it. The email contained a single link. Heart pounding, I hesitated but couldn't resist. The link led to a website, a twisted digital dossier filled with personal information about me. Photos, social media posts, even private details I'd never shared online. At the top of the page was a chilling message. "You're being watched. This is just the beginning." I pushed back from the desk, gasping for breath. Someone wasn't just hacking my phone. They were stalking me. They knew where I lived, who I talked to, and the secrets I thought were mine alone. I called my phone provider from a backup device, but they couldn't provide immediate help. Their investigation would take days. Meanwhile, the messages kept coming. I know where you live. You should really lock your front door. The thought that someone had been near my home, or worse, inside, made my stomach twist. I double-checked every lock, installed a new security system, and started carrying pepper spray. But no amount of precautions could shake the feeling of being constantly watched. I contacted the police. They took my complaint seriously, but admitted that tracing cybercriminals was notoriously difficult. Be vigilant, they advised. Document everything. With nowhere else to turn, I hired a cybersecurity expert named Alex. He confirmed my worst fears. The hacker was using advanced tools, likely bypassing even the most secure settings on my phone. He set to work, combing through digital logs and tracing online breadcrumbs. Days turned into a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I used my laptop cautiously, only on secure networks, while Alex monitored every piece of incoming data. Then one night, while reviewing old emails, I noticed something strange. The messages from the hacker had been sent at eerily precise intervals, almost like they were automated. An idea struck me. Perhaps the hacker was using a bot, but stepping in manually when something urgent came up. I needed to force them into making a mistake. I created a fake email address and sent a bait message to the anonymous account, pretending to be a third party with critical information about me. I crafted a story about an important meeting where sensitive details about my life would be revealed. Then I waited. Minutes later, a reply arrived. Your curiosity will be your undoing. Cold fear settled in my chest. The hacker wasn't just playing a game, they were enjoying it. But their response also confirmed something important. I had their attention. Alex traced the email's IP address, though it was heavily masked through multiple VPNs. Still, there was a small lead, one overlooked server that hadn't been properly encrypted. It was a long shot, but it might be enough. With the police now fully involved, Alex worked through the night. By morning, he had narrowed the origin of the messages to a remote server located across the country, a known hub for cybercriminal activity. The authorities moved quickly, coordinating with law enforcement in that region. A few tense days later, I received a call from the police. They'd found the hacker. It turned out to be a tech-savvy loner with a history of cyberstalking. Their motive? Control. They had been following me online for months, collecting personal data and weaving themselves into my life without me ever knowing. The relief I felt was immense, but it was tempered by lingering dread. Even though the immediate threat was over, the scars remained. I changed every password, secured every account, and installed new digital defenses. Life slowly returned to normal, but I was never quite the same. I had seen how easily someone could rip away the illusion of privacy and security, leaving behind only fear. In a world where every click, every post, and every conversation leaves a digital trail, I learned that safety is never guaranteed, only fought for. And I've been fighting ever since. Story 34. It started as an occasional unnerving sensation, a feeling that someone was watching me. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of my mind, fleeting glimpses of movement caught in my peripheral vision while going about my daily routines. But when I turned to look, nothing was ever there. Then came the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday. We had planned a modest backyard celebration, complete with balloons, a play area, and a cake adorned with her favorite cartoon characters. As I stood by the window, finalizing some last-minute preparations, I saw him again. Mr. Thompson, our neighbor. He was peering through his window, his gaze fixed intently on our backyard. This time, his scrutiny felt different. It wasn't idle curiosity, it was focused, almost intrusive. My husband Alex and I had moved into this suburban neighborhood 3 years earlier. Mr. Thompson had been here much longer. He was an elderly man, quiet and reclusive, whose weathered house always seemed to teeter on the edge of disrepair. We had exchanged polite greetings a few times. but he remained an enigma. As the party got underway, I noticed Mr. Thompson still watching. His face was barely visible through a narrow slit in his blinds, but his presence was unmistakable. I tried to brush it off. Perhaps he was lonely, simply curious about the commotion next door. But in the days that followed, his habit grew more pronounced. Whenever I stepped outside, there he was, watching from his window. If I took out the trash or worked in the garden, his gaze seemed to follow me. It became harder to ignore, harder to rationalize. Finally, on a crisp autumn afternoon, I decided to confront him. I knocked on his door, my heart pounding with a mix of apprehension and determination. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and there he stood. Mr. Thompson was gaunt, his piercing blue eyes framed by deep wrinkles. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his clothes were impeccably clean, a stark contrast to the dimly lit, cluttered house behind him. "Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've noticed you've been looking at our house quite a bit lately. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed slightly, though his expression remained calm. "Oh, I'm sorry if I've been a bother," he said in a measured tone. "I've just been observing." "Observing?" I repeated, struggling to mask my discomfort. "Yes," he said slowly, his gaze drifting as if searching for the right words. "I've always had a keen interest in the people around me." The conversation took a chilling turn as Mr. Thompson began recounting details about our lives, things he couldn't possibly know. He spoke of Alex's work schedule, our recent struggles with home repairs, and even my daughter's bout with the flu. He mentioned private conversations Alex and I had shared and plans for a vacation we hadn't told anyone about. My heart raced. "How do you know all this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying on us?" His expression didn't change. "Not spying," he said carefully. "Just observing. It helps me feel connected to the world." I stared at him, unsure whether to feel anger or pity. "You know it's not normal to watch people so closely," I said. "It feels invasive." He nodded slowly, a shadow of what might have been regret crossing his face. "I understand. I never meant to make you uncomfortable. I suppose I've been more involved than I should have been." Despite his calm demeanor, his piercing gaze unsettled me. I thanked him for his time and left, my mind racing with questions and unease. In the days that followed, I tried to put the encounter behind me, but it was impossible to ignore the feeling of being watched. Then one evening, as the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, I saw him again. This time he wasn't just watching. He was sitting by his window, scribbling into a small, worn notebook. The sight sent a chill down my spine. I decided I couldn't handle this alone anymore. The next morning, I called the local authorities. A kind officer visited Mr. Thompson's house, but after a brief inspection, he assured me there was nothing out of the ordinary. "Just an elderly man with a cluttered house," he said. "Odd, but not illegal." Despite their reassurances, my unease only deepened. Though Mr. Thompson eventually ceased his daily vigil, the damage had already been done. I remained hyper-aware of every movement and shadow near his house, every creak of a floorboard or rustle of leaves. Weeks passed, and the unease began to wane. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. But the memory of Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never truly faded. I often found myself wondering, was his obsession simply a harmless quirk born of loneliness, or was it something darker? Had his intense curiosity been rooted in benign fascination, or had it veiled more sinister intentions? Thompson became a ghostly figure of the neighborhood's past, a symbol of the thin line between curiosity and intrusion, and a reminder of how the seemingly ordinary can become deeply unsettling. Even now, I can't help but glance at his house when I pass by, half expecting to see his face in the window, watching. Story 35. The quiet hum of my laptop filled the room as I worked from my home office, a space I had carefully arranged for comfort and efficiency. The day had been uneventful, filled with emails, meetings, and reports. As the late afternoon shadows stretched across the room, I decided to take a break and stretch my legs, a simple act that would change everything. While walking past my desk, something unusual caught my eye. A large, unmarked manila envelope resting precisely in the center. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't remember placing it there. Cautiously, I approached and examined it. No return address, no identifying marks, just an ominous presence daring me to open it. With trembling fingers, I peeled back the flap and pulled out a thick dossier. The first page displayed my name in bold letters beneath the title, Personal Research Report. A chill ran down my spine. Someone had compiled a detailed file about me, though I couldn't fathom why. I flipped through the pages, each one more unsettling than the last. The first section read like an official biography, my full name, birth date, education, and work history, including old jobs I'd nearly forgotten. It went deeper, listing every address I'd ever lived at, complete with annotated maps and hand-scribbled notes detailing my daily routines. As I turned the page, the information became more personal. There were photographs of my family and friends, taken at private gatherings. The names, relationships, and even personal anecdotes were documented with eerie precision. Some of the pictures appeared to have been taken from a distance, as though someone had been watching for a long time. The next section was dedicated to my professional life. It detailed work projects, meetings, and even private conversations I'd had with colleagues. There were summaries of my strengths and weaknesses, professional habits, and even comments on how I reacted under stress. Someone had studied me like a subject in an experiment. Then the dossier delved into my personal interests and hobbies. There were lists of books I'd read, movies I'd watched, and restaurants I frequented. Every minor detail, my favorite recipes, fitness routines, and online shopping habits, was meticulously cataloged. It was as though my entire life had been reconstructed on paper. But the final section was the most horrifying. It contained recent surveillance notes and candid photographs. There were shots of me leaving my house, walking to my car, and sitting in local cafes. Some of the pictures were so recent that they could have been taken just days ago. My morning runs, trips to the grocery store, and casual conversations with neighbors were all captured in chilling clarity. I could barely breathe. Whoever had compiled this knew everything, intimate details I hadn't shared with anyone. This wasn't just research, it was obsession. Desperate for answers, I grabbed my phone and called the police, struggling to keep my voice steady. I explained the situation, detailing the contents of the dossier and the invasive surveillance. The dispatcher assured me that officers would be dispatched immediately. While waiting for them to arrive, I tore through my home office, searching for signs of surveillance equipment. I checked every outlet, light fixture, and vent, but found nothing. The room appeared untouched, adding to my sense of helplessness. Whoever had done this was skilled, precise, and deliberate. When the police arrived, they examined the dossier with grim expressions. They took it into evidence and asked me a series of pointed questions. Did I have enemies? Had I noticed anyone suspicious? Was there anyone in my personal or professional life who might have a motive? I couldn't think of anyone, at least not anyone capable of something so invasive and calculated. The officers promised to escalate the case and keep me informed, though their serious expressions hinted at how difficult this investigation would be. They left, taking the dossier with them, but the damage was already done. In the following weeks, I took drastic measures. I installed security cameras, changed every password I had, and adopted new routines designed to be unpredictable. I limited my online presence and avoided disclosing personal information wherever possible. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered, like a dark cloud hanging over every corner of my life. Despite the investigation and enhanced security measures, the case remained unsolved. No new leads emerged, and no suspects were identified. The police followed every possible avenue, but ultimately found no clear explanation. The dossier, chilling and methodical, left behind only unanswered questions. I tried to return to normal, resuming work and social activities, but the experience had left an indelible mark. Every shadow seemed darker, every stranger more suspicious. I lived in a state of constant vigilance, always wondering if someone was still watching, if the dossier was just the beginning of something far worse. The memory of that thick file still haunts me, a cold, clinical record of a life I thought was mine alone. It served as a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy can be shattered, leaving behind only fear and the relentless search for answers that may never come. Story 36. The final package marked the end of the deliveries, but not the fear. Despite the police investigation and heightened security measures, no trace of the sender was ever found. Weeks passed without incident, yet the memory of those meticulously crafted packages lingered like a dark stain on my life. I changed my phone number, installed surveillance cameras, and even moved to a new apartment in a different city. For a while, the change brought peace, until the anniversary of the first package approached. On that cold autumn evening, I found myself compulsively checking the front porch, expecting another delivery despite my best efforts to move on. Then one night, I woke abruptly to the sound of something faint tapping against my window. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. Heart pounding, I grabbed my phone and slowly approached the window. The wind howled outside, scattering leaves across the dark street below, but nothing appeared out of place. I convinced myself it was just a loose branch or an overactive imagination fueled by lingering paranoia. But the next morning, a small, familiar envelope lay on my windowsill, inside the locked apartment. My breath hitched as I picked it up, my hands trembling. Unlike the previous notes, this one was written by hand, the ink slightly smudged as though hurriedly scrawled. Its contents were chillingly direct. Did you really think moving would change anything? I stumbled back, cold terror gripping my chest. Whoever had been watching me hadn't stopped. They had simply waited for me to let my guard down. Desperate and terrified, I contacted the police again. They examined the note but found no prints, no DNA, no evidence of forced entry. It was as if the sender had materialized from thin air. Determined to reclaim control, I hired a private investigator named Michael. He was seasoned, methodical, and skeptical. Exactly what I needed. Together, we retraced the history of the packages, combing through shipping records, surveillance footage, and even local delivery routes. But the sender had been meticulous, using anonymous mail services and rotating post offices across multiple states. One breakthrough came when Michael discovered something I'd overlooked, the photograph of my childhood home from the first package. Examining it closely, he noticed a faint reflection in the window, blurred but unmistakably human. A face, partially obscured by the frame. My stomach twisted at the realization that the sender had been present, watching from just beyond the house's edge. Fueled by this discovery, we dug deeper into my past, searching for anyone who might hold a grudge or an unhealthy fixation. Old classmates, estranged family, former coworkers, every lead hit a dead end. The sender remained an elusive ghost, always one step ahead. Weeks stretched into months, and the surveillance cameras captured nothing, until one stormy night. The motion sensor on my back porch triggered an alert on my phone. Groggy but alert, I opened the live feed, expecting to see a wandering animal or shifting branches. Instead, I saw someone standing just outside the camera's range, a figure obscured by the rain, motionless as if waiting. Before I could react, the camera feed cut to static. The police arrived within minutes, finding no sign of forced entry and no footprints in the muddy ground. But as they searched the perimeter, I noticed something on the porch, a single soaked package. Inside was a lone photograph of me, taken from inside my apartment while I slept. The note underneath read, "I've always been here." The police launched a full-scale investigation, treating the case as a dangerous stalking situation. They kept me under surveillance and advised me to relocate once again. But deep down, I knew that running wouldn't change anything. Whoever was watching me wasn't driven by hatred or revenge. It was something far more insidious. They believed we shared a connection, an unbreakable bond forged through years of obsession. No lock, no distance, and no police presence could sever that. I moved far away, changed my identity, and built a new life. But even now, I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every unexplained sound, every misplaced object fills me with dread. And sometimes on cold, silent nights, I wake up convinced I'm not alone. Because deep in my soul, I know the truth. They never stopped watching. They never will. Story 37. The betrayal by someone so close is a wound that cuts deep, leaving behind not just broken trust, but a lingering ache of loss and disillusionment. Eleanor's deception shattered not only our bond, but the foundation of shared memories, trust, and belief in who she truly was. In the months following her sentencing, I often found myself revisiting our shared past, searching for signs I might have missed. Was there ever a moment when her desperation first took root? Was there something I could have done or noticed before it spiraled out of control? These questions circled endlessly, offering no answers, only a painful sense of inevitability. Friends and family tried to comfort me, offering platitudes about resilience and learning from betrayal. But trust is fragile, and rebuilding it felt impossible. I withdrew, wary of opening myself up to anyone. Even casual interactions felt fraught with suspicion, as if deception lurked behind every smile. Therapy became a crucial lifeline, helping me untangle the guilt I felt for not seeing through Eleanor's lies sooner. My therapist reminded me that manipulation thrives on trust and love, two things Eleanor had exploited masterfully. I hadn't failed, I had simply believed in her. With time, I focused on reclaiming control of my life. I strengthened my financial literacy, ensuring I'd never be blindsided by complex paperwork again. I reinforced legal protections, building walls where none had seemed necessary before. But the emotional rebuilding was harder. Despite everything, there were moments when I missed her. Not the person she had become, but the cousin I thought I knew. The one who stayed up late talking about dreams and fears, who laughed until we cried, who felt like family in the truest sense. Accepting that this version of Eleanor might never have existed was the hardest part. Years later, I received a letter from her, handwritten, raw, and remorseful. She apologized not just for her crimes, but for the deep betrayal of our relationship. She wrote of regret, of loneliness, and of how losing me was her greatest punishment. I stared at the letter for hours, torn between anger and empathy. I couldn't forget the damage she caused, but I also couldn't deny the sincerity in her words. In the end, I chose to forgive, not for her sake, but for mine. Holding on to the bitterness felt like granting her power she no longer deserved. Forgiveness didn't mean reconciliation. It didn't mean forgetting. It meant letting go of the past's suffocating grip and reclaiming my future. Eleanor's actions had defined me for far too long, but they would no longer shape who I became. With every step forward, I built a life defined not by betrayal, but by resilience and strength. Eleanor may have broken my trust, but she didn't break me, and in that I found my own form of justice. Story 38. The quiet chill of a November afternoon still lingers in my memory. The day I first met Ethan R., a renowned author celebrated for his mastery of psychological thrillers. I had been struggling with writer's block for months, trapped in the endless cycle of half-finished drafts and discarded ideas. Desperate for guidance, I sent Ethan an impassioned email, never expecting a response. To my astonishment, he replied within hours, suggesting we meet to discuss my work. We agreed on a quaint downtown cafe, its cozy interior offering a reprieve from the brisk autumn air. Ethan arrived precisely on time, a commanding presence wrapped in a tailored coat. his sharp features softened by an easy yet practiced smile. He greeted me warmly, his piercing eyes seeming to assess every detail of my demeanor in seconds. Our conversation flowed effortlessly. He spoke with intensity about character development and narrative structure, weaving literary insight with disarming charm. His feedback on my novel's premise was precise and transformative, offering clever plot twists and deeper psychological stakes. I left that meeting energized, feeling for the first time in months that my story had potential. Over the next few weeks, Ethan and I kept in regular contact, emails filled with detailed critiques, late-night phone calls discussing themes and unresolved plot points. His suggestions sharpened my story's tension, pushing it into darker, more compelling territory. But as I worked, a troubling pattern began to emerge. One night, Ethan proposed a major plot twist. The protagonist should grapple with a traumatic family loss, a scenario hauntingly similar to a personal tragedy I'd endured years ago. I hadn't told him about it, nor had I written anything remotely like it in my manuscript. I dismissed the coincidence, convincing myself that Ethan's gift for tapping into universal emotions explained it. But the uncanny suggestions continued. He urged me to include a subplot involving a fractured friendship marked by betrayal, a mirror image of my falling out with my closest friend from college. The emotional nuances he described matched my experience with disturbing precision. Then came his most chilling idea. A stalker leaving anonymous letters filled with intimate knowledge of the protagonist's life. My chest tightened. Months before I'd met Ethan, I'd received similar letters, cryptic messages detailing my daily routines, left unsigned. I had buried the memory, chalking it up to a twisted prank. Now Ethan's suggestion forced me to confront what I'd tried so hard to forget. Despite my growing discomfort, I couldn't deny Ethan's brilliance. His influence propelled my novel to emotional depths I couldn't have reached alone. But the line between creative collaboration and something far darker had begun to blur. One sleepless night, after reviewing another of Ethan's unnervingly specific suggestions, I decided to confront him. I invited him to my apartment under the guise of discussing my manuscript in person. He agreed without hesitation. Ethan arrived precisely on time, his worn leather briefcase in hand, radiating that same air of control I had once mistaken for confidence. We sat across from each other at my dining table, papers and notes scattered between us. His polite curiosity faded as I launched into my accusations. "Your suggestions," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady, "they're not just creative ideas, they're personal." His expression didn't change. The trauma, the betrayal, even the letters. "How do you know these things about me?" His eyes darkened, the mask of affability slipping ever so slightly. "Writers draw from life," he said evenly. "Sometimes we tap into truths we don't realize we know." "That's not good enough," I pressed. "You knew details I never shared, not in my writing, not with anyone." My pulse thundered as silence stretched between us. His lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "Perhaps your story resonated more deeply than you thought," he offered, his voice soft but laced with unmistakable menace. It hit me then, the truth I had been too afraid to see. Ethan hadn't just influenced my novel, he had orchestrated it, weaving himself into my life with terrifying precision. He wasn't helping me write a story, he was writing me. Rising from my chair, I forced steel into my voice. "I think we're done here. Leave." For the first time, Ethan's calm facade cracked, though only for a heartbeat. Slowly, deliberately, he gathered his papers, his eyes never leaving mine. "You've become quite the storyteller," he murmured. "Just remember, endings are tricky." The door clicked shut behind him, but the suffocating tension remained. Adrenaline propelled me back to my desk, where I deleted every file he'd touched, every email he'd ever sent. The manuscript I'd once been proud of now felt like a trap, a maze he'd built to control me. Determined to reclaim my voice, I started fresh. The writing process became an exorcism, purging Ethan's insidious presence from every page. Each chapter was a defiant assertion of agency, a rejection of the darkness he had tried to impose. Months later, my novel was finally complete, a deeply personal thriller about control, manipulation, and survival. It wasn't the book I had set out to write, but it was mine. Ethan's influence never truly disappeared. His shadow lingered in the quiet creaks of my apartment, in the chill of a passing stranger's glance. But I had learned something vital. The most dangerous stories aren't the ones we read, they're the ones we're forced to live. And I had rewritten mine. Story 39. It began like any other evening. I stumbled into my bedroom after a long day, comforted by the familiar rhythm of home. Tossing my keys onto the kitchen counter, I wandered to my room, ready to unwind. As my gaze swept across the clutter of books and trinkets on my dresser, something unusual caught my eye. A camera. At first, I dismissed it as one of my own gadgets. I was a photography enthusiast, and my room was always scattered with lenses and tripods. But as I stepped closer, a chill crept up my spine. The camera was angled perfectly to capture a wide view of my room, including the bed where I had been lounging just minutes earlier. Its small, unassuming lens gleamed in the dim light, watching. I scanned the room, heart pounding. Everything else appeared normal, but the suffocating sense of being observed was inescapable. My fingers trembled as I reached for the camera, finding a small SD card tucked inside. With mounting dread, I inserted the card into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, displaying a series of video clips. At first, the footage seemed mundane, me lounging on the couch, working at my desk, or tossing a book onto the floor. But even these innocent moments felt invasive. Then the clips shifted. The faces of my family and friends appeared on the screen. There was my sister watching TV at home, my best friend chatting at a cafe, my parents relaxing in their living room. Casual, everyday moments, yet horrifying in their intimacy. Someone had been tracking not only me but the people closest to me. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a prank, it was targeted, deliberate. I scrolled through the footage, each clip tightening the grip of dread in my chest. Whoever was behind this wasn't just watching, they were documenting, studying. Desperate for answers, I dialed my sister. No answer. I tried my parents, my best friend, voicemail, all of them. My mind raced with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. Feeling trapped, I called the police. When the officers arrived, I explained everything, showing them the footage. At first, they were skeptical, but as they watched the clips of my family, their expressions hardened. They promised to investigate, determined to trace the camera's origin. But even with the police involved, the sense of being watched never left me. Every creak of the floorboards, every shifting shadow outside my window felt like part of a twisted game I couldn't escape. Days turned into weeks. The police found no evidence of a break-in, no signs of forced entry. The camera had been expertly concealed, its placement coldly calculated. The investigation stalled, leaving me suspended in uncertainty. I tried to resume a semblance of normal life, but the damage had already been done. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a stage. Every sound, every flicker of movement in my peripheral vision set my nerves on edge. One sleepless night, a thought struck me with brutal clarity. The surveillance wasn't meant to harm, it was meant to manipulate. This wasn't about physical danger, it was psychological warfare. Someone was playing with my mind, unraveling my sense of security bit by bit. Determined to take control, I documented every strange occurrence, every possible clue. I upgraded my home security system, installing cameras, motion detectors, and reinforced locks. Paranoia became routine, a means of survival in a world where safety felt like an illusion. But the investigation remained cold. The identity of the watcher and their motives were never uncovered. Though time dulled the immediate terror, the memory of that camera left a permanent scar. Knowing someone had invaded my life watched my most private moments, and involved the people I loved, without reason or resolution, changed me forever. My home is secure now, fortified against invisible threats. But even as I lock my doors and check my cameras, I know true safety is an illusion. Somewhere, someone is still watching, and I'll never stop watching back. Story 40. The discovery came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I had been sorting through old family documents and personal files, trying to get my life back in order after weeks of strange, unsettling events. The house was eerily silent, except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if the house itself shared my unease. While sifting through a stack of old papers, I stumbled upon an envelope marked with a law firm's logo I didn't recognize. Its edges were worn, but the weight of its contents felt significant. Curiosity overtook caution, and I carefully opened it. Inside was a formal letter outlining a series of legal disputes linked to transactions made in my name. Business deals, property purchases, even a lease for a luxury apartment. I froze. None of these were mine. The letter detailed substantial financial activity I'd never authorized. Accounts I didn't own, properties I'd never seen. Whoever had orchestrated this knew my personal information well enough to build an entire life parallel to my own. My breath quickened as I read on, noting addresses, bank accounts, and phone numbers associated with this fraud. Frantic, I called the law firm, hoping to clarify some misunderstanding. Their receptionist's polite but firm tone made it clear that they couldn't offer any help beyond recommending I contact the police or hire a fraud investigator. With no other option, I grabbed the letter and rushed to the local police station. The officer on duty listened attentively but seemed skeptical at first. After filing a detailed report, he promised to escalate the matter to a fraud specialist. It was some reassurance, but as I left the station, I couldn't shake the chilling feeling that whoever was doing this might be closer than I realized. Determined to regain control, I hired a private investigator named Linda, known for her relentless pursuit of complex cases. She arrived at my home the next morning, her sharp eyes scanning the letter and personal documents with practiced precision. "We'll get to the bottom of this," she assured me. While Linda worked her contacts, I took steps to protect myself. I called my bank, reported the identity theft, and froze my credit. The process was frustrating and slow, each call a reminder of how deeply my life had been compromised. Days passed. Linda tracked several of the listed addresses, but most turned out to be dead ends, vacant properties or offices long closed. Then she found something promising, a luxury apartment in an upscale part of the city I'd never visited. We drove there together, tension thick in the air. The building was sleek and modern, with a polished lobby and a guarded front desk. The doorman seemed wary but agreed to help after Linda showed her credentials. He confirmed that someone matching the imposter's description had lived there but had moved out a few weeks earlier. However, he reluctantly provided a forwarding address from the building's records. Our search led us to a well-maintained townhouse in an affluent neighborhood. As we approached the front door, my mind raced with possibilities. Who was this person? Why had they chosen my identity? Linda knocked firmly. After a long pause, a young woman in her early 30s answered. Her puzzled expression quickly shifted to apprehension as Linda explained the situation and showed her credentials. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman stammered, her voice trembling. "I've been living here for months, but I never used anyone else's identity." Linda pressed harder, her tone sharp but professional. Slowly, the truth unraveled. The woman was another victim. She'd unknowingly rented the townhouse through a fake real estate agent, one connected to my identity theft case. With her cooperation, we pieced together more of the imposter's web of deception. They had stolen multiple identities, funding a life of luxury while leaving a trail of fraud and ruined lives. The scam went deeper than I ever could have imagined, a network of deceit stretching far beyond my personal nightmare. Eventually, law enforcement tracked down the imposter through the false accounts and forged documents. They were arrested, and the full extent of their crimes was laid bare. The authorities shut down their fraudulent operations, and my stolen identity was deactivated. Relief washed over me, but it was fleeting. The ordeal had left lasting scars. My sense of safety, trust, and even personal identity had been deeply violated. Rebuilding wasn't easy. I had to secure every financial and personal record, reset every password, and stay vigilant in ways I never thought necessary before. Even as life gradually returned to something resembling normal, the fear lingered, that unsettling awareness that someone, somewhere had lived a life frighteningly close to mine. Though justice had been served, the experience had altered me forever. Trust felt like a fragile, dangerous thing, and I could never again ignore the shadows lurking just beyond the edges of my carefully reconstructed world. Story 41. Standing before me was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet disturbingly familiar. As they stepped into the dim light, my breath hitched. The face staring back at me was my own. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. Same features, same eyes, but their expression was cold, calculating, and devoid of humanity. They tilted their heads, studying me with unsettling curiosity, as though I were the anomaly in this nightmare. "You finally understand," they said, their voice an eerie echo of mine. I was wondering how long it would take. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay still. What are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The doppelganger smiled, a chilling, knowing grin. "I'm what you tried to forget." Before I could respond, they gestured to the wall of photographs behind them. "You've been running from the truth, pretending this wasn't inevitable, but you always knew it would end here." I backed away, frantically scanning the room for an exit, but there was only the cold, silent house enveloping us like a trap. "Why did you take them?" I shouted, desperation cracking my voice. "What did they ever do to you?" "They weren't meant to stay," they whispered, stepping closer. "They were placeholders, connections you built to feel normal, to hide from what you really are." Their voice softened into something almost sympathetic. "But you can't escape yourself." I felt like the ground was collapsing beneath me. Memories I couldn't explain surfaced. Flashes of dark rooms, whispered conversations, and a deep, growing dread I had buried long ago. "No, this isn't real," I stammered, clutching my head as fragmented memories forced their way in. "You're lying." The doppelganger's expression twisted into something cruel. "You think reality cares what you believe?" They spread their arms toward the wall of faces. "You made them vanish one by one because they got too close. You wanted to forget, but the truth remembers." A surge of denial flooded through me, but in that moment, the memories came crashing down in unbearable clarity, each disappearance, each fractured friendship, each person fading into the dark, all because of me. My legs buckled and I fell to my knees. "No, I didn't. I couldn't." "You already did," they whispered, crouching down to meet my gaze. "I'm just here to finish what you started." Before I could react, the room plunged into darkness. The last thing I saw was my twisted reflection grinning with satisfaction. And then, nothing. Nothing. Story 42. The creeping paranoia that had taken hold of my life was relentless. Every message, every chilling demand, had unraveled the world I thought I knew. They had stolen my sense of security, twisted my reality, but they hadn't broken me. The aftermath of the arrest left an empty stillness I couldn't quite trust. The friend, no, the monster who had manipulated me was gone, locked away, but their shadow lingered. My home still felt like an open book, its walls stained with the memory of surveillance and betrayal. I moved to a new city, changing my name and wiping my digital presence as much as possible. I built a simpler life, quiet, private, disconnected. No social media, no online transactions, nothing traceable. I kept my phone off more often than on, using burner devices when I absolutely had to connect. For a while, it worked. The weight of constant fear lightened, replaced by a fragile peace. Until last week, it started with a letter, simple, unmarked, slipped under my apartment door. No return address. Just my name written in bold, familiar handwriting. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for 3 words scrawled in red ink. I'm still watching. My blood ran cold. The walls seemed to close in around me as I scanned my tiny apartment, searching for any sign of intrusion. Every drawer, every cabinet, every creak of the floorboard felt like a threat. But there was nothing. Just the letter, sitting there like a ticking bomb. I tried convincing myself it was a cruel prank, that someone had found out about my past, maybe from old news reports. But deep down, I knew better. The handwriting was unmistakable, precisely the same as the notes from before. They were back. I installed new locks, upgraded my home security, and bought more surveillance cameras than I cared to admit. But the real terror wasn't what could be seen. It was what lurked in the unseen spaces, the gaps where control slipped away. A few days later, the power went out. The apartment plunged into darkness, and my stomach twisted with dread. Fumbling for my flashlight, I stumbled through the shadows toward the circuit breaker in the hall. Before I could reach it, my phone buzzed, a notification. The sender was an unknown number. "Did you miss me?" I dropped the phone, my breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. The oppressive darkness seemed alive, pressing in from all sides. Somehow, they'd found me. Again. But this time, something was different. They didn't want money. They didn't want secrets. They wanted me. Fighting down terror, I grabbed my phone and typed a frantic message to the police. But before I could hit send, another notification appeared. "You can't hide." The power flickered back on. The apartment's dim lights buzzed to life, casting distorted shadows across the room. I wasn't safe here. I would never be safe again. But I was done running. Gathering my things, I left the apartment, heart pounding, and disappeared into the night. This time, I wouldn't just be a target. I would be ready. They thought they still controlled the game. But now, I was playing too. Story 43. The partnership had seemed promising at first. When I joined forces with Ryan Cole, a charismatic and well-connected entrepreneur, it felt like the perfect opportunity to expand my business. Ryan's reputation was impressive, his network extensive, and his ideas innovative. His enthusiasm was contagious, and I was optimistic about the possibilities ahead. However, it didn't take long before I started noticing unsettling changes in Ryan's behavior. Initially, he was energetic and forward-thinking, but as time passed, his ambition intensified into something far more concerning. He pushed for risky ventures, investments and deals that lacked due diligence and seemed too ambitious to be grounded in reality. One day, Ryan proposed an especially alarming venture, a massive investment in a tech startup with no track record. On paper, the startup seemed promising, but its instability made me uneasy. I questioned the logic behind such a large commitment, but Ryan brushed off my concerns with a confident smile. "Sometimes you have to take big risks to reap big rewards," he said smoothly. Despite my reservations, I agreed to move forward, but cautiously. Something about the deal felt off, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. As time went on, Ryan became increasingly secretive about his personal investments and financial dealings. He would sidestep my questions with charm and deflect concerns with grand promises. The uneasy feeling in my gut only grew. Driven by suspicion, I began digging into Ryan's background. An internet search yielded surprisingly little information. No notable career milestones or major achievements, just vague references to failed ventures and closed businesses. The lack of a clear professional history raised serious red flags. Determined to uncover the truth, I hired a private investigator and provided them with every piece of information I had on Ryan, his past businesses, connections, and financial dealings. The findings were both alarming and revealing. Ryan's past was littered with failed ventures, legal disputes, and a disturbing pattern of manipulative schemes. In several instances, he had convinced business partners to invest in fraudulent projects, only to siphon funds into hidden accounts. One incident stood out in particular. Ryan had orchestrated a venture where he persuaded investors to put millions into a company that didn't actually exist. It was nothing more than a shell corporation, a carefully crafted facade designed to drain funds and vanish without a trace. His partners were left devastated, with no recourse. Armed with this knowledge, I knew I couldn't continue working with him. I arranged a meeting at a neutral location, a quiet restaurant where we often discussed business. As we sat down, a sense of foreboding settled over me. "Ryan, I've been looking into your past ventures," I began cautiously. "There are some serious discrepancies I can't ignore." His confident demeanor faltered for the first time. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his tone sharp. "My past doesn't matter. We should be focusing on our future." I pressed on, showing him the documents the investigator had uncovered. His face went pale as he scanned the incriminating evidence, his composure shattered, replaced by anger and desperation. "You don't understand," he said, his voice rising. "This is all part of a bigger plan. You're just not seeing the full picture." His words were a tangled web of contradictions, a desperate attempt to regain control. It was clear that he was trying to manipulate me, spinning fantasies about untapped opportunities and secret deals. But his facade had finally cracked, and I could see the con for what it was. "I'm done," I said firmly. "I'm withdrawing from all our ventures. My legal team will handle the rest." Ryan's pleading turned frantic, but I stood my ground. Continuing the partnership would only endanger me further. I couldn't afford to let his schemes drag me down any deeper. In the aftermath, I worked tirelessly with my lawyers to mitigate the damage. We untangled financial ties, secured my remaining assets, and reported Ryan's activities to the authorities. The process was long and grueling, but it was the only way to ensure my business and personal reputation would survive. Ryan disappeared soon after, likely moving on to his next target. Though I was relieved to be free of him, the experience left a lasting scar. His deception had been calculated and dangerous, a harsh lesson in the perils of blind trust in business. But from that ordeal, I emerged wiser and more vigilant. I rebuilt my business with renewed caution, determined never to let charisma and promises blind me to potential risks again. In a world where trust is often currency, I learned the true cost of misplaced faith and how to ensure I would never pay that price again. Story 44. The next morning, a quiet calm settled over me, though the strange events still lingered like distant thunder. Determined to find closure, I returned to the library, manuscript in hand, ready to share everything with Mrs. Carter. But when I arrived, the librarian on duty stared at me blankly when I asked for her. "There's no Mrs. Carter working here," she said with a puzzled frown. "I've been the head librarian for the past 10 years. My breath hitched. Desperate for answers, I described Mrs. Carter, the elderly woman with sharp eyes and a kind, knowing smile. The librarian's expression softened into something resembling concern. "You must be mistaken," she said gently. "But there was a Mrs. Carter, a long time ago. She was the head librarian here until she passed away, nearly 20 years ago." The room seemed to tilt around me. Was it possible? Had I imagined her? But I remembered every detail, the way she guided me through the archives, her insistence that we visit the abandoned estate together. It had felt so real. Unable to accept that she was a mere figment of my imagination, I searched the library's dusty records. Deep in the archives, I found an old photograph labeled "Library Staff 1979. My heart pounded as my eyes landed on a familiar face, Mrs. Carter, standing proudly at the center. Clutched in her hand, barely visible in the faded photograph, was the same leather-bound journal I'd found in the abandoned mansion. I staggered back, my mind reeling. Was she guiding me all along, ensuring the manuscript reached me at the right moment? Was she protecting me from something darker? Before leaving the library, I returned to the exact shelf where I'd first found the mysterious book. My fingers grazed the empty space, half expecting to find it again, but the shelf was bare, as if it had never been there at all. As I turned to leave, something glinted on the worn wooden flea, or beneath the shelves, a single folded note in familiar, elegant handwriting. With trembling hands, I picked it up and unfolded the parchment. The past may guide, but the future is yours to shape. Trust what you've learned, and remember, you were never truly alone. The signature at the bottom was unmistakable: E. Carter. I left the library with the note clutched tightly in my hand, feeling both haunted and strangely reassured. Whatever strange force had pulled me into its tangled web had let me go, or perhaps set me free. As I stepped into the autumn sunlight, the world seemed different, brighter, clearer, charged with possibility. The past had relinquished its hold, and for the first time the future felt like something I could finally claim as my own. Story 45. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first noticed the unsettling changes in my life. The leaves crunched underfoot as I walked down the familiar path leading to my home, the sky painted with deep oranges and purples. My Labrador Max trotted happily beside me, his tail wagging in rhythm with my steps. The air was cool and comforting, wrapping the day in a serene stillness, a perfect ending to an ordinary day. Little did I know it was the calm before the storm. The next morning I woke to silence. Max's bed was empty, his usual morning bark absent. At first, I thought he was simply exploring the house, but as I called his name, the oppressive stillness of the house pressed in around me. Panic surged through my chest. I searched every room, my voice growing hoarse as I called for him. An hour passed in a haze of desperation and unanswered questions. Just as I was about to call animal control, I saw him, standing at the end of the street, his form barely visible through the swirling autumn leaves. Relief crashed over me as I ran toward him, my heart pounding. He stood still, staring at me with an expression I couldn't quite place, almost wary, as if unsure whether to trust me. It wasn't until I knelt to pet him that I noticed something was wrong. Max wasn't wearing his familiar red collar. Instead, a thick, old-fashioned leather band encircled his neck. Its surface was etched with strange, intricate carvings, and a brass nameplate gleamed in the morning light. My stomach twisted. Tied securely to the collar was a small, rolled piece of paper, bound with rough twine. My hands trembled as I untied the note and unrolled it. The uneven, rushed handwriting seemed almost frantic. I have seen what you choose to ignore. Your home is not as safe as you believe. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life. My breath hitched as I reread the message, each word digging deeper into my mind. What secret? What danger? Who was R? Max pressed against me, whining softly, his usual playfulness replaced by a tense alertness. I gently removed the collar, examining its worn leather surface. The brass nameplate was blank, as if to emphasize its ominous purpose. Shaken but determined, I carried Max home, locking the door behind us. My once cozy house now felt like a stranger, its familiar walls concealing something I couldn't see. I couldn't ignore the note. The message felt deliberate, personal, as though someone, or something, had been watching me for far longer than I realized. That evening, I retraced Max's steps, following the path where I'd found him. The quiet streets were eerily deserted, and the golden autumn leaves swirling in the breeze seemed to whisper secrets I couldn't understand. The search led me to the park at the edge of the neighborhood, a place Max and I often visited. Near the old wooden bench by the faded playground, a man sat, his shoulders hunched beneath a worn coat. His weathered face was lined with shadows, and his eyes darted nervously toward me. I hesitated but approached, keeping Max close. "Excuse me," I called, my voice trembling. "Have you seen anything unusual around here?" My dog went missing last night and came back with this. I held up the collar. The man's eyes widened, his expression flickering between recognition and fear. He fidgeted with his hands, avoiding my gaze. I don't know about any collar, he muttered, but you should be careful. Sometimes things aren't what they seem. Before I could press him further, he rose abruptly and shuffled away, disappearing into the deepening twilight. Fear prickled my skin as I watched him vanish down the deserted street. Back home, I couldn't shake the sense of being watched. Every creak of the old house sounded like approaching footsteps, every shifting shadow like unseen eyes. Determined to find answers, I searched the house from top to bottom, checking behind furniture, in closets, and under the floorboards, but everything appeared normal. The only thing out of place was the collar, still sitting on the kitchen counter like a silent accusation. I traced the carved symbols with my fingertips, wondering what they meant, and why someone had gone to such lengths to send me a warning. The following days were a haze of anxious waiting. I watched Max closely, searching for signs of distress or lingering fear, but he seemed to have returned to his usual cheerful self. Still, I couldn't ignore the note's words. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life. One sleepless night, driven by a desperate need for clarity, I pulled out the collar again. This time I examined it under the bright beam of a flashlight, hoping for a clue I had missed before. As the light traced the carved symbols, something glinted faintly, almost hidden beneath the brass nameplate. With a screwdriver, I pried the plate loose. Behind it was a second, smaller piece of paper folded so tightly it was almost invisible. My hands shook as I unfolded it. It knows you found the collar. You're running out of time. A sharp knock echoed through the house. I froze, heart pounding. Another knock, louder this time, insistent. I grabbed Max and backed away from the front door, barely able to breathe. My fingers brushed against my phone, trembling as I dialed 911. But before I could press call, the knocking stopped. Silence settled over the house, heavier than before. The front porch was empty when the police arrived. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints in the fallen leaves. They filed a report but couldn't explain what had happened or why. Days have passed, but I can't shake the feeling that the warning wasn't just about Max or the collar. It was about me. The house feels like a trap now, its familiar walls holding secrets I'm too afraid to uncover. Every creak, every shadow feels charged with hidden intent. And though the collar is gone, its warning remains etched in my mind. Be wary of the secret buried beneath your comfortable life, because some secrets aren't meant to be found, and some warnings come too late. Story 46. It all began with a single phone call. It was a quiet Tuesday night, the kind of stillness where even the soft hum of the refrigerator seemed amplified. I was curled up on the couch, letting the calm of the evening settle over me when my phone rang. The sharp tone shattered the silence, making me jump. I glanced at the screen, an unfamiliar number. It was past midnight, far too late for a casual call. For a moment, I debated letting it go to voicemail. Probably a wrong number, or one of those endless robocalls. But something about the timing, about the stillness of the night, compelled me to answer. Hello? Silence. A faint crackle of static buzzed on the other end. I waited, straining to hear anything, breathing movement, but there was nothing. Just that empty, hissing static. Hello? I repeated, my voice firmer now. The line went dead. I stared at the phone, a faint unease creeping into my chest. It had to be a glitch, I told myself. A crossed line or a technical error. Shaking my head, I set the phone down and went back to my quiet evening, though the stillness felt heavier now. The next night, at precisely midnight, the phone rang again. Same number, same unknown caller. My pulse quickened as I picked up the phone. Hello? The static returned, deeper this time, like a distant radio static on barely tuned in. No voice, no explanation, just nothing. I hung up, trying to brush off the creeping dread tightening around my chest. Maybe it was a prank, some bored stranger messing with random numbers. I told myself it was nothing, but the calls didn't stop. Night after night, always at midnight, the phone would ring. Each time I answered, each time there was only silence, until one night everything changed. The phone rang at the usual time. With shaky hands I picked it up. Hello. For a moment there was only static, faint, persistent. And then, I know where you are. The whispered words hit me like a jolt of electricity. My breath caught in my throat. Who is this? I demanded, my voice trembling. The line went dead. I stood frozen, phone still clutched in my hand, the darkness around me feeling suddenly suffocating. My heart pounded as my mind raced with possibilities. Was it a prank? A sick joke? But the voice, it felt too deliberate, too intimate. The next morning, I called my phone provider, desperate for answers. I gave them the number, explaining everything. But after several minutes of searching, they told me something that made my stomach twist. There's no record of those calls, the representative said. That number doesn't exist. The words left me cold. How could that be possible? The calls had been real. I knew they had. The next night I stayed awake, phone clutched tightly in my hand, dread coiling tighter with each passing minute. Midnight came, and right on cue, the phone rang. I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. Hello? The familiar static buzzed softly before the voice returned. I know where you are. This time, though, there was something different. Beneath the whispered words, I heard faint background noise, murmured voices like a conversation just out of reach, or the rustling of papers. Who are you? I demanded. What do you want? The line clicked, leaving me alone in the heavy silence. Panic seeped into every corner of my life after that. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside my window felt like a threat. I installed extra locks on my doors and windows, set up motion-detecting lights, and even bought security cameras. But no matter how secure I made the house, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Desperate for help, I went to the police. I explained everything, the calls, the voice, the number that didn't exist. They took my statement seriously, promising to investigate. They advised me to document any future calls and reassured me that I was safe. But I didn't feel safe. Then, just as suddenly as they had started, the calls stopped. One night, the phone didn't ring. Midnight came and went in perfect, suffocating silence. The next night was the same, and the one after that. At first, I felt relieved. Maybe whoever it was had finally given up. Maybe the nightmare was over. But the relief didn't last. The silence felt wrong. More oppressive than the calls themselves. I couldn't help but wonder, had they stopped because they were done playing their game, or because they didn't need the phone anymore? The paranoia only deepened. I started noticing small things, objects slightly out of place, windows unlocked when I was sure I had locked them, faint footprints in the dirt outside my back door. I never saw anyone, never caught anyone on the security cameras, but I felt it. The weight of unseen eyes, the prickling sensation of being watched. Though the calls never returned, the fear never left. Even now, late at night when the world is quiet, I still flinch when my phone buzzes unexpectedly. I still check the locks twice, sometimes 3 times before going to bed. And sometimes when sleep eludes me, I lie awake and remember the voice, soft and cold, crackling through the static. I know where you are. The words linger, etched into my memory, a dark reminder that some fears don't end when the phone stops ringing. They just wait. Story 47. It began like any other day, a crisp autumn morning with the scent of fall and leaves lingering in the air. I set out for a hike, eager to escape the suffocating grind of daily life. The forest was my refuge, its winding trails offering peace and solitude. But on that particular day, the woods had something far darker in store. I followed a familiar trail until an overgrown path caught my eye, one I didn't remember seeing before. Curiosity tugged at me, and without much thought, I veered off the main path, pushing through dense brush until I stumbled into a secluded clearing. At its center lay a weathered stone slab, half hidden beneath a tangle of roots and moss. It was oddly placed, like it had been abandoned long ago. Intrigued, I knelt and brushed away the dirt covering its surface. My fingers froze as they traced the faded inscription. Here lies, born, died, today's date. My breath caught in my throat, the forest grew still, the rustling leaves silenced as though holding their breath. The cold certainty of those words weighed down on me. My name, my birth date, today's date. I stumbled back, heart pounding. A cruel joke, I thought, or maybe a bizarre coincidence. But the air around me felt heavy, oppressive, charged with something far more sinister than a simple prank. I snapped a few photos of the grave with trembling hands before bolting back down the trail, adrenaline propelling me forward. As the familiar path finally emerged ahead, I dared a glance over my shoulder. The clearing was gone. That night, sleep eluded me. Every creak of my old house, every whisper of wind against the windows set me on edge. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, haunted by the image of the stone and its chilling inscription. The next morning, I decided to investigate. A call to the local historical society yielded nothing. There were no records of a grave or memorial in that part of the forest. The woman on the phone seemed unfazed, her polite indifference deepening my unease. Desperate for answers, I turned to a local private investigator named Jim, a no-nonsense type with years of experience dealing with odd cases. He listened quietly as I described the stone. Though skeptical, he agreed to help. Days passed without leads. Jim dug through old property records, missing persons cases, and local legends, but nothing connected to the mysterious grave. Frustration festered, gnawing at me with every passing hour. Then, one evening, as I reviewed the photos I'd taken of the stone, I noticed something strange. In the first photo, the inscription was sharp and clear, but in the following shots it appeared fainter. The words were fading, like the memory of the stone itself was slipping away. I showed the photos to Jim. His face darkened. "We need to go back," he said. The next morning, we hiked into the forest together, retracing my steps. Every rustling leaf, every distant bird call felt amplified, warped by the suffocating tension that blanketed the woods. When we reached the clearing, my stomach twisted. The stone was gone. In its place lay only a patch of flattened grass, as though something heavy had been dragged away. "What the hell is going on?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Jim surveyed the area, his expression grim. It's like it was never here. Panic clawed at my chest. Was I losing my mind? Had I imagined the whole thing? That night, I received a text from an unknown number. The message read, "The stone was never meant to be found. You've disturbed something ancient. Watch your back." My blood turned to ice. The cryptic warning pushed me over the edge. I contacted Jim again, and he suggested setting up cameras around my home to document any unusual activity. I agreed, though the idea of being monitored felt like an invasion of what little privacy I had left. Days passed, and the cameras captured nothing. No movement, no signs of intruders. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to keep its secrets. Then, late one night, I was reviewing footage when something extraordinary happened. The grainy video showed a shadowy figure approaching my house. They were carrying something that looked disturbingly similar to the stone from the grave. Before I could make out any details, the footage cut to static. That was the breaking point. I felt like a puppet in a game I didn't understand, manipulated by unseen hands. Fear had consumed my life, and I realized I couldn't stay here any longer. I decided to leave town, hoping that distance might bring relief. As I packed my bags, I couldn't help but glance back at my home one last time. The place that had once been my sanctuary now felt tainted, a stage for a sinister play. Driving away, the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever, shrouded in uncertainty. I didn't know what awaited me, but I was determined to escape the shadow that had loomed over me since that fateful day in the forest. Even as I left, the inscription on the stone remained etched in my mind, a chilling reminder of how fragile our sense of reality can be when confronted with the unknown. Story 48. I froze, my breath caught in my throat as the unmistakable sound of the hidden door creaking open echoed through the stillness of the house. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet remained rooted to the spot. My mind raced, replaying every moment of the last hour, searching for anything I might have missed, anything that could explain how the door had opened, or who might be behind it. The phone in my hand slipped from my trembling fingers, clattering against the hardwood floor. The sound felt deafening in the oppressive silence that followed. I dropped to my knees, scrambling to pick it up, only to realize the call had failed. The signal was gone. The creak came again, slow, deliberate, followed by the faint sound of footsteps. Someone was coming up from the basement. My pulse thundered in my ears as I forced myself to move. I dashed toward the front door, fumbling with the lock, but the deadbolt wouldn't budge. It was stuck, jammed. Desperation clawed at my chest as I turned toward the back door, only to see that the kitchen lights were flickering ominously, casting shifting shadows across the room. Footsteps echoed again, closer this time. I grabbed a heavy metal flashlight from the hall table and backed into the living room, every instinct screaming at me to find cover. I crouched behind the old leather sofa, heart pounding, struggling to silence my shaky breaths. The footsteps reached the top of the basement stairs and paused. For one agonizing moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, in a slow, measured rhythm, the footsteps resumed, moving with chilling precision, methodically searching each room. Whoever was there knew the house well. A cold realization settled over me. They had lived in the hidden room. They had studied me, memorized every inch of the house, and now they were hunting. I gripped the flashlight tighter, adrenaline surging. If I stayed frozen, I would be trapped. I needed to get out or fight back. Suddenly, the intruder's shadow stretched across the living room wall, distorted and monstrous. They were just feet away, lingering at the entrance, breathing heavily as if savoring the moment. Without thinking, I surged to my feet, swinging the flashlight with every ounce of strength I could muster. It connected with a sickening thud, sending the figure staggering back with a guttural grunt. I bolted for the back door, adrenaline fueling my every step. This time, the lock yielded, and I flung the door open, sprinting into the rain-soaked night. The cold air burned my lungs as I ran toward the neighbor's house, frantically pounding on their door. Lights flicked on inside and relief washed over me as Mr. Calloway, my elderly neighbor, opened the door, confusion etched on his face. "Help me!" I gasped, collapsing against the threshold. Someone's in my house. They were watching me, living inside the walls. His eyes widened with alarm, and he quickly ushered me inside, locking the door behind me. We called the police, and within minutes, flashing red and blue lights lit up the street. Officers swept through my house, guns drawn, but when they Jed, their expressions were grim. The house was empty, no sign of forced entry, no trace of the hidden room, the photos, or the surveillance equipment. Even the basement door was sealed tight, as though it had never been opened. "It's like nothing was ever there," one officer muttered. I insisted, pleading with them to believe me, but the evidence was gone, wiped clean with meticulous care. The only thing left was the faint, lingering scent of damp earth and something metallic. Something cold. They promised to station a patrol car nearby for the night, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. To them, I was just another paranoid homeowner, overwhelmed by a lonely house filled with creaks and shadows. But I knew the truth. As I sat trembling on Mr. Calloway's couch, wrapped in a blanket, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Someone had lived in that hidden room, watched me, studied me, and now they were still out there, waiting. Later that night, as exhaustion pulled me into a restless sleep, my phone buzzed, just once. A single, unread message lit up the screen. "I'll be seeing you soon, story 49. The doorbell rang unexpectedly one afternoon, breaking the quiet hum of my day. I wasn't expecting any deliveries. There were no scheduled packages, no visitors I could recall. The sound felt unusually loud, unsettling in the stillness of my home. When I opened the door, I found a small, plain package resting on the doormat. Wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple twine, it gave no clue as to its origin. There was no return address, no markings, nothing to identify the sender. Curiosity mixed with unease as I bent down to pick it up. The package was light, almost weightless, and its lack of details only deepened the mystery. I brought it inside, setting it carefully on the kitchen counter. The house, usually a place of comfort, now felt too quiet, amplifying my growing dread. With trembling hands, I untied the twine and peeled away the brown paper. Inside, I found a stack of photographs held together by a rubber band. At first, they seemed ordinary, images of a house, but as I flipped through them, my breath caught in my throat. They weren't just any house. They were pictures of my house. The photos had been taken from different angles and at various times of the day. Some showed the front yard, others the street, and a few captured the backyard. The details were disturbingly intimate. The flower beds near my porch, the old bench by the garden, even the small shed in the corner of my property. My pulse quickened as I examined them further. These weren't random snapshots. They were deliberate, methodical. Someone had been watching my home. At the bottom of the stack was a note, handwritten in hurried, almost frantic script. "You should have been more careful." The words sent a chill through me. They were brief yet menacing, offering no explanation, no context, just a warning, cryptic and chilling. I stared at the note, my mind racing with questions. Who could have sent this? Why? Was it a cruel prank? A veiled threat? Or something worse? The unease grew into fear, and I called the police, desperate for answers. When the officers arrived, they handled the package carefully, taking the photographs and note for further investigation. They dusted for fingerprints, searched for clues, but found nothing conclusive. The lack of a return address or identifying marks made tracing the sender nearly impossible. Before leaving, they assured me they'd keep an eye out for similar incidents and urged me to stay vigilant. But their reassurances did little to calm the storm of anxiety brewing inside me. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind outside, felt like evidence of an unseen observer. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, double-checking that my doors were locked and my windows secured. The photographs haunted me. I pinned them to a corkboard, hoping that studying them might reveal a clue, a hint of who had taken them or why. But no matter how closely I looked, they revealed nothing new. They were just eerily precise images of my home, taken by someone who had spent far too much time studying it. My daily routines felt invaded. Simple tasks, like cooking dinner or sitting by the window, left me feeling exposed. Outside, I couldn't shake the sensation that someone was watching me from a distance, scrutinizing my every move. One night, as I was preparing for bed, I caught a shadow moving outside my window. It was fleeting, indistinct, but enough to make my heart race. I froze, peering through the glass, but saw nothing. The yard was quiet, bathed in soft moonlight. I told myself it was just my imagination, a trick of the light. But the fear refused to fade. The phone calls began shortly after. They were always silent, brief and unsettling. Each call came at odd hours, the line going dead as soon as I answered. Their eerie regularity matched the unease of the package. Whoever was behind this wasn't just watching, they were toying with me. I tried to hold on to my sanity, even seeking the help of a therapist. Talking about the experience brought a sliver of relief, but the anxiety never fully left. Weeks turned into months, and though the police continued their investigation, they found no leads. One day, I received a letter from the department. It was polite, but disheartening. They'd been unable to make any progress. The package, the photographs, the note, all remained a mystery. The fear slowly dulled over time, but it never disappeared entirely. The experience left an indelible mark, a shadow lingering at the edges of my life. I resumed my routines, rebuilt my sense of normalcy, but the package remained a haunting reminder. It was proof of how easily a sense of safety could be shattered, how the specter of being watched could seep into every corner of your existence. Though the fear had softened, the unease never truly left. I kept the new locks, the extra precautions, the heightened awareness. They became part of my life, a quiet reminder that even the safety of home could be compromised by the unknown. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew the sender might still be watching. Story 50. It started with a notification, a friend request from someone named Jessica Mitchell. Her profile picture showed a friendly, smiling woman in her late 20s, someone I didn't recognize. Having just moved to a new city, I figured she might be a local trying to connect. After a moment's hesitation, I tapped accept. Almost instantly, a message appeared. "Hey, thanks for accepting my friend request. I've been meaning to reach out. Hope you're settling in well." Her warmth seemed genuine. I responded politely, thinking she might have seen my profile through a community group. We exchanged messages about local restaurants, parks, and adjusting to life in a new city. Jessica was easy to talk to, and after weeks of feeling isolated, her friendliness was a welcome relief. But things quickly turned strange. One evening, as I scrolled through my phone, another message from Jessica appeared. This time, it included a photograph of my living room. My heart stopped. The picture was unmistakably mine. The gray couch, the coffee table with a half-finished puzzle, even the blanket I'd tossed aside earlier. It was taken from an angle that suggested someone had been inside my house. The caption read, "Your new place looks so cozy. Love the blanket on the couch." My hands trembled as I stared at the screen. I hadn't posted any pictures of my living room online. I hadn't even shared my address with anyone besides close family. I typed back, forcing calm into my words. "How did you get this picture?" Jessica's reply came immediately. "Oh, don't be mad. I just thought you'd like to know someone's thinking of you." Fear settled deep in my chest. The next day, I installed new locks and ordered a set of home security cameras. I tried to convince myself it was a twisted prank, but the gnawing sense of being watched never left. Days passed in uneasy silence until another message app, Eerie. It was a photograph of my kitchen. The sink was piled with dishes from that morning's breakfast, plates and a familiar blue mug. The image was taken from inside the house from a high angle, like a hidden camera had captured it. The caption read, "Looks like you've been busy. Let me know if you need help tidying up." Panic overtook me. I dialed the police. They arrived quickly, searched the house, and found no signs of forced entry. The locks were intact, and there were no obvious cameras. "Maybe a neighbor with a line of sight," one officer suggested, though the angle of the photos made that impossible. They took my statement, assured me they'd investigate, and advised me to change all passwords, secure my devices, and stay alert. But Jessica's messages didn't stop. "I'm only looking out for you," she wrote one night. "It can be scary living alone." Her tone grew darker, shifting from friendly to possessive. She described my daily routines with unsettling precision. When I walked my dog, when I left for work, even when I turned off my lights at night. Then came the video. It was a clip of me sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone, taken from inside my living room. The angle suggested the camera was mounted high in a corner, completely out of sight. "I hope you're being careful," the message read. "You never know who might be watching." I felt exposed, trapped inside my own home. The police were baffled. The phone number Jessica used was traced to a prepaid burner phone, making her virtually untraceable. Desperate for answers, I hired a private investigator. He combed through my devices, checked for hidden cameras, and interviewed my neighbors. Despite his best efforts, he came up empty-handed. Jessica was a ghost. The messages stopped for a while, but the damage was done. I barely slept, constantly checking windows and reviewing camera footage. My once cozy home had become a prison. Weeks later, the final message arrived. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just didn't want you to feel alone." I stared at the words, numb with exhaustion and fear. The police filed the case as unresolved. Jessica's account was deleted, her digital trail erased. No arrests were ever made. I moved to a new city, changed my number, and swore off social media. But no amount of distance could erase the memory of those messages, or the feeling of being watched. Sometimes, late at night, my phone buzzes with a notification, and for a split second, my heart still skips a beat. Story 51. The day began like any other. I was deep into organizing my study, sorting through piles of forgotten paperwork and discarded trinkets, when the doorbell rang, a sharp, unexpected sound that broke the quiet rhythm of my routine. Wiping dust from my hands, I made my way to the front door. Standing on the porch was a delivery person, their face neutral, holding a large, nondescript crate. The crate was peculiar, sturdy wood reinforced with metal corners, its surface weathered but intact. There were no identifying labels, no shipping logos, not even a return address. "Are you sure this is for me?" I asked, frowning. The delivery person shrugged. "No paperwork came with it, just your address." I hesitated, then thanked them and watched as they disappeared down the driveway. Alone, I studied the crate. Its presence felt wrong, heavy, like something deliberately forgotten. My name was scrawled faintly across the top in faded black ink, familiar but distant, like a signature from a memory I couldn't quite place. After several long moments of uncertainty, curiosity got the better of me. I fetched a crowbar from the garage and carefully pried the lid loose. The old wood groaned in protest before finally giving way. Inside lay a collection of items that made my breath catch. The first thing I saw was an old leather-bound journal, my journal. The sight of it sent a jolt through me. It was the very one I had kept as a teenager, filled with scribbled musings, hopes, and secret fears. I hadn't seen it in over a decade. In fact, I knew I had lost it low, Ningago, during a move across the country. Yet here it was, its worn leather cover weathered but intact, as though it had been waiting all this time. My hands trembled as I flipped through its pages, memories rushing back with each faded word. Notes to my future self, forgotten ambitions, and private confessions I had meant for no one's eyes but my own. Who could have sent this, and why now? The next item was a small box of photographs. The images spilled out in a cascade of memories, birthdays, family gatherings, childhood vacations. Their edges were worn and frayed, as though they'd been handled often. But some of the photos I couldn't recall ever taking. There was one of me as a child, standing in front of a house I barely recognized. Another captured a candid moment from a long-forgotten summer, faces turned in mid-laugh, caught forever in time. Beneath the photos lay bundles of handwritten letters, tied neatly with faded ribbons. The envelopes were familiar, letters from old friends, family, even past loves. Letters I thought had been lost or discarded in the chaos of life. I unfolded one carefully, my eyes scanning the familiar handwriting. Reading it felt like opening a time capsule, the words pulling me back to moments I had buried long ago. Then I found the jewelry box. Inside were a silver locket, a pair of delicate earrings, and an heirloom ring that had belonged to my grandmother, precious keepsakes I had given up hope of ever finding. The locket still held its tiny, faded photograph, its delicate clasp worn but functional. These weren't just lost things. They were pieces of me, pieces of a life lived and left behind, now returned without explanation. I searched frantically through the crate for a note, a letter, anything that might explain its origin. But there was nothing. No sender, no message. Just the past, laid bare before me. Days passed, but the crate never left my thoughts. It became an unsettling presence in my home, a silent reminder of something unfinished. I considered calling the authorities, but what could I say? Someone had returned my old belongings, in the strangest, most invasive way imaginable. There was no crime, just a lingering sense of violation, like someone had been watching my life from the shadows, gathering fragments of memory without my knowing. The crate seemed to pulse with untold stories, urging me to look deeper, though I wasn't sure I wanted to. At night, its presence loomed larger, filling the room with its unanswered questions. Who had sent it, and why now? Unable to let it consume me any longer, I made a decision. I wouldn't let the past control me. I carefully sorted the items, organizing the letters, placing the photos into albums, and even restoring the jewelry to its rightful place. Piece by piece, I reclaimed my story. The crate itself I locked away in the attic, sealing its worn wooden edges with thick tape, out of sight, but never truly out of mind. Though life returned to something resembling normalcy, the mystery of the crate lingered, an unsolved riddle resting just beyond reach. It became a reminder of how easily the past can resurface, unbidden, unwelcome. Even now, I sometimes wake in the quiet of the night, half expecting to hear a knock at the door, or see another nameless package waiting on the porch. The past is never truly gone. It waits, hidden in the shadows, ready to be remembered. And sometimes, it finds its way back to us. Story 52. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. One quiet evening, as part of my usual bedtime routine, I checked the live feed from my home security system, a habit that had always brought me comfort. The familiar, crisp images of my house's rooms flickered to life on my phone screen. But that night, something was off. The footage was distorted, the usual sharp clarity replaced by flickering static and warped visuals. Rooms seemed stretched, their walls bending at impossible angles. Shadows writhed unnaturally, stretching long and thin before snapping back into place. It felt like watching a corrupted video file, jumble, dead and broken. I frowned, dismissing it as a temporary glitch. Technology isn't perfect, I reminded myself. It was probably just a minor issue with the feed. By morning, I had mostly forgotten about it. But over the following nights, the strange distortions continued. The glitches grew worse. Frames skipping, lights flickering on and off in the recordings despite being switched off in reality. One night, as I scrolled through the previous evening's footage, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the distorted feed, something moved. At first, it seemed like just another flicker of static, shadows shifting in the dimly lit hallway. But as I rewound and played the footage again, I saw it clearly. A faint, humanoid figure standing at the edge of the living room, its form barely distinguishable from the shadows. It didn't stay still. The figure moved slowly, deliberately. Its silhouette glided through my home, slipping between rooms with eerie purpose. It passed through the living room, paused by the kitchen, and, my breath hitched, it lingered near the foot of the stairs leading to my bedroom. My chest tightened. Someone or something had been inside my home. Shaking, I replayed the footage, hoping to find more details. But the figure remained maddeningly indistinct, a blurry shape half consumed by static, like a corrupted memory trying to resurface. The next morning, I contacted the security company. The technician arrived promptly, a reassuring presence with his calm demeanor and professional tools. He inspected every camera, every wire, running diagnostic after diagnostic. "It looks like a technical glitch," he said after hours of work. "I've replaced the faulty components. You shouldn't have any more issues." For a brief moment, I felt relieved, until the following night. Reviewing the new footage, I saw it again. The figure, blurred, distorted, yet undeniably present, was back. This time it stood in the hallway, motionless, its head tilted ever so slightly, as if watching. My hands trembled as I rewound the footage. The figure didn't vanish, it moved. It slipped into the shadows near the kitchen, disappearing into the edges of the frame. Heart pounding, I called the security company again. They sent another technician who replaced the cameras entirely, assuring me that the system would be flawless now. It wasn't. The very next night, the figure appeared again. The same twisted shape, the same slow, deliberate movements. It roamed my home while I slept, its presence now undeniable. Desperation clawed at me. Was someone hacking into my system? Was this some kind of elaborate prank, or something worse? Determined to find answers, I hired an independent security consultant. He approached the situation with methodical precision, examining every component, scanning for external interference, even checking for remote access. "There's no sign of hacking," he said, perplexed. "The system is clean, but something is definitely wrong." His words only deepened my dread. If it wasn't a hacker, what was it? That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every soft rustle outside felt magnified. The house itself seemed to breathe with quiet, waiting intensity. I installed additional locks on every door and window, sealed every gap, set up motion detectors. But the feeling of being watched never left. Days turned into weeks. The security company eventually offered to replace the entire system. But by then, it didn't matter. The damage was done. My sense of safety had shattered. Even after the new cameras were installed, I couldn't bring myself to trust them. Every flicker of light, every static-laden frame brought the figure back to mind. I avoided checking the feed, terrified of what I might see. But the memory stayed with me, the blurred, shifting shape that walked my halls in the dead of night. The twisted silhouette that watched. Was it a hacker? A technical anomaly? Something far more inexplicable? I never found out. The security company eventually closed the case, writing it off as an unsolved malfunction. But I know what I saw. Even now, late at night, I still wake in the dark, heart pounding, convinced I've heard footsteps softly echoing through the house, or seen a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I remember the distorted footage, the slow, deliberate way the figure moved, slipping just out of frame. And I wonder, did it ever really leave? Story 53. It started as an occasional annoyance, just an unexplained ringing of the doorbell at odd hours. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Maybe a late-night delivery, a passing animal, or kids playing pranks. I'd hear the familiar chime echo through the house and rush to the front door, expecting to find someone waiting. But every time I was greeted by the same unsettling sight. An empty porch, dimly lit by the soft glow of the street lamp. The first few occurrences barely registered. Doorbells malfunction sometimes, right? I checked the wiring, replaced the batteries, and tested the system. Everything worked perfectly. But the ringing persisted. At first it happened sporadically, once every few weeks. Then it became more frequent. Late at night, sometimes in the early morning, often just as I was drifting off to sleep. Each time I would rush to the door, only to be met by silence. No movement, no sign of life, just the stillness of the empty street stretching beyond my porch. What had once been a harmless sound now filled me with dread. Determined to fix the problem, I upgraded the entire system. I installed a top-of-the-line smart doorbell with a video camera, motion sensors, and real-time alerts. It was the best on the market. Reliable, secure, impossible to fool. For a few blissful nights, the house remained quiet. No late-night chimes, no phantom visitors. I finally allowed myself to relax. Then it happened again. One night, just as I was falling asleep, the doorbell rang, sharp, insistent. Disoriented, I grabbed my phone to check the live video feed. The porch was empty. The timestamp on the recording read 2:37 a.m. I stared at the screen, my pulse pounding in my ears, the same time as before. The exact same moment the old system used to ring. Trying to stay calm, I replayed the footage. Nothing. No approaching figures, no shifting shadows, just the porch light glowing steadily in the dark. Over the next week, the doorbell rang every single night at 2:37 a.m., always without cause. Each time I checked the footage, and each time there was nothing. I contacted the manufacturer, explaining the problem in detail. They sent technicians to inspect the system, replace components, and run extensive diagnostics. Everything checked out perfectly. No faults, no errors. But the ringing continued. The sound, once so ordinary, now felt like a personal attack, a deliberate, taunting disturbance that defied explanation. One particularly cold, silent night, the doorbell rang again. But this time it didn't stop. The chime echoed through the house in rapid succession, relentless and mocking. I rushed to the front door, phone in hand, already dreading what I might or might not see. I opened the live feed just in time to catch something, a dark shadow, faint but unmistakable, flickering across the porch. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't a person. It wasn't an animal. Whatever it was, it didn't move like anything I could explain. I replayed the footage over and over, analyzing every frame, hoping for a logical answer. But the image remained infuriatingly vague, a blur of darkness, shifting just out of reach. I doubled down on security. Motion-activated lights, extra cameras covering every angle, even an alarm system linked to my phone. But the doorbell still rang. One night, as I reviewed the security footage again, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. The doorbell had lit up and chimed, but the motion sensors had never activated. The system recorded the doorbell ringing. Desperation led me to contact a local paranormal investigator. I didn't believe in ghosts, or at least I hadn't before, but I was out of options. The investigator arrived with a team, equipped with electromagnetic sensors, thermal cameras, and audio recording devices. They combed through every inch of my house, running tests and setting up surveillance equipment. After hours of investigation, they returned with a simple answer: inconclusive. They detected no electromagnetic interference, no environmental anomalies, and nothing that could logically explain the ringing or the shadow. The lead investigator suggested the possibility of residual energy or a spiritual attachment. I hated how plausible it sounded. Days turned into weeks. The ringing continued, though less frequently now, erratic, unpredictable. The investigators offered to cleanse the property, but I couldn't bring myself to agree. I wasn't ready to face what that might mean. Eventually, the doorbell's nightly visits faded into memory. It stopped altogether, leaving behind only silence and questions. But even now, long after the disturbances ended, the doorbell remains. I never replaced it. I couldn't bring myself to remove it, not after everything. It hangs there still, a silent reminder of the nights when the unknown breached the boundaries of my home. I rarely think about it anymore, unless I'm awake late at night, lying in bed, listening. Sometimes in the dead of night, when the world is still, I imagine I can hear it. Ding-dong. And I wonder, what if it starts ringing again? Story 54. It was supposed to be a simple, relaxing getaway, a chance to escape the daily grind and recharge. I'd found the perfect rental online, a secluded cottage deep in the woods, far from the city's constant noise. The photos painted a serene picture, a cozy fireplace, antique furniture, and large windows that framed the surrounding forest like a living painting. The glowing reviews promised peace, privacy, and tranquility, everything I'd been craving. Without hesitation, I booked it. The drive out was peaceful, the winding road flanked by towering trees that stood like silent guardians. When I arrived, the cottage looked exactly as advertised, a rustic, storybook-like retreat nestled in the heart of the forest. Inside, the warmth of the crackling fireplace welcomed me, casting a soft glow across the old-fashioned living room. The air smelled faintly of cedar and burning wood, grounding me in a sense of long-lost comfort. The first few days were blissful. I spent mornings wandering winding forest trails where sunlight streamed gently through the canopy above. Evenings were reserved for reading by the fire, accompanied by the soothing sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls. For the first time in ages, I felt truly at peace. But peace can be deceptive. One quiet afternoon, while tidying up after breakfast, something caught my eye, a faint, metallic glint on the smoke detector mounted high on the living room ceiling. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the firelight, but the glint persisted, sharp and deliberate. Curiosity tugged at me, pulling me out of my comfort-induced haze. I fetched a small step ladder and a screwdriver, determined to investigate. The screws were old but loosened with surprising ease. As I gently lowered the smoke detector from its mount, my breath hitched. Nestled inside was a hidden camera. Small, sleek, deliberate. A thin, almost invisible wire snaked from the back of the device, disappearing into the wall. The blinking red light, faint but undeniable, seemed to pulse in time with my racing heartbeat. Panic surged, but curiosity overrode fear. I traced the wire, following its path through the wall to a narrow hallway closet I hadn't paid much attention to before. The closet door creaked as I opened it, revealing a clutter of old blankets, musty and worn. I pushed them aside, and there it was, a recording device, neatly installed, its wires coiled like a resting serpent. The setup was meticulous, designed to be hidden, to watch without being seen. I staggered back, my hands trembling as I fumbled for my phone. I snapped photos of the camera, the wiring, and the recording of G equipment, my instincts screaming to document everything. A wave of nausea hit as I realized what this meant. I'd been watched. Every private moment in this secluded escape, recorded. I dialed the number listed in the rental agreement, my fingers shaking with anger and dread. The phone rang twice before the owner picked up. A man with a voice roughened by years of casual authority. "I found a hidden camera in the smoke detector," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. "And recording equipment in the closet. What's going on here?" The line went silent for a beat too long. "That can't be right," he stammered, his tone shifting from confusion to defensive disbelief. "There must be some mistake. I'll come over right away." Minutes later, his old pickup truck crunched down the gravel driveway. He emerged, flustered and jittery, offering awkward reassurances that did little to calm my rising panic. Inspecting the devices, he muttered, "This isn't supposed to be here. I'll take care of it." His explanations felt thin, hollow, like someone scrambling to cover a long-buried secret. But the damage was already done. The safety I'd felt in the cottage, its warm, rustic charm, was shattered beyond repair. Every creak of the old floorboards, every flicker of firelight, now seemed ominous, watchful. I couldn't stay another night. I packed in a frenzy, double-checking every room, every drawer, making sure I hadn't left anything behind. Before leaving, I locked the cottage and left the recording equipment untouched, evidence for whatever investigation might follow. As I drove down the narrow forest road, my thoughts churned, twisted with unanswered questions. Who had installed the camera? Why? Was I the first, or just the latest? Once home, I filed a detailed report with the police, providing the photos and every piece of evidence I had gathered. They promised to investigate, though their assurances felt distant, procedural, powerless against the violation I'd experienced. I also reported the incident to the rental platform, desperate to prevent anyone else from enduring the same nightmare. But even with those steps taken, the sense of being watched clung to me like a second skin. In the days that followed, I found myself constantly checking my own home, searching for hidden cameras that weren't there, jumping at every unexpected noise. The safe, quiet life I'd worked so hard to build now felt exposed, vulnerable. Though time dulled the sharp edge of fear, the experience left its mark, a permanent reminder of how easily trust can be stolen, how fragile privacy truly is. I learned to be more cautious, more vigilant. I inspected every hotel room, every rental, searching for that telltale glint, just in case. And even now, long after I've moved on, I still find myself lying awake some nights, listening, watching the shadows shift, and wondering, how long was I being watched before I even realized it? Story 55. The harrowing experience with Hargrave left me forever changed, not just physically, but emotionally. The knowledge that my very existence had been manipulated, my DNA rewritten without consent, became an inescapable reality. Though Hargrave's laboratory was gone and he was behind bars, the damage he inflicted remained a permanent scar. Months after the raid, I still struggled with the lingering effects of his experiments. Frequent medical tests monitored the genetic anomalies coursing through my body, though doctors could only guess at what might come next. My symptoms persisted: unexplained strength surges, heightened senses, and flashes of memories that weren't mine. It was as though something inside me was evolving, reshaping my identity into something other. The world moved on, eager to forget the horrors uncovered in Hargrave's laboratory. News outlets spun the story as another scientific madman exposed and defeated, but few understood the depth of what he'd attempted or how close he'd come to success. The authorities assured the public that his experiments had been shut down for good, but I wasn't so sure. I began receiving anonymous messages, cryptic emails filled with genetic sequences, fragmented research notes, and warnings about unfinished work. At first, I dismissed them as cruel pranks, remnants of the media frenzy that followed the mansion raid. But then, one of the messages contained something chillingly familiar. A diagram from Hargrave's files, labeled Subject Continuum Phase 2, with my name listed at the top. Terrified, I reached out to Dr. Hayes. She examined the files and confirmed they were genuine, and worse, far more advanced than anything we'd uncovered before. Someone had continued Hargrave's work, refining his monstrous vision. But who? Hargrave was locked away, and his laboratory destroyed. Was there another partner we hadn't uncovered? A hidden backer with deeper ambitions? Determined to find answers, we traced the origin of the messages to a remote, off-the-grid facility in the wilderness, an abandoned research outpost linked to one of Hargrave's shell companies. Every instinct screamed at me to walk away, but I couldn't. Whatever was happening, it was connected to me, and possibly others like me. Dr. Hayes insisted on coming along, unwilling to let me face the unknown alone. Equipped with recording devices and whatever scientific gear she could carry, we ventured into the remote forest, where the facility lay hidden beneath layers of governmental secrecy and forgotten history. The facility was a decaying relic of scientific ambition gone wrong. Empty, but not lifeless. Power still thrummed faintly through rusted machines, and the stench of chemicals hung in the cold, still air. We found shattered containment pods, grotesque remnants of failed experiments, and endless stacks of encrypted data drives. Then we discovered the archive room, where hundreds of patient files lay meticulously organized, each one detailing genetic experiments, trial phases, and disturbing progress reports. I wasn't the only one. There had been others. Test subjects discarded, altered beyond recognition, or deemed non-viable. And then we found my second file. The contents were even more detailed than before. Updated assessments, predictions of my abilities, and clinical notes about potential activation events. The final line read, "Subject potential, limitless, retrieval priority critical." Before we could process the implications, alarms blared throughout the facility. Someone, or something, knew we were there. Dr. Hayes and I ran, navigating the twisted maze of steel corridors and shattered glass, pursued by shadows that moved within human speed. It wasn't Hargrave's legacy we'd uncovered, it was its evolution. His work hadn't just continued, it had flourished, creating beings far beyond anything we'd imagined. In the end, we barely escaped with our lives, but not without consequences. The encrypted drives we managed to steal held the answers we sought, but also revealed a horrifying truth. I wasn't just a subject. I was the prototype, the culmination of every twisted experiment Hargrave had ever envisioned. Even now, as I write this, I feel the changes within me accelerating, my strength, my senses, my memories, reshaping me into something new. They're still out there, watching, waiting. Hargrave's work wasn't about control or even immortality, it was about creation. And whatever they made me into, it's only just beginning. Story 56. It was supposed to be a fresh start. Moving to a new city for a promising job, I was lucky to find a charming, affordable apartment with a roommate named Alex. He seemed polite, soft-spoken, and easy to live with. Ideal qualities for someone sharing a small space. His faint, unreadable smile struck me as peculiar, but I brushed it off as shyness. At first, everything was fine. We exchanged pleasantries, kept our lives separate, and respected each other's space. But little things about Alex began to gnaw at the edges of my comfort. He asked too many specific questions. What time do you leave for work? How late do you stay at the gym? His tone light, but his eyes too focused. He was memorizing every answer. Still, I dismissed it. He was probably just awkward, I told myself. Then came the locked drawer in his room. The old wooden drawer stood out among Alex's otherwise minimal, orderly space. It was always securely locked, its small brass keyhole glaring at me like a secret daring to be uncovered. I convinced myself that everyone has private things, and I had no right to pry. But curiosity has a way of creeping in. Late one evening, while Alex was out, I couldn't resist anymore. I searched the apartment for anything that might unlock the drawer. In a forgotten storage box marked miscellaneous, I found an old, rusted key. My hands shook as I fitted into the lock. It clicked open with an unsettling ease. The first thing I saw were photographs, dozens of them. My stomach twisted as I sifted through the images. Every single one was of me. Some were candid, showing me curled up on the couch, cooking in the kitchen, or unlocking the front door. Others were disturbingly intimate, me sleeping, brushing my hair, staring absently out the window. Each picture was taken from different angles, some from within the apartment itself. I could hardly breathe. Beneath the photos were handwritten notes, obsessively detailed logs of my daily life. Left for work at 7:45 a.m. Called mom at 8:15 p.m. Conversation lasted 24 minutes. Grocery run. Bought pasta, red wine. The entries grew darker the further I read. She's starting to notice. Be careful, don't be seen. Tomorrow, confirmed schedule shift. My heart pounded as I uncovered the last item, a worn leather journal filled with increasingly deranged entries. She doesn't realize how special she is. I need to be closer to learn more. She's perfect, meant for me. The door creaked. Panic surged through me. I shoved the contents back into the drawer, locking it just as Alex's familiar footsteps echoed through the hall. He stepped inside, setting down his bag, wearing that faint, unreadable smile. "You're home early," he said casually. "Yeah," I managed, my voice strained. "Slow day at work." The apartment felt like a prison. Every movement he made seemed deliberate, calculated. I barely slept that night, tormented by the knowledge of what I'd found and what it meant. The next morning, I knew I couldn't pretend any longer. I had to confront him. Alex was sitting calmly on the couch, scrolling through his phone. My heart thundered as I approached. "We need to talk," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. His eyes flicked up, cautious but composed. "Sure. What's on your mind?" "I found your drawer." His face drained of color. For a fleeting moment, panic flashed in his eyes before he forced his expression back to neutral. "I didn't want you to know," he whispered. "You weren't supposed to see any of that." "You've been watching me," I said, anger and fear intertwining in my voice. "Taking pictures, tracking my every move. Why?" His shoulders sagged as though the weight of the secret had finally crushed him. I didn't mean for it to go this far." His voice was low, almost pleading. You were different. I needed to understand you." I took a shaky step back. "Understand me?" "I was alone," he continued, his eyes glistening with something twisted. part sorrow, part obsession. I thought, if I knew everything about you, you'd see me differently. You'd need me. His words hollowed out my chest with dread. You need to leave, I said firmly, fighting back tears. Alex hesitated, his face twisted with desperation, but finally he nodded. I'm sorry, he whispered before walking out the door. I bolted the lock behind him, trembling from head to toe. Even though he was gone, the apartment felt violated, poisoned by his presence. I couldn't escape the feeling that his gaze still lingered in the shadows, watching from some unseen corner. I moved out 2 weeks later, leaving the apartment and its memories behind. But Alex's obsession remains etched into my mind, a reminder that even the people we think we know can hide terrifying secrets. Some lines once crossed can never be undone. Story 57. It started with a single note slipped under my door, a plain piece of folded paper with no signature. Curiosity piqued. I picked it up and unfolded it. The message was typed in neat, precise handwriting and read, "Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. At first, I dismissed it as a strange prank or a misdelivered reminder from a neighbor. The mention of my dry cleaning and my exact meeting time was unsettling, but it seemed harmless enough. Maybe someone was playing a weird joke. I brushed it off and went about my day. A few days later, another note appeared, this time slipped into my mailbox. It mentioned my gym routine and even commented on my choice of workout clothes. You looked good in blue today. Maybe try something lighter next time. My chest tightened as I read it. Whoever was leaving these notes knew far more about my life than I was comfortable with. They were watching me, but from where and why? The notes came more frequently after that. Each one was disturbingly specific. Details about conversations I'd had with friends, family visits, and even a disagreement I'd had with a coworker. They seemed to be tracking my every move. The worst part was how polite and familiar the notes sounded, as though the sender thought we shared some intimate bond. One evening, after returning from grocery shopping, I found another note waiting for me on my kitchen counter. My heart nearly stopped. I had locked the door when I left. I see you're stocking up on pasta again. Comfort food won't help for long. Terrified, I contacted the police. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer with a calm, no-nonsense demeanor, took my report seriously, but remained cautiously skeptical. Do you have any idea who might be behind this? He asked, flipping through the stack of notes I'd brought. No, I said, my voice trembling. I don't have enemies. No one comes to mind. He assured me they would investigate and advised me to keep the notes in a safe place while documenting any future incidents. I left the station feeling a faint sense of relief, but the fear lingered like a shadow that couldn't be shaken. Days turned into weeks, and the notes escalated. They shifted from passive observations to thinly veiled threats. I know you skipped the grocery store last night. Careful, you're getting predictable. Another note arrived after a social event I attended. Your friends won't be able to protect you when the time comes. Be wary of who you trust. I couldn't escape the growing paranoia. I installed new locks, set up makeshift alarms, and double-checked every window and door. But no matter what I did, the notes kept coming, sometimes taped to my car windshield, tucked into my mailbox, or slipped into my work bag. One evening, after finding a particularly chilling note that included a photograph of me leaving my apartment, realization struck. The angle of the photo matched the view from my own security camera. They were watching me through my own system. Panicked, I contacted the private security firm that had installed the cameras. They conducted a thorough inspection and discovered that someone had tampered with the system, remotely accessing the live feed. My supposed fortress of security had been turned against me. The investigation took a darker turn as Detective Davis worked closely with the security firm. After weeks of relentless tracking, They traced the breach to a local contractor responsible for security installations in my building. He had been using his position to monitor and stalk several clients, targeting me with an obsessive precision. When they arrested him, they uncovered a twisted cache of surveillance footage, detailed logs of my routines, and drafts of notes he hadn't yet delivered. The discovery was equal parts horrifying and relieving. The nightmare was finally over. The notes stopped. The shadows that haunted my every step receded, leaving only the echo of fear. Though life gradually returned to normal, I could never fully forget the violation. My home, once a sanctuary, would always feel a little less secure. The experience taught me the fragility of privacy and the lengths some people will go to invade it. Though justice was served, the memory of those neatly written, chillingly intimate notes would stay with me forever, a constant reminder that even behind locked doors, true safety is never guaranteed. Story 58. It was a crisp autumn morning when I first realized my car had been stolen. I stepped outside, keys in hand, ready to head to work. But the familiar space where my car should have been sat empty, marked only by scattered leaves. For a moment, I stood frozen, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. Someone had taken it. My car. It wasn't just the loss of the vehicle that unsettled me, it was the violation. Knowing that someone had been here, had chosen my car, and driven away without a trace. My hands shook as I called the police, filing a report while fighting the rising tide of frustration and helplessness. They assured me they'd investigate, but I knew the chances of recovery were slim. Cars vanish every day, lost in an endless sea of stolen property, rarely seen again. Days passed in a blur of inconvenience. I juggled rides from friends, dealt with insurance claims, and adjusted to life without my car. Updates from the police were sporadic and discouraging. No leads, no witnesses, no new information. Then one afternoon, I received a call that shattered my sense of reality. "We've found your car," the officer said. "It's back." "Back," I repeated, confused. "It's been returned to the exact spot where it was taken." Disbelief washed over me as I hurried outside, and there it was, my car, sitting perfectly in its usual parking space, as though it had never been gone. But something about its return felt wrong. I circled the vehicle, inspecting every inch. No dents, no scratches, no signs of forced entry. The doors were locked, the windows intact. Too perfect. With a wary breath, I unlocked the car and slid into the driver's seat. For a moment, relief washed over me. Maybe this was all just a strange misunderstanding. Then I saw it. Beneath the driver's seat, half hidden in the shadows, was a small black device, sleek, inconspicuous, no larger than a matchbook. A single red light blinked steadily, pulsing in a slow, menacing rhythm. My heart pounded as I carefully retrieved it. "What is this?" Back inside my apartment, I examined the device under the harsh glow of my desk lamp. Its design was coldly functional, minimalist, efficient, and deliberate. No labels, no markings, no clues to its purpose. Curiosity mixed with dread as I connected it to my computer. Within seconds, a list of audio files appeared on the screen, each marked with cryptic timestamps. Recordings. With trembling fingers, I clicked the first file. The sound of clinking coffee cups and soft chatter filled my speakers, a casual conversation I instantly recognized. It was me, talking with a friend at a nearby cafe, a conversation that had taken place weeks ago. I clicked the next file. A phone call, my voice again, discussing work deadlines, mundane but deeply personal. The details were exact, the audio crisp and clear. File after file played, each one pulling me deeper into a nightmare. The recordings spanned different locations, different days, my car, the park, the grocery store. Conversations I didn't even remember having, moments I thought were mine alone. My private world laid bare. Someone had been listening. The realization hit like ice in my veins. This device had been in my car for weeks, maybe longer. It had captured fragments of my life, conversations, routines, secrets, all without my knowledge. Who had planted it, and why? Panic overtook reason as I called the police. I explained everything, my voice trembling with fear. They arrived quickly, taking the device as evidence and assuring me they'd investigate. But their faces told me the truth before they even spoke. There are no serial numbers, no identifying features. It's untraceable. They suggested basic security measures, changing my locks, installing cameras, but their reassurances felt hollow. The damage was already done. In the days that followed, paranoia became my constant companion. Every stranger on the street felt like a potential threat. Every passing glance lingered too long. I stopped answering unknown calls, avoided familiar places, and varied my daily routes in an attempt to become unpredictable. But the fear never left. It had taken something from me, something far more precious than my car. It had stolen my sense of safety, my belief that my life was mine. The worst part was not knowing. Who had done this? Why had they been listening? Was I being targeted, or was I just practice? I turned to therapy, hoping to claw back some semblance of normalcy. Slowly, session by session, I learned how to manage the crushing anxiety, how to separate real danger from imagined threats. But even with time, the memory of that blinking red light haunted me. I installed security cameras around my home, upgraded my car's locks, and monitored every corner of my life. But in the quiet hours of the night, when the world stilled and my thoughts ran unchecked, the questions always returned. I never found out who planted the device. The case went cold, buried under a mountain of unsolved reports. The recordings were never used against me, at least not in any way I could see. But knowing that someone could listen, had listened, left a scar deeper than I ever expected. It reshaped how I saw the world, not as a place of possibility, but as a web of unseen eyes and unheard whispers. Privacy isn't just about what we see. It's about what we trust and how easily that trust can be shattered. I learned that the hard way. Even now, when I lock my doors at night and silence my phone, I still glance toward my car, half expecting to see that red light blinking softly in the dark, watching, listening, and waiting. Story 59. The attic had always been a place of quiet mystery, filled with forgotten boxes and dust-covered trunks holding relics from another time. One rainy afternoon, driven by a whim to declutter, I ventured up the creaky wooden stairs, searching for anything worth keeping, or finally discarding. That's when I found it. Tucked beneath a pile of brittle newspapers and faded photographs was a small leather-bound diary. Its cover was cracked and worn, the gold-embossed initials almost illegible. My curiosity sparked as I gently wiped away the dust and pried it open. Inside, neat, flowing handwriting filled the yellowed pages. The ink, now a soft sepia, lent the words a ghostly permanence. Each entry was carefully dated, chronicling the life of a man long gone. His name was Henry Lawson. Henry's diary spanned decades, painting a vivid portrait of a thoughtful, introspective man. He wrote about his work as a carpenter, his deep love for his family, and his quiet yearning to explore the world beyond his small town. His words were poetic, tinged with both hope and melancholy. I was captivated. Each entry pulled me deeper into his life, transporting me to another time. His joys, struggles, and quiet reflections felt intimately familiar, as though I were uncovering the life of an old friend. But as I neared the final entry, I expected to find a wistful farewell or a reflection on a life well lived. What I discovered instead sent a chill down my spine. The last entry was dated just days before Henry's documented death in 1945. It didn't recount his own life, but described a moment from mine. Henry wrote about sitting in a quaint cafe in the city, a place I had visited only weeks earlier. His words were precise: the blue ceramic teapot on the table, the red and white checkered tablecloth, the way the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window. He described in uncanny detail a young woman in a blue dress, the exact dress I'd worn that day. My hands trembled as I read on. Henry didn't just describe what I'd done, he captured my thoughts. those fleeting, private reflections I'd had while sipping tea. His writing conveyed emotions and memories that no one else could possibly know. The entry ended with a cryptic message. I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean. My breath caught. I reread the passage, searching for some logical explanation. How could Henry, a man dead for nearly a century, know such intimate details about my life? Desperate for answers, I scoured the rest of the diary, looking for any sign that someone else might have added to it. But the handwriting, the ink, the paper's texture, all of it was consistent. This was Henry's diary, untouched and unaltered. Refusing to accept the impossible, I visited the local historical society, determined to learn more about Henry Lawson. Their records confirmed his existence. Born in 1873, a skilled carpenter, beloved husband and father. He had lived and died in the very town where I now resided. The historian I spoke with seemed intrigued but ultimately shrugged. Sometimes, she said thoughtfully, the past and present aren't as separate as we think. Time doesn't always move in a straight line. Her words offered little comfort. Back at home, I returned to the attic, drawn once more to the diary's strange magnetic pull. While rummaging through the same trunk where I'd found it, I discovered something else. A faded photograph tucked inside a cracked leather frame. It was Henry. He had kind, thoughtful eyes and a quiet, knowing smile. His face worn by time felt strangely familiar, as though I'd met him before, though I knew that was impossible. Days passed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that Henry's words were more than just entries in an old diary. It felt as though our lives were inexplicably linked, woven together by some unseen thread. His diary had become more than a relic. It was a mirror reflecting moments from both our lives. Despite the mystery, there was an odd sense of peace in his final words. It was as though he had reached out across time, not to haunt, but to connect. His story had touched mine in a way that defied explanation. I kept the diary in a special place, treating it with reverence. It reminded me that life is not just a collection of isolated moments, but a shared narrative that stretches beyond what we can see or understand. Even now, when I feel lost or disconnected, I find myself returning to those faded pages, reading Henry's last words. The threads of time have woven my life into yours. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps time isn't the barrier we believe it to be. In the end, the diary wasn't just a glimpse into the past. It was a reminder of how connected we all are, even across the vast distances of time. Henry's words, bound in fragile leather and ink, left an indelible mark on my life. A story shared, a mystery unsolved, and a bond that transcends the limits of understanding. Story 60. I came home to a sight that would forever alter my sense of safety. The front door, usually a silent guardian of my private world, stood slightly ajar. The sight froze me in place, dread tightening my chest. The familiar creak of the hinges sounded harsher, more menacing, as I pushed the door open. A faint metallic tang hung in the air, mixing with the stale scent of a space disturbed. My apartment, my sanctuary, had been violated. The living room was a wreck. Drawers were yanked open, papers scattered like dead leaves across the floor, and personal belongings lay tossed in careless disarray. The cushions from the couch were upended, the coffee table shoved askew. I stood motionless in the doorway, struggling to comprehend the chaos before me. The initial wave of panic gave way to numb disbelief. Why my home? Why me? I stepped further inside, each cautious footfall amplifying the silence. It wasn't just the mess that unnerved me. It was the sense of something personal being taken, something far deeper than physical possessions. Then it hit me. My identity was gone. The realization struck like a thunderclap, leaving me breathless. I fumbled for my phone and dialed my bank, clinging to the desperate hope that it was all some horrible misunderstanding. After what felt like an eternity navigating automated menus, I finally reached a representative. "This is Alex Carter. I said, my voice trembling. I think my identity has been stolen. My home was broken into, and I need to know if there's been any unauthorized activity on my accounts. The representative's calm professionalism did little to soothe my frayed nerves. As I verified my information, the nightmare began to unfold. Several large transactions had been made over the past week, transactions I hadn't authorized. My heart plummeted. The representative promised that the bank would investigate and take steps to secure my accounts, but warned that the process would be long and complicated. After hanging up, I let the phone slip from my hand, my mind spiraling into a haze of panic and disbelief. The next few hours blurred into a frantic series of phone calls to credit bureaus, law enforcement, and every financial institution I could think of. Each conversation confirmed my worst fear. Someone was living my life. The reality of the violation only deepened in the following days. Alerts from creditors flooded in, suspicious activity flagged, new accounts opened, loans taken out in my name. My name. Bills for purchases I hadn't made arrived like relentless accusations. I was trapped in a never-ending cycle of proving I wasn't me. Creditors called demanding payment for debts I didn't owe. Emails piled up with notices of overdue balances on accounts I'd never opened. Every call, every letter, every automated message chipped away at what little stability I had left. It wasn't just my money that had been stolen, it was my life. The precision with which they'd impersonated me was chilling. They knew my preferences, my shopping habits, even small details about my social circles. The realization left me hollow. Someone out there had become me, wielding my identity with a familiarity that felt disturbingly intimate. The financial loss was devastating, but it wasn't the worst part. What they'd truly stolen was my sense of control, my trust in the world around me. My life no longer felt like my own. It was a fractured version of reality, a puzzle I couldn't seem to put back together. The bureaucratic nightmare stretched on for months. My existence became a blur of phone calls, legal forms, and exhausting battles with indifferent customer service representatives. Rebuilding my identity felt impossible, each small victory overshadowed by fresh reminders of the damage done. But I had to fight. I adopted new security measures, stronger passwords, identity monitoring services, even physical security upgrades for my home. Paranoia became second nature. Every transaction, every unfamiliar email, every knock at the door was a potential threat. Slowly, painstakingly, I began to reclaim what was mine. Accounts were restored, fraudulent charges reversed, and my credit, once shattered, was rebuilt piece by piece. Friends and family became lifelines, their support the only thing keeping me grounded. Yet, no matter how much I recovered, something was permanently lost. The memory of walking into that ransacked apartment remains vivid, a haunting symbol of how easily privacy can be destroyed. It wasn't just my identity that had been taken, it was my peace of mind. Even now, long after the accounts have been secured and the investigations closed, I still feel the lingering weight of that violation. I double-check locks, scrutinize my bank statements, and second-guess every unfamiliar phone call. The thief is gone, but their shadow remains, a constant, inescapable reminder that safety is never guaranteed. Some scars fade with time, but others never truly heal. Story 61. The harsh fluorescent lights buzzed faintly as I crept down the cold, sterile hallway, every step echoing off the polished floor. My breath was shallow, my heart beat a relentless drumbeat in my chest. The air was thick with disinfectant, sharp and chemical, making it hard to breathe. This place, whatever it was designed to crush any sense of comfort or familiarity. The door I'd forced open with the pen hung slightly ajar behind me, an invitation for pursuit. I couldn't waste time. I moved quickly but cautiously, staying close to the walls. The hallway seemed endless, punctuated only by identical numbered steel doors. No windows, no signs, just silence and the ever-present feeling of being watched. I rounded a corner and froze. A distant mechanical hum pulsed through the air, followed by a faint, rhythmic beeping. It sounded like some kind of monitoring system, steady and coldly efficient. My mind raced. Was it tracking me or something? Worse? A sharp clatter echoed from behind, distant but unmistakable. My stomach twisted in fear. Someone or something was coming. I darted into the nearest room, easing the door shut behind me. The space was dimly lit, sterile like the rest of the facility, but with something new, medical equipment. A large monitor glowed softly, displaying indecipherable data streams. Straps hung limply from a metal table bolted to the floor, stained with something dark and ominous. My eyes landed on a set of filing cabinets against the far wall. If I could find some kind of records, anything that explained what was happening, I might be able to piece together the nightmare I'd stumbled into. I yanked open the top drawer, my fingers trembling. Inside were thick files labeled with strings of numbers and cryptic designations. I rifled through them until I found one marked with a name that made my blood run cold. My own. The file was thick, worn from frequent use. I flipped it open, scanning its contents in mounting horror. Photos of me, taken in public, at home, even while I slept. Detailed reports cataloging my habits, routines, and interactions. Psychological assessments labeled "Subject exhibits heightened awareness. Continued observation required." There were pages describing conditioning protocols with chilling references to memory recalibration and perception realignment. The final page was stamped Phase 2, Active. A sudden noise outside the room made me snap the file shut. Footsteps, measured and deliberate, echoed through the hall, growing louder. I stuffed the file back into the drawer and frantically searched the room for an escape. My gaze landed on an air vent near the ceiling. It was narrow, but just wide enough. Adrenaline surging, I scrambled onto the medical table and pried the vent cover loose with shaking hands. As I hoisted myself into the dark, narrow shaft, the door to the room creaked open. I held my breath, frozen in the suffocating dark. Boots clicked against the tile. A cold, authoritative voice murmured into a radio. Subject is no longer contained. Initiating lockdown protocols. I waited, heart pounding, until the footsteps receded. Only when the silence returned did I allow myself to exhale. I crawled through the vent, the cramped metal tunnel pressing in on all sides. The air was stifling and filled with the faint scent of rust and decay. Every scrape of my movement seemed deafening. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted faint light spilling through another vent cover ahead. Desperate for air and freedom, I kicked at the cover until it popped free, clattering onto the floor below. I dropped down into a dimly lit corridor, eerily different from the clinical halls I'd left behind. This area felt older, forgotten, a labyrinth of utility tunnels and storage rooms. The walls were cracked, damp with condensation, and pipes snaked overhead like metal veins. My only thought was escape. Suddenly, faint whispers drifted through the corridor, distant but unmistakable. It sounded like a conversation, but distorted, like hearing voices underwater. I edged forward, every nerve screaming caution, until I reached a room filled with outdated surveillance monitors. Dozens of flickering screens showed live feeds of the facility. Sterile hallways, empty rooms, darkened offices, and then me, crawling through the vent moments earlier. My blood turned to ice. A single screen blinked to life in the CT, R of the array, displaying a grainy, close-up view of my face, pale and panicked. A familiar, icy voice crackled through unseen speakers. "You're exactly where we need you to be." The screen cut to static. My legs buckled, but I forced myself to move, stumbling into the next corridor, propelled by sheer terror. They had been watching me the entire time, tracking every move, every desperate attempt at escape. Suddenly, overhead lights snapped on with a harsh buzz, flooding the corridor with cold white brilliance. A deafening alarm blared, shattering the oppressive quiet. I ran. My breath came in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the twisting tunnels, chased by the relentless wail of the sirens and the pounding of unseen pursuers. Ahead, a massive steel door loomed, marked Exit. Hope flared, wild and fragile. I threw myself against the door, yanking desperately at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Sealed. Behind me, the sound of approaching footsteps drew closer, relentless and mechanical. Then, silence. I turned slowly, every cell in my body screaming, "Run!" A figure emerged from the shadows, Dr. Elise Carter. Her cold, calculating eyes gleamed with something almost satisfied. She held a sleek metallic device in her hand, the same one I'd seen before. "You were never meant to escape," she said softly, tilting her head in mock sympathy. This was the test. Before I could react, the world fractured into static and darkness. Story 62. It began on an unremarkable Tuesday. The sun was barely up when I groggily reached for my phone, still tangled in sleep's haze. A missed call from an unknown number blinked on the screen, no voicemail, just a quiet, unanswered ring. I shrugged it off, probably a wrong number or a telemarketer. Life went on. The next day, the same number called again. This time, curiosity won out. I answered. "Hello?" The line was silent. For several seconds, there was nothing but a faint hum of static. Then the call ended. A shiver crawled down my spine, though I quickly dismissed it. A glitch, I thought. Maybe a prank call. But as the days passed, the calls continued. They always came at odd hours, their persistence impossible to ignore. At first, they were merely an annoyance, interrupting work meetings or breaking quiet moments at home. But then, one evening, the tone changed. I was in the kitchen, stirring a pot of pasta, when the phone rang again. Almost on autopilot, I picked it up. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was calm, polite, almost familiar. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Don't forget to stir it, or it'll stick to the bottom." I froze, my gaze snapping to the pot on the stove, steam curling lazily upward. "How?" I started to ask, but the line went dead before I could finish. My hand shook as I lowered the phone. The kitchen blinds were drawn. The windows were shut. No one could have seen me. Coincidence? I tried to convince myself, though the pit in my stomach told a different story. The next day, the phone rang again. "I noticed you had a long day at work. That client meeting must have been exhausting," the voice remarked. "Don't forget to relax tonight. Maybe watch that movie you've been meaning to see." I nearly dropped the phone. I had mentioned the movie to a coworker earlier, but only in passing. How could anyone possibly know that? The voice was calm, detached, yet intimately aware of the smallest details of my life. The calls became more frequent, more personal. "I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow. Don't forget to ask Jamie about their new job." My blood ran cold. The caller knew my plans. Plans I hadn't shared with anyone except Jamie in a private conversation. I was being watched. I contacted my phone provider, desperate for answers. They traced the number but hit a dead end. It wasn't registered to anyone. The police couldn't do much without tangible evidence, dismissing it as harassment. Determined not to be a victim, I took action. I installed security cameras around my apartment, changed my routines, and kept meticulous records of every call. But the caller, as always, one step ahead. The phone would ring when I least expected it, during dinner, while out on a walk, even in the middle of the night. My anxiety became a constant companion. Every shadow seemed sinister, every glance from a stranger a potential threat. One night, after yet another cryptic call interrupted my evening, I finally snapped. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "How do you know so much about me?" Silence stretched on the line before the voice returned, calm as ever. "I've been following you because I care about you. You need to understand that." I felt a wave of nausea. "Why are you doing this? What do you want?" I shouted. The voice paused, thoughtful, almost disappointed. Then the line went dead. Desperation consumed me. I hired a private investigator, handing over every call log, recording, and piece of evidence I had. He promised to get to the bottom of it, but warned me these cases often took time. Weeks passed. The calls became less frequent, then stopped entirely. And then, the investigator called with answers. The number belonged to a tech-savvy stalker who had used advanced methods to monitor my every move. Through a combination of data mining, surveillance, and social engineering, they'd pieced together an unsettlingly complete picture of my life. Their motivations? Obsession, a twisted, deeply personal fascination. Though the investigation offered some closure, it didn't erase the damage. I became hyper-vigilant, locking doors twice, checking every shadow, and questioning even the smallest interactions. My phone felt like a loaded weapon, capable of summoning fear with a single ring. Though the calls had ended, their echo lingered. The voice, calm, polite, knowing, haunts me still. The ordeal taught me a harsh truth. The line between privacy and invasion is thinner than we think. Sometimes, the darkest threats aren't lurking in shadows, but listening silently, just beyond the phone line. Story 63. It started so subtly that I almost didn't notice. At first, it was just a faint awareness, a prickling sensation at the edge of my senses, like the feeling of being watched. My neighbor, Mr. Thompson, an elderly man who lived alone in the weathered house next door, seemed to be outside more often than usual. At first I thought nothing of it. He was always tending to his overgrown garden or sitting quietly on his front porch, a routine common among retirees. But then I noticed how often his gaze seemed to linger on my house. It wasn't obvious at first, just fleeting glances as he trimmed his hedges or swept his porch. His eyes would drift toward my windows, holding there a second too long before quickly shifting away. I dismissed it as idle curiosity, perhaps even loneliness. After all, living alone in such a quiet neighborhood could make anyone a little nosy. But over time, his glances grew more frequent, more deliberate. One evening, as the last light of day faded into twilight, I sat reading on my living room couch. The soft glow of a single lamp cast warm shadows across the room. Something made me glance toward the window, and through the narrow gap in the partially drawn blinds, I saw him. He was standing just outside his front door, his face half hidden in shadow, but his eyes were unmistakably fixed on my window. I froze. For several long seconds, neither of us moved. Then, as though realizing he'd been caught, he abruptly turned away, retreating into the darkness of his porch. A chill settled over me. This was no coincidence. Summoning my courage, I decided to confront him. Maybe this was all a misunderstanding, something easily explained. I stepped outside, the cool evening air sharp against my skin, and walked toward his house. My heartbeat quickened with every step. "Mr. Thompson?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. A moment later, the porch light flickered on, and he appeared at the door, his expression equal parts surprise and guilt. "Oh," he stammered, wiping his hands on a worn towel. "Good evening. Is there something I can do for you?" I hesitated, but press set on. "I've noticed you've been looking toward my house a lot lately. Is something going on?" His face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry," he mumbled, wringing his hands. "I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." He shifted his gaze to the ground. I was just worried about you." "Worried?" I echoed, skeptical. "Yes," he said, avoiding my eyes. "You're home alone so often, and with all the break-ins in the neighborhood lately, I just wanted to make sure you were safe." His explanation was plausible, kind even, but something about his tone felt off, like he was rehearsing the words in his mind before speaking. I nodded politely, thanked him, and returned to my house, but the unease lingered. His concern might have been genuine, but the way he watched, silent, still, felt far from harmless. In the days that followed, his behavior didn't change. Whenever I glanced outside, there he was, sweeping his porch, trimming a hedge, or just standing in his yard, his eyes inevitably drifting toward my windows. The sense of being watched followed me everywhere. Cooking dinner, watching TV, even walking from room to room, I felt exposed, as though invisible eyes were tracing my every step. Determined to reclaim some sense of privacy, I installed heavier curtains and blackout blinds throughout the house. I sealed every gap, blocking out even the smallest sliver of visibility. But the feeling didn't go away. It was inside me now, burrowed deep beneath my skin, turning every creak of the floorboards, every rustling leaf outside, into something sinister. Finally, I decided to confront him again. This time, I was resolute. I would make it clear that his behavior needed to stop. When he answered the door, his expression was wary, his usual polite smile nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Thompson," I began, my voice firm despite the tight knot in my chest. "I need to talk to you, again." He nodded slowly, saying nothing. "I appreciate your concern," I continued, "but I'm feeling very uncomfortable. This isn't about safety anymore. It's about my privacy." His face softened, and for a moment he looked genuinely distressed. "I truly am sorry," he said quietly. "I didn't mean to cause you any trouble. I've lived here a long time, and I guess I've become overly cautious." His words seemed sincere, and for the first time, I wondered if I'd misjudged him, if maybe he really was just a lonely old man clinging to a sense of purpose. For a while, things improved. He kept his distance, and the sense of being constantly watched began to fade. I started to relax, though the memory of his lingering stares still gnawed at the back of my mind. But late one night, as I lay in bed, I woke suddenly, startled by something I couldn't quite place. The house was dark and silent, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. I slipped out of bed and moved cautiously toward the window. With a trembling hand, I pulled back the edge of the curtain just enough to peer outside. There, in the dim glow of the street lamp, I saw him, standing at the edge of my yard, watching. His face was obscured by shadow, but I could feel his eyes, fixed on my house, on me. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and grabbed my phone, but when I looked again, he was gone. The next morning, I filed a report with the local authorities. They took my statement seriously and promised to increase patrols in the area, though they admitted there was little they could do without clear evidence. Months passed, and though I never saw him watching again, the damage was already done. My sense of safety, of privacy, was gone. Every sound, every shadow, every unfamiliar glance now carried a weight it never had before. Looking back, I still wonder about Mr. Thompson. Was he just a lonely, overprotective neighbor or something far darker? I'll never know. But sometimes late at night, when the house is still and the wind whispers through the trees, I feel his eyes again, watching, waiting, etched into the shadows of my memory. Story 64. The storm outside raged as I paced the dimly lit confines of my living room, every creak of the old wooden floor sounding like a whisper of unseen movement. The realization that someone had been inside my home, observing every intimate detail of my life, was a weight I couldn't escape. The unmarked DVD, the eerie surveillance footage, it all pointed to a single horrifying truth. I was being hunted, watched, and manipulated. I couldn't sit still. My mind reeled, replaying every encounter with Rachel, every strange glance or too personal question she had asked. But was she really behind this? Or was she just another pawn in someone's larger, twisted game? Desperation drove me back to the DVD. There had to be something I'd missed, a clue buried in the shadows. I forced myself to watch the footage again, bracing for the invasive images of my home. Each familiar scene passed, cold and calculated, until something new appeared. A frame I hadn't noticed before. It was a close-up shot of my front door, shot from just outside. The timestamp indicated the footage was recorded 2 nights ago, long after I'd gone to bed. The door stood closed for several seconds. Then, slowly, the knob twisted. My breath hitched. The door opened soundlessly, revealing nothing but darkness beyond the threshold. A figure emerged, just a faint, shifting silhouette, as if deliberately staying out of focus. They lingered for a moment before stepping inside. The screen cut to static. I sat frozen, pulse pounding in my ears. Whoever had been recording wasn't just observing, They were here, inside my home while I slept. My mind screamed for action, but where could I even begin? Every call to the police felt pointless without solid evidence or a clear threat. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed through the house, shattering the tense silence. I spun toward the front door, heart pounding. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but rain-soaked darkness. My trembling fingers hovered over the lock, but then came another knock, harder this time, almost impatient. Summoning what courage I had left, I yanked open the door. The porch was empty. Rain battered the street, casting shimmering reflections from the lone street lamp flickering at the end of the driveway. Wind howled through the trees, but no sign of anyone, until I noticed something lying on the wet welcome mat. Another envelope. The same plain, unmarked brown paper. My hands trembled as I picked it up and hurried back inside, bolting the door behind me. The envelope felt heavier this time, its contents shifting with a muted metallic clink. I tore it open and spilled the contents onto the kitchen table. A key, old and rusted, attached to a small tag with a single word scrawled in black ink. Basement. I stared at the key, dread crawling through my veins. My house didn't have a basement, or at least not one I'd ever known about. But then, the crooked photo frame in the surveillance footage resurfaced in my mind. The subtle shift, almost like a sign. My gaze drifted to the living room wall where the frame still hung, perfectly straight now, but what was behind it? Moving cautiously, I removed the frame, exposing a patch of discolored wallpaper. I ran my fingers along the wall, searching for anything unusual, until I felt the faint outline of a hidden seam. With trembling hands, I pressed against the edge, and the panel clicked, swinging inward to reveal a narrow, dark passage. My breath hitched. The air that seeped from the opening was damp and stale, thick with the scent of earth and rot. A rickety staircase spiraled downward into darkness. Clutching the rusted key, I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and forced my legs to move, descending step by step into the depths below. The basement was nothing like I expected. It was a labyrinth of old stone walls, cold and damp. My flashlight flickered as I moved through the narrow passageway, my breathing loud and uneven in the oppressive silence. At the end of the hall stood a rust-covered metal door, its frame warped with age. The lock gleamed faintly in the dim light, a perfect fit for the key in my hand. With a deep breath, I slid the key into the lock and turned it. The mechanism groaned, resisting at first before giving way with a sickening clunk. The door creaked open, revealing a small, windowless room lined with filing cabinets and shelves stacked with dusty boxes. In the center of the room stood an old, flickering TV on a metal cart, its screen already glowing, waiting. Slowly, as though guided by some unseen force, I approached the TV. The screen crackled to life without prompting, showing grainy footage from what appeared to be a cold, sterile room. A figure sat bound to a metal chair, head slumped forward. I stepped closer, breath hitching as the camera angle shifted, and I saw myself. The figure on the screen looked identical to me. Same features, same clothes. The only difference was the blank, empty expression in their eyes. Static crackled as a distorted voice echoed from the TV. "You were never meant to find this." The screen cut to black, plunging the room into suffocating darkness. Behind me, the basement door slammed shut. Story 65. When my neighbor Robert vanished without a trace, I was concerned but not alarmed. People disappear all the time. Maybe he'd left on an unannounced trip or faced some emergency. But as the weeks stretched on, the stillness emanating from his apartment became deafening. Robert wasn't the type to vanish without notice. Quiet and polite, he carried an air of quiet mystery. I'd often see him in the hallway, offering a polite nod, his face thoughtful and distant. Through the thin walls I could hear the rhythmic ticking of his antique clocks, a sound that had become a comforting part of the building's atmosphere. When the police dismissed his disappearance as voluntary, their explanation felt hollow. Robert didn't seem like someone who'd simply walk away from his carefully ordered life. Concern grew into a gnawing curiosity, and curiosity, I would soon learn, can be dangerous. Robert had always been something of an enigma. He kept to himself, rarely engaging with other tenants. His apartment was a fortress of secrets, a quiet sanctuary behind a door that no one dared enter. When the building management declared his unit abandoned, I felt an irresistible pull, a need to know. Under the pretense of leaving a note about his missed rent, I borrowed the spare key. As the lock clicked open, a rush of cold air greeted me, heavy with the scent of old paper and aged wood. The apartment was perfectly preserved, like a photograph frozen in time. Dust sheets covered the furniture. His clocks continued their steady, measured ticking. Shelves of books sat undisturbed, their spines faded from years of quiet existence. I moved cautiously, my steps muffled by the worn carpet. On a desk in the corner I found a stack of letters, old newspapers, and yellowed photographs. Hesitating only for a moment, I began leafing through them, searching for something. Then I saw it, a letter addressed to me, written in Robert's elegant handwriting. My hands trembled as I unfolded the brittle paper. Dear neighbor, if you are reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver this message in person. There are things you should know, things you may not want to know. I have been following a trail, and that trail leads to you. Shadows from your past are resurfacing, and what I have learned is disturbing. You have always been curious, but sometimes curiosity reveals truths best left hidden. If you find this letter, tread carefully. The search for answers may uncover more than you expect. Robert. I reread the letter, my mind racing. What could Robert possibly have meant? Shadows from my past. My life was ordinary. An office job, a modest apartment, a quiet routine. What secrets could he have uncovered about me? Desperate for clarity, I began digging into my own past, something I'd never felt the need to examine before. I rummaged through old documents, faded photographs, and records of previous addresses. At first, everything seemed normal, until the oddities surfaced. There were gaps I couldn't explain. Friends I'd lost touch with abruptly. Places I'd lived but barely remembered. Moments that felt like blurry dreams. One memory stood out. When I'd moved to a new city years ago, several friends had seemed unusually curious about my decision to leave. Their concern had felt strange at the time. Now it felt like something more. When I reached out to those old friends, their responses were evasive, polite, but distant. It was as if they wanted to forget. The deeper I dug, the more I felt Robert's presence haunting me. His apartment became my refuge and my prison. I visited often, combing through his belongings like a detective searching for hidden meaning. His diary was the key. Pages upon pages of meticulously documented notes, cryptic observations, and dates that seemed unrelated until they weren't. His notes referenced a string of unsolved disappearances spanning years, and the dates lined up exactly with key moments in my life. My moves, my sudden job changes, even times when I'd felt compelled to uproot myself for reasons I couldn't explain. It was as though Robert had been assembling a puzzle, and I was the centerpiece. I wasn't prepared for what happened next. At first, it was subtle, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. Then came the shadows, indistinct forms hovering just beyond my line of sight, flickering in the dim corners of my apartment. My once safe home became a cage. The walls felt closer, the air colder. Every creak, every whisper of wind outside the windows seemed intentional. Someone or something was watching me. I realized too late that in chasing Robert's trail, I'd walked directly into the darkness he had tried to escape. His warning echoed in my mind. Curiosity reveals truths best left hidden. I considered running, packing up, disappearing as Robert had, but I knew it wouldn't help. This wasn't something I could escape. The more I uncovered, the more I understood. Robert hadn't been searching for me. He'd been searching for whatever was attached to me. Whatever had followed me from place to place, leaving a trail of vanished lives in its wake. And now it was coming closer. I made my decision. I stopped investigating, stopped asking questions. I locked Robert's apartment for the last time and handed the key back to the building manager. Some truths, I realized, should stay buried. Some shadows are better left undisturbed. I moved to a new city shortly after, leaving no forwarding address. But even now, long after I've tried to put it behind me, I can still feel it, watching. The shadows haven't disappeared. They've only waited. Story 66. The air in the room felt thick, charged with an invisible tension, as though the house itself was holding its breath. Even after sealing the diary beneath the floorboards, its presence lingered like an unseen specter. I couldn't stop thinking about the precise, intimate details it contained, events from my life recorded long before I was even born. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was some strange coincidence, a bizarre historical relic written by someone with a similar life. But deep down, I knew better. The diary hadn't just described my life, it predicted it. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the house seemed deliberate, each groan of the old wooden beams echoing like footsteps. The whisper of the wind outside felt like a breath against the window. I lay in bed, paralyzed by a gnawing fear that I was no longer alone. Around 3 a.m., I heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the living room. My pulse surged. It wasn't the familiar noise of settling wood or shifting pipes. It was deliberate, methodical. Slowly, I climbed out of bed, heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed the heavy flashlight from the nightstand, its cold metal a small comfort against the rising panic. The house was deathly silent as I crept down the hall, each step weighed down by the crushing stillness. The living room was empty, or so it seemed at first. The faint glow of the street lamp outside cast distorted shadows through the bay window, making the room feel even more claustrophobic. Then I saw it, the floorboard. The very same one where I'd hidden the diary was slightly raised, its edges splintered as though someone, or something, had been trying to pry it open. My breath hitched. I shone the flashlight over the floor, but there was no sign of forced entry. The front door was still locked, the windows latched securely. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. Swallowing my fear, I knelt and hesitated only a moment before prying the floorboard up again. The hollow space beneath gaped like an open wound. The diary was gone. I staggered back, pulse roaring in my ears. Cold dread seeped into my bones. Someone had taken it, but who and how? Before I could process the horror, I noticed something else, something far worse. In the dim light, faint writing gleamed on the exposed wood where the diary had been hidden. It was carved deep, the grooves still fresh, the edges rough. "We're still writing." I stumbled back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The message was deliberate, mocking, its meaning unmistakable. Panic surged through me, and I bolted toward the front door, desperate to escape. My hands fumbled with the lock, slick with sweat. Finally, I wrenched the door open and staggered out into the cold night air. But the street was deserted. The wind howled through the empty street, leaves spiraling in chaotic patterns across the cracked pavement. Every house stood dark and silent, windows like empty, watching eyes. Just as I turned back toward my house, something caught my attention, something pinned to the doorframe with a single, rusted nail, a page from the diary. My shaking fingers tugged it free, the brittle paper crinkling beneath my touch. It was an entry I hadn't seen before, the ink dark and sharp as though freshly written. "You can't escape the story. You were always meant to read this." My breath came in ragged gasps as I scanned the page, searching for some explanation, some clue. At the bottom, written in a hurried scrawl, was today's date and my name. The front door creaked slowly behind me, inching open on its own. I turned, flashlight trembling in my grip. From the darkened interior of the house came the unmistakable sound of a pen scratching across paper, writing, Story 67. The rain pounded relentlessly against the windows, a steady, insistent drumming that only heightened the tension lingering in the air. I sat at my kitchen table, staring blankly at the faint glow of the clock on the wall, its hands inching closer to midnight. The mysterious phone calls, the strange gifts, and the growing sense of being watched had consumed my thoughts for weeks. But today, everything escalated beyond what I could have imagined. It had started earlier that afternoon while I was at a local coffee shop, seeking refuge from the oppressive atmosphere of my apartment. I sipped my coffee, trying to clear my mind, when an elderly man approached my table. He was gaunt, with deep-set, weathered eyes that seemed haunted by something far beyond the ordinary. He wore a long, dark coat and clutched an old leather satchel that looked as worn as he did. "Excuse me," he rasped, his voice low but commanding. "I believe this belongs to you." He placed a small, leather-bound journal on the table. Its cracked cover and faded edges exuded a forgotten history. "I don't understand," I said, eyeing the journal warily. "Why are you giving this to me?" His gaze intensified, almost pleading. "There's no time to explain. Read it. You need to know before it's too late." Before I could press him for answers, he turned and walked away, vanishing into the rain-soaked streets. I sat there, frozen, the journal resting heavily in my hands. Back home, I lit a single lamp and opened the diary with trembling fingers. The pages were yellowed, the ink faint but still legible. The handwriting was elegant yet erratic, as though penned in desperate haste. The first few entries seemed ordinary, mundane musings about daily life. But as I read further, my unease deepened. Each entry chronicled events with eerie precision, events from my own life. Small, specific details about my daily routine, places I frequented, and even thoughts I had never voiced aloud were meticulously documented. My pulse quickened when I reached an entry describing a series of strange phone calls, just like the ones I'd been receiving. It even mentioned the anonymous gifts I'd found at my doorstep, the old mirror, the strange lockbox, and the cryptic notes written in the same handwriting as the journal. Then the entries took a darker turn. One passage described being followed home, feeling watched but never catching sight of the stalker. Another spoke of waking up in the middle of the night, certain that someone or something was inside the house. The descriptions were so vivid that I felt the air grow colder as I read. My breath hitched as I turned the next page. An entry dated August 12th, 2024, tonight, was scrawled in bold, frantic ink. "The time is near. The darkness creeping into your life will soon reach its climax. The one who watches has seen your every move and is coming to collect. At midnight, the final act begins. The mirror is the gateway. Beware." I dropped the journal, my hands trembling uncontrollably. A cold sweat prickled my skin as my eyes darted toward the old mirror standing ominously in my living room. The very mirror that had been left outside my door weeks ago. The clock on the wall read 11:57 p.m. Desperate for answers, I grabbed the journal and moved cautiously into the dimly lit living room. The mirror's ornate frame seemed to shimmer malevolently in the flickering light. Its dark, reflective surface radiated an unnatural presence, almost as though it were watching me. Seconds felt like hours as the clock's hands inched toward midnight. The room grew colder, and the shadows around the mirror seemed to shift and writhe. 11:59 p.m. Suddenly the house fell deathly silent. No wind, no rain, just an oppressive stillness that pressed down on me like an unseen hand. Ding! The clock struck midnight. I stared at the mirror, expecting something, anything, but nothing happened. My own wide-eyed reflection stared back, distorted by the dim light. Then I heard it, a soft rustling behind me, heart pounding. I spun around, but the room was empty. Breathing heavily, I turned back to the mirror, only to see a figure standing behind me in the reflection. A gaunt, shadowy silhouette with hollow eyes, watching me with malicious intent. Before I could move, a familiar, rasping voice echoed from the mirror. You've done well to arrive, but the final act is only beginning. The figure in the mirror took a step forward, not within the mirror, but out of it, its dark form stretching into reality. It was him, the elderly man from the coffee shop, but twisted, his features warped by something dark and ancient. "You shouldn't have meddled," he hissed, his voice now cold and venomous. "This was never meant for you." Paralyzed by terror, I could barely think, but then my eyes fell on the journal still clutched in my hand. With a surge of desperation, I hurled it at the mirror with all my strength. Crash! The mirror shattered, sending jagged shards scattering across the floor. The twisted figure let out a distorted, inhuman shriek before dissolving into the fractured reflections. Breathing raggedly, I collapsed onto the floor, surrounded by shards of broken glass and the ruined journal. The pages fluttered weakly, as though still whispering their dark secrets. The house fell silent once more, but the lingering chill remained. The mirror was gone, but so was any sense of safety I'd once had. I survived the night, but I knew this wasn't the end. The journal's final warning echoed in my mind. The final act is about to unfold. Story 68. I woke up to an unsettling silence. The kind of silence that presses against your chest, making the air feel thick and heavy. Usually I'd hear the comforting clatter of the coffee machine or my roommate Dave moving around the apartment. But that morning, the apartment felt wrong. "Dave," I called out, my voice echoing in the still. Illness, no answer. His bedroom door was ajar, which wasn't unusual. Dave was easygoing about personal space, never one to bother closing doors completely. I knocked lightly, then pushed it open. His room was perfect. The bed was neatly made, the desk spotless, every item perfectly in place. Too perfect. Dave was never this tidy. His favorite hoodie, the one he practically lived in, was missing from the back of the chair where he always left it. In the kitchen, the absence of clutter stood out. His usual mess, crumbs on the counter, his chipped coffee mug, was nowhere to be seen. His laptop, which he constantly left on the kitchen table, was gone too. I was starting to feel uneasy. Then I saw it. A single piece of paper, pinned to the fridge with a magnet. The handwriting was rushed, almost frantic. "Trust is a fragile thing." I stared at the note, my heart pounding. Dave wasn't the type to leave cryptic messages. He preferred casual texts or quick notes about groceries. Not this. I tried to convince myself it was some sort of joke. Maybe he was messing with me, playing some elaborate prank. But something about that note felt serious. The apartment felt colder as I moved into the living room. My eyes scanned the space, searching for any sign of what might have happened. That's when I noticed the couch cushions. They'd been rearranged, neatly stacked, perfectly aligned. Dave never did that. Feeling a rising sense of dread, I lifted one of the cushions. Beneath it lay another note, folded with precision, always watching, always waiting. The room seemed to close in around me. I grabbed my phone to call Dave, but stopped when I noticed something strange on the coffee table. A small stack of photos half hidden beneath a magazine. My hands trembled as I picked them up. They were pictures of me. Candid shots from different angles, some taken outside, others inside the apartment. There I was, walking home from work, sitting on the couch, making dinner in the kitchen. Each photo was dated and time-stamped in neat, precise writing. Dave had been watching me. I backed away, heart pounding, struggling to make sense of it. Was this some twisted joke, or something far worse? I turned toward his small study area, desperate for answers. His desk drawers were filled with the usual clutter. Pens, notebooks, old receipts. But tucked beneath a stack of papers, I found another note. Some things are better left unknown. I couldn't breathe. I tore through the apartment, searching for anything that might explain the nightmare unfolding around me. His closet held only neatly arranged clothes. His dresser drawers were empty, save for a few scattered socks. In the bathroom, taped to the mirror, was the next note. "Everyone has secrets." I staggered back, overwhelmed by a growing sense of dread. What secrets had Dave been hiding, and why had he disappeared without a trace? Desperate for clarity, I ran outside to check his car. It sat in its usual spot, but the driver's door was slightly ajar. My breath hitched as I approached. Sitting on the dashboard was one final note: your turn to uncover the truth. The message felt like a challenge, a dark, twisted dare. Shaking, I called the police. I reported Dave missing, explaining everything. The notes, the photographs, the eerie perfection of his abandoned room. The investigation began immediately. Officers combed through the apartment, questioning neighbors and inspecting every corner for signs of foul play. They examined the notes, the photos, and even Dave's car, but nothing solid emerged. His work confirmed that he had taken an unplanned leave. His colleagues were baffled. He hadn't given any reason, just disappeared one day. Friends I contacted were equally clueless, offering nothing but concern and confusion. Days stretched into weeks. The police found nothing. No trace of Dave, no leads, no explanation. The apartment, once a place of comfort, became a place of watchful silence. I couldn't stay there anymore. Every creak, every shift of the shadows felt like unseen eyes following my every move. The investigation eventually stalled. Without new evidence, the case went cold. But I couldn't let it go. Even as life slowly returned to normal, the questions haunted me. Why had Dave been watching me? What truth had he wanted me to uncover? Late at night, when sleep evades me, I still wonder, was he warning me? Or is he still watching? Story 69. The cold November air bit at my face as I walked home that evening. Max's haunted expression still etched in my mind. No matter how much I tried to push it away, the memories clawed their way back. His apartment in disarray, the duffel bag stuffed with cash, the gleaming, lethal weapons resting just within reach. Max had promised me he was done. He swore he'd left that life behind. But promises are fragile things, easily made, easily broken. Weeks passed, and life seemed to settle back into something resembling normalcy. Max moved to a new apartment across town, claiming he needed a fresh start. We still talked occasionally, exchanging careful pleasantries that felt like playing a role we no longer believed in. But the unease never left me. One night, I returned home late after working overtime. The streetlights flickered faintly, their dim glow casting long, shifting shadows on the pavement. As I approached my apartment building, I noticed something strange. A dark sedan idling across the street, its windows tinted, its engine quietly humming. I quickened my pace, my breath hitching as I fumbled for my keys. My mind raced with paranoid scenarios, every creak of the wind sounding like approaching footsteps. I locked the door behind me and peered out the window, but the sedan was gone. Shaken but determined not to spiral into fear, I tried to brush it off as coincidence. 2 days later, another strange occurrence rattled me. A plain, unmarked envelope appeared in my mailbox. No return address, no postage stamp, just my name scrawled in hurried, uneven handwriting. I hesitated before tearing it open. Inside was a single folded sheet of paper, blank, except for one sentence written in bold, black ink. "You should have stayed out of it." My blood ran cold. The envelope slipped from my trembling fingers as I staggered back, my mind reeling. Someone knew what I'd discovered about Max, knew that I hadn't let it go. Heart pounding, I called Max. The phone rang endlessly before going to voicemail. "Max, it's me. I got a note. Someone knows. Call me back. Please." Hours stretched into an agonizing eternity with no response. By midnight, I was pacing the room, frantically scrolling through news updates and crime reports. Nothing seemed connected, nothing except the familiar, gnawing dread in my chest. Just past 2 a.m., my phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. "Meet me where it all began. Come alone." Before I could respond, the number disappeared from my call log, vanishing as though it had never existed. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, driven by desperation, I went to the only place that made sense, Max's old apartment. The building stood eerily quiet, abandoned since his sudden move. The front door was ajar, swaying faintly in the icy breeze. My hands clenched into fists as I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The apartment was empty, cold and lifeless. Dust coated the floors and faded outlines on the walls marked where pictures once hung. But something felt wrong. The air was too still, too heavy with a suffocating tension. I turned toward the living room and froze. Max stood in the center of the room, his face hollow, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His clothes were rumpled, his hands trembling as he clutched something small and metallic, a pistol. "I told you to stay away," he rasped, his voice cracked and broken. "Max, what's going on? Who sent the note?" I demanded, my voice shaking. His gaze darted to the darkened hallway behind me. "They were never after you. They were after me." Before I could react, movement stirred in the shadows. Two men stepped into view, their faces cold and expressionless. They wore dark coats and moved with practiced precision, weapons gleaming in the dim light. Max raised his pistol, desperation flickering in his eyes. "Run!" he shouted. Everything exploded into chaos. Gunshots cracked through the air, and I dove behind the overturned couch as bullets tore through plaster and wood. Max fought with a ferocity born of desperation, holding his ground despite the overwhelming odds. For a fleeting moment I thought we might survive, but reality isn't kind. Max took a hit, stumbling back against the wall. Blood soaked his shirt, but he kept firing, buying me precious seconds. "Go!" he gasped, collapsing to the floor. I ran, adrenaline driving my every step. Bursting through the back door, I tore through the darkened alleyway, icy air burning my lungs. Behind me, I heard one last gunshot, final, deafening, and irrevocable. I didn't stop running. Days later, the news reported a gang-related shooting at the abandoned apartment. No names, no arrests, just another forgotten headline in a city accustomed to violence. Max's body was never found. I moved to a new city, changed my number, and started over. But some things can't be left behind. His face still haunts my dreams. His fierce, defiant gaze in those final moments, daring fate to take him down. He'd once promised to leave that life behind, but some promises can't be kept, and some debts can't be outrun. Story 70. It started with a fleeting sensation, a vague recollection of something that never happened. At first I dismissed it as a trick of the mind, a lapse in memory brought on by stress or fatigue. But as the weeks passed, these strange memories became more vivid, more persistent, weaving themselves into my reality like forgotten dreams resurfacing. They were not hazy or fragmented. They felt real, conversations, places, and faces of people I'd never met. The first incident came on a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was flipping through an old photo album when a sudden memory struck me with startling clarity. A wedding in a quaint, ivy-covered chapel. I could recall the scent of fresh flowers, the soft notes of a string quartet, and the warm laughter of unfamiliar faces. It felt so vivid that for a moment I was certain I'd been there, until I realized there was no such event in my past. Confused but determined to brush it off as an overactive imagination, I returned to my routine. But the strange memories didn't stop. I found myself recalling conversations with coworkers that had never happened, mentioning events to friends that left them puzzled. Social gatherings, places, even personal milestones surfaced in my mind, vivid and detailed, yet utterly false. The turning point came one evening as I sat down with a new novel. As I flipped through its pages, I came across a passage describing a dinner party at a waterfront restaurant. My chest tightened. I could picture the candlelit table, hear the clink of glasses, and even recall snippets of conversation, details matching an experience I was sure I'd never had. The sense of familiarity was overwhelming, but I knew I'd never attended such a dinner. Desperate for answers, I began keeping a journal, meticulously documenting each false memory. I combed through old photographs, social media accounts, and calendars, hoping to find something, anything, that would validate these phantom recollections. I even reached out to friends and family, asking if they remembered events I described. Every time, they responded with the same bewildered denial. Fearing the worst, I sought help from a cognitive psychologist specializing in memory disorders. After extensive interviews and neurological tests, they found nothing abnormal. No signs of memory loss, no cognitive impairments. My mind, they assured me, was functioning perfectly. The only explanation they could offer was the possibility of false memory implantation, a concept I'd only heard about in obscure psychological research papers. The suggestion seemed absurd until I began noticing patterns. The memories seemed tied to specific times and places I had visited recently. A memory of attending a charity gala I'd never been to corresponded with a real community event I'd passed by. The growing web of eerie coincidences pushed me deeper into my search for the truth. Through my investigation, I uncovered disturbing leads. Names from my fabricated memories appeared linked to an organization rumored to engage in clandestine psychological experiments. They specialized in manipulating perception and implanting artificial memories, unethical experiments whispered about in conspiracy circles. My disbelief turned into cold, creeping dread. Then the surveillance started. Strange glitches in my phone, corrupted emails, and anonymous messages warning me to stop digging. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but the sensation of being followed became impossible to ignore. Someone was aware of my investigation, and they wanted me to forget. One night, while sorting through old files, I found something that shattered any lingering doubts. A classified psychological report buried deep in an encrypted folder on my computer. The document detailed experiments eerily similar to my experiences. Memory implantation techniques, behavioral conditioning, and target profiles that matched people I'd remembered. The report named several lead researchers, all linked to the organization I'd suspected. The final paragraph chilled me to my core. Subjects have displayed increasing difficulty distinguishing implanted memories from lived experiences. Emotional manipulation remains effective, further monitoring required. Someone had been playing with my mind. My memories weren't mistakes, they were deliberate manipulations. But why? Was I an unwilling participant in an experiment, or was this something even more personal? Determined to expose the truth, I gathered all the evidence I could and contacted the authorities. The investigation that followed was slow, hindered by shadowy bureaucracy and a lack of solid leads. The organization seemed to vanish into thin air, its key figures disappearing without a trace. The few survivors who came forward told stories that mirrored mine, but the legal system was powerless against such a ghostly operation. The aftermath left me fractured. The inability to trust my own mind made everyday life a minefield. Every familiar face, every moment of déjà vu felt tainted by doubt. Therapy helped me rebuild a sense of reality, teaching me to distinguish genuine memories from implanted ones, though the line remained forever blurred. Time dulled the sharp edges of fear, but never fully erased them. I learned to live cautiously, documenting everything, questioning even the smallest details. The scars of manipulation lingered like shadows in the corners of my mind. I became an advocate for memory research transparency, determined to prevent others from enduring the same nightmare. The ordeal taught me that while the mind is fragile, it is also resilient. Though my memories had been stolen, twisted, and rewritten, I reclaimed my identity piece by piece. But even now, in the quiet hours of the night, I wonder what parts of me are truly mine and what was made to be remembered.